My steel suit won. Over the Pacific Ocean, a white Boeing 747 passenger plane is flying steadily at an altitude of 10,000 meters. In the cabin, most of the passengers have fallen asleep. Chen Mo sat by the window, quietly looking at the clouds outside the window. The upright figure under the shirt, the tough face, and the sharp gaze reflected in the porthole made the two girls next to each other couldn't help taking a peek from time to time and whispering. In a place where the two of them couldn't see, a silver lighter that shouldn't have passed the security check appeared on the plane, but appeared from time to time in Chen Mo's hands, and then disappeared instantly. This is a flight from Benthan to Los Angeles. Most of the passengers on the plane are traveling abroad or on business or visiting relatives, but Chen Mo is on the run. Half a month ago, Chen Mo's grandfather Chen Jingde was hit by a car and was seriously injured. The driver is the famous local entrepreneur, Zhu Tanhao, but Zhu Tanhao has some notoriety. In the name of an entrepreneur, Zhu Tanhao does not know how many bad things he has done in private. Many people who have offended him or simply blocked his wealth are unfathomable mystery disappeared. He was tied to a stone by Zhu Tanhao and sank into the sea. As for other acts of forcibly taking, causing injuries, and rape of women, I don't know how many things have been done. It can be said to be full of evil, but Zhu Tan is rich and powerful. People simply dare not speak out under his personal threat, and even if someone who is not afraid of death makes things worse, he will either use money to settle the crime, or he will commit the crime, and he is still safe. On the same day, Chen Mo, who was working in the company, immediately rushed to the hospital when he heard that Chen Jingde was seriously injured and was hospitalized. ICU intensive care unit. After the operation, Chen Jingde was wrapped in thick gauze. He was lying on the hospital bed without knowing the personnel, with various monitoring equipment connected to his body and a ventilator in his mouth. Chen Jingde suffered multiple fractures all over the body, the most serious of which was intracranial hemorrhage. He had completely lost consciousness and became a vegetative person. Even his breathing needs a ventilator to maintain. Now I am actually using money to continue my life in the ICU. When I don't have any money, I unplug the tube, and when I am dead, the daily cost of ICU of several thousand yuan, plus the huge amount of surgical fees. Even if the conditions of Chen Mo's family are good, it will not last long. As for Zhu Tanhao, because the incident was not at all monitored, although someone saw that Zhu Tanhao's car hit someone, and also saw Zhu Tanhao who was driving, no one dared to come out to testify. His driver voluntarily drove to the police station and surrendered that day. Zhu Tanhao easily escaped legal sanctions. Let's not say whether they will give money to save people immediately, and how long the lost money can last. Even in court, Chen Mo successfully found evidence that Zhu Tanhao drove the car. At most, only if he could go to jail for several years, he would never be sentenced to death. But this is something Chen Mo cannot accept. The blood debt must be paid in blood. If it is an ordinary person, there is no other way than anger when encountering this kind of thing, but Chen Mo is not that. He has always been so ordinary. Under his plain appearance, there is an unknown, great secret. 3 days later, at 2 o'clock in the morning, dark clouds cover the moon, and the night is dark and the wind is high. Zhu Tanhao is located outside a luxurious villa in the suburbs. The slightly chilly wind gently shook the treetops and the leaves rustled, casting a mottled light and shadow under the street lamp. In the corner where the street light can't reach, Chen Mo appeared under the wall, dressed in black clothed and wearing a peaked cap. The villa occupies a large area, and the wall is more than 4 meters high, and most people cannot climb it. Looking up at the tall wall, Chen Mo pressed his hat, stepped back, and suddenly jumped up on a run-up, kicked his feet on the wall several times, and then his hands on the wall. One side of the body, easily climbed over the wall. Before falling in the air, a flying knife suddenly appeared in Chen Mo's hand out of thin air. The moment he landed and stood firmly, Chen Mo flicked his right hand, and a cold light shot to the side. Go! In the shadow of the night, a tall and fierce black Tibetan Mastiff is opening his bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl, eager to rush. I didn't wait for the Tibetan Mastiff's roar to exit. Cold light flashed, and a 20 centimeters long flying knife shot in from the eyes, and there was no time to make any sound. The fierce Tibetan Mastiff twitched and fell to the ground, and the red blood mixed with the white brain plasma slowly flowed out of the eye sockets. Chen Mo turned his head and looked at the villa. The 3-story luxury villa still looks very gorgeous in the dark. The living room on the first floor is lit up. Through the window, you can see 2 people in the nest watching TV on the sofa. Apparently the slight movement just now not at all disturbed them. Pull out the flying knife from the Tibetan Mastiff's eye socket, wipe the blood on it, and then, without seeing any movement of Chen Mo, the flying knife instantly disappeared from his hand. According to Chen Mo's secret observations over the past 2 days, there should be more than a dozen bodyguard thugs in the villa except Zhu Tanhao. After all, Zhu Tanhao has done bad things in recent years. I don't know how many people want his life, so Zhu Tanhao is very careful about his safety. Every day all will arrange 2 bodyguards to watch the night in the lobby on the first floor. Coupled with the Tibetan Mastiff in the yard, most people really can't sneak in silently. It is precisely because of the ferocious Tibetan Mastiff that the 2 guards watch TV in the house with peace of mind. If someone breaks in, the Tibetan Mastiff will immediately find out and give a warning. Hiding in the shadows, Chen Mo carefully observed the entire villa, and soon he discovered that the door to a balcony on the 2nd floor was not closed. Seeing that the 2 people in the living room are still watching TV, Chen Mo cautiously went to the bottom of the balcony, raised his head to look at the lower position, and jumped up. His right foot kicked on the wall and grabbed with both hands. Staying on the edge of the balcony and pulling hard, the person turned on the balcony. Carefully entering the villa from the balcony, Chen Mo slowly opened a door, and the 4 bodyguards in the room were sleeping soundly. Chen Mo walked into the room softly, and a flying knife appeared directly in his hand. There was no difference between a 20 centimeters long flying knife and a dagger. Chen Mo walked to a person, covered his mouth with his left hand, and swiped his neck with the knife with his right hand. The bodyguard who woke up only struggled twice and then stopped moving. There is no discomfort from the first murder. These people are not so much bodyguards as Zhu Tanhao's minions. The people who can live in the villa are Zhu Tanhao's henchmen. They hold Zhu Tanhao's high salary. Normally, they help him with some detrimental things, and all them are exhausting. There are too many books. Since Chen Mo is here, Chen Mo doesn't plan to let them go. No accident happened. Soon, the dozen or so bodyguards on the 2nd floor were killed silently by Chen Mo. Except for Zhu Tanhao who sleeps alone on the top floor, there are only 2 bodyguards downstairs to watch the night. Chen Mo walked down the stairs softly, and the 2 people on the sofa were exposed to Chen Mo's sight. The 2 are still watching TV with concentrated attention completely, but they don't know that Death God has come behind them. 2 silver lights flashed past. They only felt a pain in the back of their heads, and they knew nothing. Go forward, pull out the flying knife and wipe it clean, waved it away, and searched all other rooms again, confirming that there are no other people, and Chen Mo came to Zhu Tanhao to occupy the entire top floor of the super luxury bedroom. Zhu Tanhao woke up in his sleep, feeling that someone was tying himself up and immediately resisted, but the strength of the other party was surprisingly great, and Zhu Tanhao tried his best to shake the other party at all. I wanted to call a bodyguard to come and help, but found that my mouth was sealed with tape. I couldn't call it out. I could only make a woo-woo sound with my nose. In the darkness, he could only see a pair of sharp eyes, looking at him coldly. Normally Zhu Tanhao, aloof and remote, was also scared in this brief moment. He couldn't move his hands, couldn't speak, and didn't control his life or death. For the first time, Zhu Tanhao felt so helpless. An hour later, Chen Mo quietly left the villa with a travel bag. Not long after, a dazzling fire lit up behind Chen Mo, and hot flames emerged from the cracks in the doors and windows, raging enveloped the entire villa. Ignoring the fire sea behind him, Chen Mo strode away without looking back. Suddenly, Chen Mo's step once stopped, and the harshness and coldness on his original face was gradually surprised by surprise. Replace. Chen Mo put his consciousness into his mind, A 50 centimeters cube space appeared in his mind. Dozens of throwing knives, wallets, keys and other sundries occupy a corner of the space, and the whole space is very empty. Chen Mo clearly remembered that the previous space was only 20 centimeters in length, and it was so full of these things that it suddenly grew so much. My steel suit too. My steel suit too. Chen Mo first got this space a few years ago. In a traffic accident, an out-of-control heavy truck ran into Chen Mo on the side of the road. At a critical juncture, Chen Mo felt his mind clear and his heart was beating rapidly. A surge of force swept his body and rushed at high speed. Chen Mo's truck is getting slower and slower. At the moment of crisis, the sudden eruption of potential caused Chen Mo to jump and escape the crushing of the wheels. After that, Chen Mo found that his body has become much stronger. His thinking, memory and reactions have also been greatly improved. The most amazing thing is that in his mind, a Rubik's Cube the size of in the space, you can use ideas to include items. The superpowers he acquired suddenly made Chen Mo very excited. In order to become as powerful as the superheroes in the movie in the future, Chen Mo began to exercise and learn all kinds of fighting skills. With this secret, waiting for the cocoon to become a butterfly. But God seems to have made a joke with Chen Mo. The growth rate of ability is much slower than Chen Mo imagined. Several years have passed. The space has slowly grown from the size of the Rubik's Cube with a side length of 10 centimeters to a side length of 20 centimeters. Physical fitness has also been slightly improved, and strength, speed, endurance, reaction and other aspects have reached top athletes level. Learning ability, memory and thinking ability are far beyond ordinary people. The fighting ability is already quite strong. 4 or 5 robust men can handle it easily. According to the ability of space storage, Chen Mo also learned the flying knife. Now he can easily shoot the flying sparrow within 10 meters, and the formidable power at close range is not weaker than that of a pistol. Chen Mo, who is dedicated to improving his own strength, has spent a lot of energy and time on training and researching his abilities. Chen Mo is completely not interested in famous schools, famous enterprises, elites, and presidents. These things as long as he wants to, he can easily get it with his intelligence beyond ordinary people. But Chen Mo, who is obsessed with his own extraordinary power, puts all his energy on exploring his own abilities. Externally, he just tries to keep a low profile and normal. My parents are very relaxed at work. The conditions at home are not very good, but they can be regarded as well off. The family lives in a warm and happy life. Chen Mo has much desire for money, not at all. He pays more attention to his own strength, and prefers to be a powerhouse hidden behind the scenes, smiling at sentient beings. Several years of growth has made Chen Mo stronger, but Chen Mo's expectations are too far apart. In a modern society with advanced technology, it is not enough for him to do as one pleases and challenge the law. Hoe the strong and support the weak. The calm but fulfilling life also allows Chen Mo to settle for the status quo, quietly accumulating strength in this tranquility. Zhu Tanhao's atrocities caused Chen Mo to wake up from dormancy, and Chen Mo, who let go of the restraints, killed decisively and cruelly. From Zhu Tanhao's mouth, he asked him for the bank card he opened in the name of another person and the password of the safe with a part of the cash that he prepared for him to run after the incident. After successfully getting the money, Chen Mo dealt with him with a single knife, and there was no one to survive in the entire villa. Before leaving, Chen Mo lit the house again and destroyed the entire crime scene with flames. Chen Mo didn't have time to think about it after discovering the change in space. The explosion just now will soon attract the police and must leave here immediately. Chen Mo walked away quickly after taking his travel bag into the expanded space. A total of more than 8 million yuan was obtained from Zhu Tanhao, enough to support Chen Jing's expenses for 1 or 2 years. He rushed to the hospital to quietly hand over the bank card and money to his parents, and hurriedly explained. Chen Mo went directly to the airport. I took the first flight to Los Angeles. Although he made enough preparations and was very careful throughout the process, Chen Mo decided to hide abroad first for the sake of caution. It was not until the plane took her off that Chen Mo had time to calm down and think about his own changes. Chen Mo has always felt that his ability should be more than that simple. It seems that there is something more powerful not found. After killing Zhu Tanhao, the sudden expansion of space made Chen Mo seem to have grasped something, and the key to his ability improvement seemed to come out. Combining these years of research on superpowers, Chen Mo guessed that the improvement of his abilities should be related to spirit strength. The emergence of space was after the car accident. The huge crisis stimulated Chen Mo's spirit strength to grow rapidly, and the brain was developed. After the breakthrough, the body's potential was stimulated and the space's ability was opened up. So in addition to surpassing ordinary people in physical fitness, Chen Mo's thinking and memory abilities are also much stronger than before. This should be a manifestation of the improvement of spirit strength and the development of brain domain. This time to kill, Chen Mo became cold and decisive. He broke free from the shackles of the worldly rules and completed his ideological transformation. With the improvement of his mood, his spirit strength increased again. Not only the space has increased, Chen Mo can feel that although his physical fitness has not improved, his mind has become clearer, his thinking has become clearer, his thinking speed, reaction speed and memory have greatly improved. But does this ability stop there? Chen Mo, who had escaped from murder, sat on his seat, using a lighter to practice quickly picking and placing items from space, while thinking about the problem of ability. Suddenly, a violent tremor of the plane awakened Chen Mo, who was thinking. The passengers on the plane were also awakened from their deep sleep one after another, and the entire cabin began to become noisy and chaotic. The shaking of the aircraft became more and more serious, and finally accompanied by two muffled noises. It was obvious that the whole aircraft suddenly stopped and the speed began to slow down. Chen Mo looked at the clouds outside the window, and found that the altitude of the aircraft began to decrease, getting closer and closer to the clouds. Chen Mo couldn't help but think of two words: crash. The panic in the cabin continued to spread, and the stewardess began to work hard to appease the passengers. Please stay on your seats and fasten your seat belts. In the cabin, the captain held the joystick tightly and controlled the plane hard. The deputy captain continuously checks various meters and reports the situation at any time. The dual-engine parking. The aircraft completely loses power, is in a gliding state, and the control system is also malfunctioning, and the flight attitude of the aircraft is difficult to control. The altitude of the aircraft is constantly decreasing. It has now passed through the clouds and is still continuing to descend. Under the aircraft is the endless sea. The altitude is 6,000 feet, and the speed is 220 knots. The deputy captain's voice trembled. Although the captain tried hard to control the altitude, the aircraft was getting closer and closer to the sea surface. The control system failure made it difficult for the aircraft to taxi smoothly. The aircraft was diving down at a large angle, glide smoothly on the sea and make an emergency landing. At the current speed of the aircraft, once it touches the sea surface, the huge fluid resistance of the sea will instantly tear the aircraft into pieces, and then sink into the seabed soon. The probability of survival of the crew on board is equal to 0. Suddenly, in the captain's sight, a touch of green suddenly appeared on the blue sea in the distance. As the plane taxied, the green gradually enlarged. Island. The captain, who had always kept calm, couldn't help getting excited. What? The deputy captain, who had been staring at the instrument in a panic, suddenly raised his head. There is an island ahead. If we can make a crash landing on the island, there is still a possibility of surviving. The captain was obviously excited by this discovery, and a trace of desperate situation finally appeared in this desperate situation. Vitality. At this time, the plane was already not far away from the island, but the plane's altitude dropped quickly. Whether it could make a smooth landing on the island, both of them had no idea. The area of the island is not large. The captain must control the height of the aircraft to ensure that the aircraft is forced to land on the island. If there is a slight error, the aircraft will be buried in the sea. The captain opens the cabin and broadcasts, "I am the captain. ready to make an emergency strike. When others lose one's head out of fear and bow down according to the flight attendant's demonstration, Chen Mo looked at the window close at hand, and the sea was approaching rapidly. His heart began to beat violently. Every contraction of the heart was strong and powerful. The blood was quickly pumped to the whole body, and the space in his mind began to expand rapidly. The plane is getting closer and closer to the island, and only several hundred meters are left. Unfortunately, the plane still failed to hold on. It was about to hit the sea, and the captain's forehead was leaking fine beads of sweat. At the last moment, he pulled up the nose of the aircraft and loudly shouted in the communicator, ready to crash. The tail section of the aircraft quickly touched the sea surface. The high speed brought huge impact and the sea water changed. It had to be as hard as steel. The tail of the aircraft was torn in an instant. The aircraft shook violently. Everyone was thrown forward fiercely, and the fuselage began to tilt. When the tail broke, the huge pulling force quickly reduced the speed of the airplane a lot, but this pulling also made the airplane's attitude begin to tilt, and the left wing first touched the sea. Below the wing the engine of the aircraft was torn down by a huge force in an instant, and the nose began to tilt to the left. Then the entire left wing broke under the huge pulling force. The entire fuselage of the aircraft was taxiing obliquely on the sea. Soon the right wing was also torn by the sea. After coming down, the captain let go of his hand slumpingly, and then he could only resign himself, as the wings on both sides broke. The aircraft was completely out of control. With inertia, it rolled and taxied on the sea surface. From time to time, people, seats, and luggage were thrown away from the damaged cabin. Flying, from time to time someone was hit by a heavy object, or the seat belt was broken and threw away the seat, hitting other passengers or the bulkhead. Blood flying across the cabin. At this time, Chen Mo is undergoing drastic changes. The strong heart beats faster and faster, and the surrounding scene starts to slow down in Chen Mo's eyes. The entire cabin rotates slowly, luggage and magazines fly by slowly, and everything around it slows down. Finally, the space expanded into a 1-meter cube, and it seemed to have reached a certain limit, and new changes took place. The boundary of the emptiness began to become transparent. Outside the space, countless points of light and dark of different distances and nears were scattered like stars, weaving a bright starry sky, and the closest place to the space, a bright light sphere quietly exudes mysterious brilliance. My Steel Suit 3. My Steel Suit 3. A burst of mysterious information appeared in Chen Mo's mind. The spatial ability that had been silent for many years finally revealed its true face to Chen Mo. It turned out that when Chen Mo was involved in a car accident and his potential erupted, spirit strength quickly increased the breakthrough, activating the hidden special ability. In fact, Chen Mo is not the only person in history who has activated special abilities. In a long history, there have always been people who have activated their special abilities by chance. Although these abilities have various limitations, they still left their mark in history. Zhu Liang's method of opening the altar is to call the wind and summon the rain. Xian Yu can carry the lead, invincible in the whole world. Many of the abilities in myths are actually the ancient records of these supernatural abilities. Clairvoyance, Shunfeng Ear, impervious to sword and spear, flying through the skies or escaping through the ground. These abilities are all real. Chen Mo is more special than them. He can travel through time and space and enter the other world. This ability cannot be used at will and has certain limitations. First of all, traveling through time and space requires strong spirit strength, and Chen Mo's spirit strength does not meet the conditions until then, which truly activates the ability of space-time travel. There are two main ways to improve spirit strength. One is the improvement of the mood. The spirit strength will be improved, and the brain will be developed. The other is the potential explosion between life and death, and all abilities will be rapidly improved, except spirit strength. Physical fitness will also increase. Secondly, after traveling through time and space, there will be a 1-month cooldown. After 1 month, crossing over can be performed again. The light spot outside the space is the world that can be shuttled, but at this time the space ability is not strong enough. There is only one space that can shuttle, and with the enhancement of Shenmue's spirit strength, the space will continue to expand, become more stable. The world that can shuttle will also increase. At this time, Shenmue is facing a desperate situation. The space-time travel ability that suddenly awakens has brought him hope. No matter what the space is like, escape here first. Shenmue's consciousness entered the space, betting on the only shining light ball. Thoughts move, choosing to shuttle. The light ball suddenly flashed. Shenmue instantly disappeared from the seat. From the tumbling cabin to the stable ground, Shenmue didn't adapt for a while, and fell to the ground with a shake. Shenmue, who had just escaped from the plane crash, quickly got up from the ground. After confirming his safety, Shenmue calmed down and looked up at the surrounding environment. The narrow streets and old buildings piled with red bricks give people a sense of the vicissitudes of history in the old American neighborhoods in the movie, assaults the senses of the times. Just got the shuttle ability. Shenmue not at all got any information about this time and space. Everything in this world needs to be explored by himself. As Shenmue was looking around at the entrance of the alley on the street, two black gangsters passing by saw Shenmue. They looked at each other and both smiled triumphantly when they met the fat sheep. Shenmue is neatly dressed. At first glance, he is not the kind of poor man with shabby clothes. He is also a yellow man. He is alone and looks unfamiliar in life. In the eyes of two people, he is just one lamb to be slaughtered. The two came forward to surround Shenmue. One of them took out a knife and threatened, "Boy, honestly, or you want you to look good." The other he grabbed Shenmue by the arm and pushed him into the alley behind him. As soon as he came to this world, he encountered a robbery. Shenmue was a little speechless inside. He looked around the pedestrians who pretended to see nothing. Shenmue turned around and walked into the alley. "You brat." Knowing each other, the two gangsters didn't think much about it. They followed Shenmue. Perhaps in their opinion, Asians are so cowardly. "Bully it." Shenmue walked to the corner and stopped, looked back and forth, nodded. "This is a dead end, and you can't see what happened here." 10 minutes later, Shenmue walked out of the alley with dozens of dollars in bills. Shenmue found that his strength has increased again. Just now he started a bit hard. The two gangsters are still in a coma in the alley, but the situation is basically clear. This is Brooklyn, New York, USA. The time is now in December 1941. During the Second World War, the European battlefield was in full swing. Just a few days ago, Japan just sneaked. The US attacked Pearl Harbor, and the United States officially entered the war. Shenmue couldn't help sighing the magic of the encounter. He originally wanted to go to Los Angeles, but he didn't make it in reality. Instead, he first arrived in New York in another world, but it was more than 70 years away. After clarifying the current environment, Shenmue first found a hotel and stayed in with the money robbed from the two gangsters. In the following few days, Shenmue haunted libraries and bars every day, learning about the situation of this world, and his highly developed brain gave Shenmue a super intelligence and a very powerful ability to think and process information. Learning everything is very fast. In just a few days, Shenmue's English sounds no different from the locals. This morning, Shenmue came out of the hotel and bought a few newspapers from the newsstand at the door as usual. At this time, recruitment propaganda posters were posted everywhere in the streets and alleys, and the newspapers were all about war. The national patriotism was unprecedentedly high. A large number of young people enlisted in the army and went to the Pacific and European battlefields. This seems to be a world exactly like the Earth during World War II. Shenmue is now facing a problem. He is impossible to stay in this world and will go back sooner or later, but according to the information about space-time travel in Shenmue's mind, whether he stays in the other world how long, the original Earth time and space only passed for a moment. In other words, Shenmue will still appear in the tumbling cabin after returning, and still face the danger of life. Although the physical fitness has been improved this time, it is close to the limit of human beings, but it is still not enough to guarantee Shenmue survived the crash. Shenmue must find a way to improve his strength as soon as possible. Judging from Shenmue's experience during this period, The tempering between life and death should be the fastest way to improve his strength. In the case of other better methods, Chen Mo can only find a way to join the army and go to the battlefield, or the gang will be a good opponent. While Chen Mo was looking at the newspaper while considering whether to choose the police or the gangster, suddenly, Chen Mo's gaze was fixed, and a familiar name appeared in Chen Mo's sight. Stark Industries, the largest U.S. arms dealer, signed a new batch of weapons procurement contracts with the military yesterday. Chen Mo is certain that in reality, there was no large arms company called Stark in the United States during World War II. After further understanding, Chen Mo learned that Stark Industries was founded by American genius scientist Howard Stark. After this improvement, Chen Mo's memory can almost be remembered, as long as he concentrates. He can remember everything he has read again. Chen Mo can clearly recall most of the plots of the movie I have seen before. Combining the current time and the photos of Howard Stark in the newspaper that Chen Mo found, Chen Mo can basically conclude that it is the world of the movie Captain of America. And before the start of the plot, Red Skull John Schmidt has not yet received Tesseract, and Captain of the United States is still a thin, patriotic youth who has nowhere to serve the country. The power level of this world is not high. The most powerful American captain is just the fleshy body. It is stronger than the current Chen Mo. Not at all. Not at all is too strong and difficult. Rival enemy. But this world also has some good things. As for the improvement of ability, Chen Mo has more choices. After carefully recalling the plot of the movie in his mind, Chen Mo has a bold and crazy idea. This idea is unstoppable as soon as it emerges. Although the risk is great, the benefits of success will also be huge. As long as you are prepared and take each step well, the possibility of success is still great. Danger lurks within the riches and honor. Chen Mo decided to fight. To realize this idea, Chen Mo has a lot to do, but there is not much time left for him, so he must start acting immediately. But before that, Chen Mo needs to raise some travel expenses. My steel suit 4. That night, the headquarters and strongholds of multiple gangs in Brooklyn were stolen, and even the entire safe was disappeared, with losses ranging from thousands to tens of thousands of dollars. At this time, the average annual income of the Americans was less than $1,000, and the salary of a U.S. military pilot was only $150 a month, and the average soldier was only $50. The losses of these gangs were not disastrous. When a group of gangsters went crazy looking for thieves who stole their huge sums of money, our new serial thieves were opening a treasure box in the cargo hold of a cargo ship bound for Europe. The endurance of aircraft during this period was very poor. The 5,006,000 kilometers across the Atlantic Ocean to Europe were not reachable by aircraft at all, so the slow ship became Chen Mo's only choice. Of course, there was no identity certificate. Chen Mo chose to smuggle. Chen Mo discovered that since sneaking into Zhu Tanhao's villa, he has become more and more interested in playing the role of assassin and thief, and he has been doing well. Close to the limit of human beings, the strength, agility and perception that exceed the normal number of people, so that Chen Mo can easily sneak in without being discovered, plus the space can carry plenty of tools and weapons, and can easily take away a lot of things, make it more convenient for Chen Mo to sneak and assassinate and carry supplies. Of course, these all are objective conditions. In fact, it is mainly because Chen Mo likes to achieve his goals with the least cost. Recklessness is not Chen Mo's style. After opening the last safe, Chen Mo packed his tools and began to count the harvest. All the US dollars add up to more than 120,000, and there are a small amount of gold bars and jewelry, and drugs are also several kilograms. What surprised Chen Mo most was the 2M1911 pistols. This pistol has served in the U.S. Army for more than 70 years. It is a classic huge might pistol, with a large caliber of 11.43 mm. It brings unparalleled lethality, a magazine capacity of 7 rounds, and formidable power. Large, long range, stable performance, low failure rate. The disadvantage is that the weight is relatively large, The capacity of the magazine is small, and the recoil is large, which will affect the shooting accuracy. However, for Chen Mo, who is amazing and has the space to change the magazine in seconds, these are simply not problems. After more than 10 days, after a long voyage, the cargo ship finally arrived at the port of Liverpool, England. After so many days in the cargo hold, it was only at night to quietly get to the deck to breathe. This way, Chen Mo, it's not easy to hold back. Before it got dark, Chen Mo easily avoided the crew with his keen sense of hearing and perception, got off the boat quietly, and stopped a taxi outside the pier and went straight to the hotel. Chen Mo, who was alone, asked for the best suite with 2 bedrooms and a spacious living room. Through the windows, you can see the classic and beautiful streets of Liverpool and the vast coastline in the distance. Chen Mo went to the soft and wide bed and soon fell asleep. In the early morning, the fine sunlight sprinkled on Chen Mo's face through the curtains made of white veil. The warm feeling awakened him from his deep sleep. After a good night's sleep, Chen Mo only felt refreshed and stretched a long waist. Chen Mo got up and walked slowly to the window, opened the window, and a cold wind mixed in. The morning humidity blew in and Chen Mo was shocked. The time has come to January 1942, and Chen Mo, who was supposed to leave immediately, wandered leisurely on the streets of Liverpool. When World War II broke out, a group of Germans fled to Britain for refuge. Most of them were German elites. Among them were racially persecuted Jews, as well as communists and degenerate artists who were hated by Hitler. Among them are doctors, lawyers, businessmen, and artists, but in Britain, their identity is just a group of refugees from enemy countries. After they came to England, their life was not easy. First they worked as coolies to help the British build fortifications, and then they were dispatched to the deserted Dartmoor wasteland, where they struggled in dense fog and heavy rain. Get by. After experiencing some upheaval, out of fear of the Germany that swept Europe, the British government confined all these unstable elements to several small islands near Liverpool. Until the recent outbreak of the Pearl Harbor incident, nearly 30,000 Germans on the island were released. Most of them joined the British Army, but many remained in Liverpool. It's just that they are not very popular with the British from enemy countries. Most of them who cannot find a permanent job live on the streets and their lives are very difficult. Chen Mo can easily find someone in the square, old German artist who makes a living for other people's portraits. The old man's hair grey-white, wearing a dark grey suit that is somewhat shabby but very neat. The miserable life not at all crushes him, but makes him more calm and open-minded. Not at all the slightest bit of pain and suffering on his face, only to see through life, belittle the freedom and indifference of life and death. The old man sits on a broken wooden stool, holding a drawing board on his leg in one hand, a charcoal pen in one hand, and an old suitcase by his feet, which contains all his belongings. "Sir, do you want a portrait?" the old man asked with a gentle smile. "Why not?" Chen Mo walked to the stool in front of the old man and sat down. The old artist carefully observed Chen Mo, and the charcoal in his hand drew on the drawing board quickly, and he finished quickly a lifelike character sketch. I have to say that the old artist's painting skills are really superb, and Chen Mo's eyes and expressions are very vivid in a few simple strokes. Different from the past, Chen Mo's introverted edge, experienced killings, crashes, and space-time travel. Chen Mo's strength has been continuously improved, and his mentality has also changed. Let go of the constraints, and the whole person's temperament. He became fierce, his eyes were bright and deep, and his eyes were sharp. The whole person gave a feeling of showing off one's ability. After looking at the portrait painted by the old man, Chen Mo realized that he had made such a big change unconsciously. However, Chen Mo prefers the current freedom and joy of life, blindly restraining and hiding, conducive to the growth of strength. This is the real self, Chen Mo thought to himself as he looked at the aloof silhouette on the portrait. After Chen Mo explained his intentions, and offered a daily salary of $10, including room and board, the troubled old artist happily put away the drawing board, carried the suitcase, and happily followed Chen Mo and moved into the hotel. The old man's name is Eddie Albert. He is a painter and sculptor who is not very famous. He has been devoted to artistic creation all his life. He is neither married nor child. He is still alone in his 60s. Although the life of abundance and homelessness has given him more creative inspiration and life insights, his body is somewhat unsupported. Although he looked down on life and death, and was ready to die in a foreign land, Chen Mo's appearance still gave him a glimmer of hope, and he chose to catch it. He can see that Chen Mo is not an ordinary person. He has a very special temperament. Although he has read countless people, he has never seen it in other people. After returning to the hotel and arranging for Albert to stay in the other bedroom of the suite, Chen Mo took the old man to the best restaurant nearby and had a big meal. He was welcome to join. The old man's eating style is very elegant, which is completely unrecognizable that this is a down-and-out refugee, but more like an elegant nobleman. From this day, Chen Mo began to learn drawing, oil painting and sculpture from Albert. The developed brain and precise control of the body allowed Chen Mo to show his strong artistic talent. Albert taught earnestly and rigorously. It didn't take long for Chen Mo's painting and sculpture skills to reach a pretty good level. Albert is even more amazed by Chen Mo's language talent. Unlike English, which has a certain foundation, German is completely unfamiliar to Chen Mo. It is completely learned from scratch, but in just 1 month, Chen Mo has already said that Albert, a German, can't pick it out. There is something wrong. If these were only awe-inspiring words, then what happened next made him feel terrified. My steel suit 5. My steel suit 5. This afternoon, the two of them were sitting in the living room drinking coffee made by old Albert and listening to him explain some German human geography and customs. The door was lightly knocked. Chen Mo motioned to old Albert to sit, put down the cup, got up and opened the door. Outside the door, a young man holding 3 boxes, said with a slight smile to Chen Mo, "Sir, these are the clothes you made in our shop." A few days ago, Chen Mo took Albert to the nearby tailor shop and leather shoe store to order several sets of clothes and leather shoes, and left the address of the hotel. The leather shoes were delivered long ago, and the clothes were just made today. "It is good." Chen Mo let the young man into the house sideways, and pointed to the table in the living room. "Thanks for your hard work, just leave it there. Tip and send away happy as an apprentice in the tailor shop." Chen Mo returned to the table, 3 boxes, 1 big and 2 small, and handed him the box with Albert's name written on it. Chen Mo opened the box with his name, and the largest one was Chen Mo did not move. 2 black wool suits are neatly stacked in the box. The craftsmanship of the British tailor is very good, the materials are exquisite, and the workmanship is exquisite. Chen Mo looked at the dark grey in the hands of old Albert's suit, helpless, shook the head. "How about it, Eddie? Go back to the room and try it again to see how it differs from your original." "Fortunately, it's pretty good in Liverpool, but I still think that I was better," old Albert said solemnly, looking at the workmanship of the clothes. The old artist also has an arrogant side. He always insists that the clothes made by the tailors here are not good, and would rather continue to wear his own dark grey suit, which is somewhat shabby. So, he didn't plan to go at all. Chen Mo thought that he was out of preference for tailors in his own country, and didn't say much. He went back to the room with 2 boxes, 1 big and 1 small. "Close the door." Chen Mo put the suit box aside and opened the larger box. Checked the contents. Chen Mo was satisfied and nodded. Leaving a set of clothes, Chen Mo put the other things back, and put the box into the space. When Albert put on a new dress and returned to the living room, the sight in front of him made him stunned and almost screamed in surprise. The other Albert is sitting on the sofa and looking at him, with the same clothes and the same looks. Albert feels that his brain is not enough. However, the old man who has experienced the vicissitudes of life quickly calmed down, solemnly asked, "Who are you? How do you appear here? Who are you? How do you appear here?" It seems like a recording playback. Albert on the sofa spoke. His voice was exactly the same as his own. Old Eddie's brain was more confused, but the whole person became more defensive, and his eyes began to become sharp. Seeing that the innocent old Albert was bluffed by himself, It was time to draw his sword and face each other. Chen Mo smiled and took off the mask on his head. Ha ha. How about, Eddie, I did it like you, does it look like it? Chen Mo threw the mask over, and the old Albert, who came back to his senses from the sudden change of the situation, was a little frantic. I took the mask and turned it carefully. What is this thing made of? It looks the same as their real thing. I was completely fooled by you just now. Silicone, wig, and there are pigments. It took me a lot of effort and tried many times to make it. Silica gel was invented as early as the end of the 19th century, and the craftsmanship at this time was very mature. With the careful modification of Chen Mo, no, you can't find the difference if you touch it by hand. It's amazing. But what's the matter with your voice? Why is it exactly like me? Albert thought of another question. It's very simple. Just control the vocal cords to change the pronunciation area, adjust the way of speaking in the mouth and nasal cavity. In reality, many impersonators can imitate the celebrities as fake, which is very powerful for the body. Chen Mo is even more not a problem. Chen Mo stayed in Liverpool for a month, and time entered February 1942, it was time to leave. This morning, Chen Mo quietly left the hotel in the thick fog. He left $10,000 on the table in the living room for the old Albert. For a short time, Chen Mo was rigorous about this. The generous and open-minded old man is very fond of him. His careful teaching has also helped Chen Mo a lot, and he is naturally willing to help him. This money is nothing to Chen Mo, but it was a huge sum of money at the time, enough for the old Albert to survive the rest of his life. It's just a pity that I can't drink the coffee made by old Albert himself. Chen Mo shook the head a little bit reluctantly, and left Liverpool with these regrets. March 1942. Tunsberg, Norway. On the outskirts of the remote town sits an ancient and a simple church with the tomb of the Norwegian royal family. At this time, Norway has been occupied by Germany, but the night in this remote town is still quiet and peaceful. Unfortunately, this tranquility was quickly broken. It was 3 stories high, and huge tanks with several dozen meters long roared into the town. Where the tracks were crushed, the neat slabs shattered. The surrounding houses all vibrated. The giant steel rare beast-like tank drove through the small square inches the town and drove all the way to the church. It slammed straight into the gate. The tall and heavy wooden gate, together with the surrounding stone walls, collapsed. The smoke dissipated and the scene inside was revealed. In a small space, there are several thick grey stone pillars standing up to support the circular vault of the church. All around walls are carved with ancient mysterious murals, and a heavy and simple sarcophagus is placed in the middle of the church. There is only an old man with a grey beard in the church, and a civilian who is silent under the collapsed stone. A team of soldiers filed in from the collapsed gate. 6 of them quickly took up positions in all corners, armed with guns. Captain led the remaining 3 soldiers to the sarcophagus and tried to open the sarcophagus. A domineering black 6-wheeled off-road sports car slowly stopped in front of the church. A tall and cold silhouette walked out of the car, and the bright black military boots stepped on the hard stone pavement and issued the sound of DA, and DA was heavy and suppressed. A black military uniform windbreaker, majestic and depression force. His cold face was slightly stiff, and his cold eyes revealed a trace of tyranny and madness. The officer walked into the church slowly, and the soldiers inside quickly stood at attention and saluted. It took me a long time to find here. I really have to praise you. There was no expression on the officer's cold face. Help him up. The old man pulled up, facing this sudden change. The old man appeared a little panicked. I think you are a very visionary person. We are very similar, the officer said as he helped the old man tidy up the messy clothes, but the voice without the slightest emotion made people feel chills. We are not alike at all. Although he was flustered, the old man was not afraid to give in. Really? But what other people regard as superstition, but you and I think it is science. The officer looked into the old man's eyes and said, what you are looking for does not exist. The old man's voice trembled. Then why bother to hide? Seemingly impatient, the officer took off his hat and handed it to his men, and walked to the sarcophagus. Push both hands on the lid of the coffin and push it hard. The sarcophagus that the previous soldiers could not move with all their strength was easily pushed aside by the officer. As the heavy lid fell to the ground, the contents inside all revealed. My steel suit 6. My steel suit 6. In the sarcophagus is a decayed bone. It has a long sword on its body and a transparent crystal cube in its hand. Suddenly, the officer's eyes shrank suddenly, and the sarcophagus was filled with explosives. Besides these, the officer just pushed aside the sarcophagus. His body was lying on the sarcophagus. There was no time to react. The explosive exploded. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the whole church shook violently, and strong fire and smoke spewed out from the church. Despite trying to escape, he was blown up. The sarcophagus burst open instantly, and the flames of the explosion swallowed him instantly. The stiff face shattered under the tongue of fire, revealing the red skin below. Immediately after the powerful shock wave lifted him out, he also tore the mask completely, and a scarlet skull face was completely revealed. Amazingly, it is the biggest villain boss in the movie, the leader of the mysterious organization Hydra, Red Skull John Schmidt. Red Skull fell heavily to the ground, and the exploded formidable power carrier's sarcophagus fragments exploded a mess on his body. Blood poured out continuously from the wound and quickly gathered under his body. A pool of blood. As soon as the firelight dissipated, a silhouette suddenly fell from the top of the church, shwa, swa, and while the silver light flashed, 2 flying knives made of steel essence were shot at the Red Skull, eyes and throat. Originally hit by the explosion, the Red Skull lying on the ground motionless suddenly rolled over and escaped the fatal attack. But maybe it was injured too badly in the explosion. Although it escaped the critical point, it was still the flying knife was shot in the neck, and blood gurgled out. The Red Skull, which was barely supported, only felt that his brain was more dizzy. The large amount of blood loss and the intense dizziness and weakness brought by the explosion made him unable to stand up at all, supporting him on the ground with both hands. A hideous scarlet skull face fiercely looked towards that silhouette standing in front of him. It was this person who set a trap and wanted to put himself to death, and he was about to succeed. At this glance, Red Skull startled. The person in front of him is wearing the same clothes as him, black military uniform, windbreaker, and high leather boots. The most terrifying thing is that even his face is the same as before. He's exactly the same. Red Skull reacted immediately. The man in front of him wanted to kill himself and replace him. Unfortunately, even if he understands it, it will not help. Chen Mo, disguised as a Red Skull, throws 2 throwing knives in the past. Chen Mo has planned this for a long time. How could he give him a chance to come back? Red Skull is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Faced with a sharply fired knife, trying to avoid it, there is a strong dizziness in the brain. Under the sluggish movement, the flying knife was shot into the eye socket in an instant, and the 20 centimeters long flying knife fell into nearly half and directly pierced the brain. This world's biggest villain boss just came out and was killed by Chen Mo without saying a few words. In fact, it's not that the Red Skull is too weak, but that Chen Mo relied on his familiarity with the plot. Unintentionally, he set up a trap of law. Schmidt couldn't expect that, in the remote church where Tesseract was hidden. He had tried his best to find a bomb trap for him. That's it. He couldn't directly to kill him. Chen Mo took advantage of his serious injury and tried his best to take advantage of him. It took 2 rounds of throwing knives to solve him. With a deep resentment, Red Skull's body fell heavily to the ground, arousing dust, and a generation of formidable person ended. In the future, Chen Mo will write for him. As early as Chen Mo discovered that Howard_Stark in the newspaper was exactly the same as the image in the movie, he boldly speculated that the other main characters should be the same. Chen Mo, who clearly understood the plot, came up with this bold idea: just kill Red Skull and replace it. Chen Mo made full preparations for this. He drew sketches of custom-made clothes according to his memory, learned German, imitated sounds, made masks, and even if he looked different, Chen Mo could also wear another prepared Red Skull mask. In just a short period of time, Chen Mo hid upstairs and observed quietly. He has mastered Schmidt's voice and tone. Who would have thought that they would worship leaders like gods in such a short time, and was killed and replaced? In contrast, they would rather believe his skeleton face. Chen Mo checked the Red Skull body into the space again. Everyone in the church was dead, and no one would know what happened just now. The smoke and dust of the explosion gradually dispersed, and a group of Hydra soldiers rushed in quickly. Seeing Chen Mo standing in the field, one by one stood at attention and saluted immediately. No one asked what happened just now. Red Skull has a lot of power in Hydra, he doesn't say. No one dares to ask, they just need to execute the order. Chen Mo was satisfied and nodded. Schmidt drained Hydra well and saved him a lot of things. Ignoring these soldiers, Chen Mo turned around and looked at the church. The violent explosion made a mess of the church, and the murals on the walls were torn apart. For fear of bombing the Red Skull enhanced by the undead serum, Chen Mo put all the explosives stolen from the nearby German barracks a few days ago into the sarcophagus. It turns out that Chen Mo's caution is not at all wrong, so the violent explosion only blasted him into serious injuries and was able to avoid Chen Mo's throwing knife. I have to say that the strengthening of the body by the serum is really very powerful, and Chen Mo is more looking forward to the serum. In front of the mural of World Tree, Chen Mo found the giant snake Nihok, who was entrenched at the root of the tree, pressed its eyes, and with a click, a wooden box popped out. Chen Mo slowly opened the box, and a dazzling blue rays of light shot out of the box. There is a blue cube in the box. The dazzling rays of light are emitted from it. The cube is shining. It seems that there is endless starry sky in it. It is beautiful and gorgeous, and it seems to contain endless. The profound mystery makes people fall into it and can't bear to look away. This is Tesseract with endless energy and space power. Chen Mo came back to his senses from the shock, and when he saw it, it was far more shocking than in the movie, worthy of the legendary god's treasure. Putting away the box, Chen Mo turned and walked out. Suddenly, a silver light flashed in the corner of his eye. Chen Mo turned his head to look and saw that at the corner of the wall, a silver long sword was deeply inserted into the stone pillar. The tip of the sword penetrated the pillar and exposed from the back, reflecting under the firelight with silver light. Walking to the stone pillar, Chen Mo grasped the hilt of the sword and drew it hard. With a sound of shua, the sword was pulled out of the stone pillar, and the sword body buzzed in the air, crisp and long. This sword, Chen Mo, if I remember correctly, should be the king's saber buried in the sarcophagus, but the original rusty surface fell off in the explosion, revealing the true content inside, which was actually a light sharp sword. This is a two-handed broadsword. The blade length is close to 1 meter, the handle is more than 20 centimeters long, the crossguard, the round carved counterweight, the blade is wide and sharp. I don't know what material it is made of. Yes, the weight is much heavier than ordinary two-handed swords, but it is very smooth for Chen Mo. Chen Mo slashed towards the stone pillar with a sword in his hand. The long and silver sword slashed through the grey stone pillar and cut it off easily. It seems that this king's saber is not an ordinary funerary. It should also have some origins out of the ordinary, so I have time to study it. Successfully replaced the Red Skull, also got Tesseract, and had an unexpected harvest. Chen Mo walked out of the chaotic church contentedly. Looking at the huge war tank of Steel Fortress in front of him, Chen Mo has to admire that Hydra's technological level is really beyond this era. In many aspects, it is difficult to match modern times, but now all of this will belong to me. Previous Chen Mo focused all his energy on the improvement of his own ability, ignoring the role of power. It was not until Chen Jing severely injured Chen Mo that he woke up. The strength of one's own power is fundamental, which is correct. But when one is not strong enough to do as one pleases and frighten everyone, power can better help him achieve this goal. If Chen Mo had a certain influence at the time, how could Zhu Tanhao dare to do that? So the idea of forming one's own power has long taken root in Chen Mo's heart, which is the main reason why Chen Mo can come up with the idea to replace Red Skull. Being in control of Hydra, whether it is for the next plan, or the formation of own forces after returning to the real world, it will be of great help. My Steel Suit 7. My Steel Suit 7. Withdrawing his thoughts, Chen Mo came to the Red Skull's car. This is a 6-wheel off-road sports car built by Hydra's Trop Black technology. Its dark appearance is thick and domineering. The slender and streamlined body contains surging power and amazing speed. It strengthens the chassis and 6-wheel drive. Let it have both good off-road capabilities. Opening the door, Chen Mo took the wooden box with Tesseract and the long sword into the back seat. "You, soldier, can you drive?" Chen Mo asked a soldier next to him. The selected soldier looked at Chen Mo with enthusiasm. He was obviously a poor creature brainwashed by the Red Skull. Hearing Chen Mo's question, he loudly shouted excitedly, "Yes, sir." Chen Mo was satisfied and nodded. "Very good, then you come to drive and return to the base." Chen Mo, who didn't know the road, sat in the back seat leisurely. A Hydra soldier drove back to the Hydra base in Norway. Hydra's Norwegian base is located in the Scandinavian mountain range southeast part. The terrain is difficult and easy to defend and difficult to attack. After entering the mountain, the car returned to the base through a hidden road hidden in the jungle. The car stopped in front of the base building. Chen Mo handed the wooden box to the soldier and got out of the car with his long sword. "Send to my office." Following the Hydra soldier leading the way, Chen Mo returned to Red Skull Schmidt's office and motioned for the soldier to put the box on the table. Chen Mo looked at the Hydra soldier who was leading him by car. This is a typical German youth, blonde, blue-eyed, tall and strong, with a young face full of admiration and fanaticism. He can get close to the admired leader Red Skull. He obeyed his instructions. His service made him feel extremely honored and proud. "Tell me your name, soldier," Chen Mo asked in the deep voice of the Red Skull. "John Wolf." "Sir." The young soldier replied excitedly and was able to be asked his name by the leader. This was the greatest affirmation of himself. "Very well, John, you will be my guard from now on." Chen Mo doesn't know this place now. It is much more convenient for someone to drive the road. According to Chen Mo's observation, the soldier John is a pure soldier, only knows to obey orders and adores the Red Skull. Even if there are some abnormal behaviors, he will not be suspected. Dismissed the excited soldier John, Chen Mo began to look through the documents in Schmidt's office one by one. After a period of understanding and careful temptation, especially with the unreserved trust and assistance of Soldier John, Chen Mo has basically grasped the situation of the base and is no longer a black eye. The true strength of Hydra is also fully displayed in front of Chen Mo. As a secret scientific research organization in the hands of ambitious Red Skull Schmidt, Hydra has been developed for many years and is not just a scientific research organization, except for the core research department and secret bases distributed in European countries. Hydra also has a huge intelligence system and a powerful mechanized legion. And Hydra is actually more like a religion inside. All things are decided by Red Skull in one word. No one dares to dispute. Each base is mainly used as a production and R&D base for weapons of war such as armored vehicles, tanks, and aircraft, and a large number of mechanized troops are deployed. The weapons manufactured by Hydra are much more technologically advanced than the United States. The soldiers have a firm belief in fierce and unafraid of death, so the battle strength of Hydra's troops is also very powerful. Nevertheless, according to the original plot, Hydra's many bases in Europe were still completely destroyed under the attack of the Roaring Commando led by Captain of the United States. It can also be seen that the strength of the super soldier serum will affect the individual battle strength is superior to the army. Even if there is no US captain, the Allies are impossible to let Hydra go. The only difference is the price paid. Chen Mo does not intend to lead Hydra to fight the entire world. He is not Red Skull, nor Hitler. He has no ambition to rule the entire world, and with Hydra's power, it is not enough to fight the entire world. Chen Mo was not so frantic that he tried to blow up cities all over the world like Red Skull. He is just a passerby here. All he does is to increase his strength, to deal with the crisis of the real world, and to better build his own power in the real world. Under the union of many world powers, Hitler's failure is sooner or later, and Hydra can't escape the fate of being hidden after being hit hard. Since Chen Mo doesn't plan to fight hard, naturally he has other plans. In the base control center, Chen Mo carefully looked at the map of Norway on the wall. Norway is located at the northernmost point of Europe, in the western part of Scandinavia, with a long and winding coastline from north to south. Norway, with its superior geographical location, has a weak national power, a simple domestic situation and a population of less than 3 million. With the strength of Hydra, it can easily control the entire country. In secret, the Scandinavian mountain range runs through the whole of Norway, bordering the Atlantic Ocean to the west and the Arctic Ocean to the north. The mountains are steep, some areas are covered by glaciers, and the west is steep and close to the coast. There are many fjords, connecting with the Atlantic Ocean, hidden and hard to find. It is a good place to build a base. Chen Mo, Hydra's existing base, is ready to give up more than half of the power, and only retain the 3 most concealed and strategically located bases, including the Alps headquarters, and to re-establish a more concealed and also a larger underground base connected to the Atlantic Ocean. With the defeat of Germany, Hydra's many bases in Europe will soon be unprotected. Rather than being destroyed by the Allies, it is better to give up and preserve its strength. Although the current Norwegian base is built on a mountain, it is close to the southern part and not facing the sea. It does not have sufficient strategic depth and is not sufficiently hidden. After dispatching manpower to conduct field surveys, Chen Mo chose a steep mountain with an altitude of more than 1,800 meters near the west coast in the northern part of the mountain range. The east is covered with snow-covered mountains, the west is high cliffs, and the fjords are deep. The base will be built in the depths of the mountain, using several hundred meters thick mountain to hide and protect the base. In addition to the concealed submarine and ship channel under the cliff in the fjord and the aircraft channel hidden in the mountain wall, there will be several deep. The secret passage of several dozen meters underground connects to hidden places in the distance for personnel and materials to enter and exit. This top-secret base will serve as the new Hydra headquarters, accommodating the core departments and the most of the military forces of the Hydra organization. Its scale will far exceed other bases, and the entire project will be very large. The location was selected, a large amount of resources and equipment began to be mobilized, a large number of capable personnel were selected and went secretly to the depths of the northern mountain range, and the construction of the top-secret base was in full swing. At this time, Chen Mo met at the Base Control Center Zola Court Academician, the chief scientist of Hydra, an expert in biology and machinery, and the right-hand man of Red Skull Schmidt, who came from the Alps headquarters. Of course, now he is Chen Mo's subordinate. Have all the equipment been shipped? Zola Court Academician. Chen Mo, who was sitting behind the desk, asked coldly. All the equipment for studying Tesseract has arrived, and the others will be delivered soon. Zola Court Academician stood in the field, a little at a loss. He felt that he hadn't seen him for a while, and came out to look for Tesseract's Schmidt seems to have become even more elusive. Then start your research. I hope to see the results as soon as possible. Don't let me wait too long. Chen Mo's low and cold voice passed into Zola Court Academician's ears, making him some shuddered. Yes. I'll go right away. Zola Court Academician said, turning around and going out. You forgot about this. Chen Mo pushed the box on the table forward and said in a cold voice, but he was a little helpless in his heart. Did he pretend to be too much? Zola Court Academician is himself the most important scientific research talent under his staff. He is not courageous. It is not good to be frightened. Chen Mo tried to put Tesseract into the space, but found that it couldn't fit in at all. It may be because it contains a very powerful space force, which exceeds the carrying capacity of the space. Further research can only bring Zola Court Academician to come. In the original plot, he successfully transformed the energy of Tesseract and developed an energy weapon. After Zola Court Academician walked out holding the box, Chen Mo picked up a document on the desk with the words Super Soldier Plan on the cover. This is what Chen Mo is most concerned about right now, and it is related to Chen Mo's safety after returning to the real world. My steel suit 8. During this period, Chen Mo used the equipment at the base to test his various abilities. After the explosion of potential in the last crash, Chen Mo's physical fitness has improved again and he has approached humanity. The limit: strength 500 kilograms, speed 100 meters 9.1 seconds, and can maintain this speed for a long time. The extreme speed of a short burst can reach 19 meters per second, and can jump 3 meters high without a run-up. The distance to meter away, the strength of the skeleton and the recovery speed are 4 times that of ordinary people. In terms of reaction speed, Chen Mo can even see the trajectory of the bullet. Although the body cannot completely avoid the bullet, it is still possible to avoid the vital points. Although Chen Mo's abilities are not at all beyond the limits of humans, after all abilities have reached the limits of humans, the comprehensive strength displayed is amazing. At the same time, he has great strength and rapid speed. Chen Mo's explosive power is far beyond imagination. The super skeleton and physical strength also ensure that Chen Mo can give full play, without worrying about the body being unable to bear it. With Chen Mo's current strength, it is slightly weaker than the serum-enhanced American captain. It stands to reason that it should be enough to deal with a general crash. In the movie, the American captain survived a crash on the Arctic glacier. But Chen Mo is still very dissatisfied. The crash in the movie was a forced landing in the snow. The entire aircraft body was complete, but the situation Chen Mo had to face was much more dangerous. The plane was torn to pieces by the sea and completely disintegrated, and it was still tumbling at high speed at sea. Chen Mo needed more strength to ensure that he could survive even worse conditions. So Super Soldier Serum is what Chen Mo needs most now. According to the original plot, Hydra's high-level agents lurking in the United States were intercepted by the newly enhanced U.S. captain while escaping with serum. The operation failed to bring the serum back, and killed the invention of serum. After the artist Abraham Erskine caught a mission, the serum could no longer be produced, and Captain of the United States became the only super soldier. After this period of organizational adjustment and personnel transfer, Hydra has been basically controlled by Chen Mo, and various construction and research have been on the right track. In order to get the vital super soldier serum and for the next longer-term plan, Chen Mo decided to go out himself. But the time to leave this time will not be too short. In order to prevent an accident in Hydra, Chen Mo spent several months to strengthen his control over Hydra. Many restless people were dealt with in secret, and their position was not the steadfast ones were also sent to bases around Europe to be abandoned. Of course, no one except Chen Mo knew that these bases all over Europe would be abandoned. All those who stay in Norway are die-hard cults of the Red Skull. When Chen Mo tested his abilities, the guarding soldiers even witnessed Chen Mo's superhuman abilities. Chen Mo could feel it. After that, a group of Hydra soldiers looked towards him with more fanatical eyes, and Chen Mo sometimes felt that he was a god. So far, after Chen Mo's cleaning and reorganization, Hydra is completely in his hands, and the power of Hydra is truly used by Chen Mo. During this time, Chen Mo himself was not idle. There were many weapons and firearms in Hydra base. Chen Mo used his free time to practice spear art, pistols, assault rifles and sniper gun. Chen Mo there are exercises. With Chen Mo's learning ability, perception and control ability, learning spear art has made rapid progress. After a period of practice, I quickly mastered the mastery. Spear art is not weaker than the sharpshooter in the military. The pistol that Chen Mo focuses on practice in close range and complex battles, as well as Chen Mo's favorite sneak attack, the pistol is more flexible and practical. There is room for it. Changing the magazine is only an instant. The continuity of firepower is almost unlimited. The M1911 pistol Chen Mo obtained from the New York gang is very easy to use, with large formidable power and stable performance. With Chen Mo's spear art, moving targets within an effective range of 50 meters can accurately hit the key. So, in addition to the flying knife, Chen Mo's space has a bunch of guns and munitions. The flying knife Chen Mo did not put down either. Speaking of silent assassinations, the flying knife is much easier to use than a pistol, and it is not just a flying knife, but also a knife and fork. chopsticks, pens, coins and even branches. Chen Mo can turn into a murder weapon in his hands. With the increase in strength, the original flying knives are a bit too light for Chen Mo. After the space is expanded, there is no need to consider the size. Chen Mo asked people to make a new batch of flying knives with special alloys. It is 25 centimeters long, 3 centimeters wide, 5 millimeters thick, and weighs 200 grams. Whether it is throwing or using it as a dagger, it is more comfortable to use than the original flying knife, and the formidable power is much larger. Chen Mo, who was very satisfied with the new flying knives, made hundreds of them and put them in a space together with the arms. The longsword Chen Mo in the sarcophagus also sent people to investigate. After consulting a lot of historical data, the intelligence section concluded that this sword is likely to be the legendary King Arthur's sword. The Sword of the King is also called the Sword of Broken Steel because of its sharp edge, which cuts iron like mud. It is a symbol of heroic power and represents dominance and destruction. According to the legend, King Arthur's sword in the stone was broken in battle. Later, with the help of the mage Merlin, he obtained the sword from Goddess in the lake. Before King Arthur died, he ordered Knight Bedwell of the Round Table to throw the sword into the lake. Bedwell was reluctant to throw it away, so he lied that he had thrown the sword away. After King Arthur gave the third order, he reported that he had been thrown into the lake, and King Arthur closed his eyes and died. This sword is very consistent with the description in the history books in terms of style, pattern, and characteristics. It is very likely that Bedwell did not at all put it into the lake at that time, or someone later took it from the lake, was salvaged, and eventually fell into the hands of the Norwegian royal family. Now this legendary king's sword has fallen into Chen Mo's hands. I have to say that this sword is worthy of a legendary sacred sword. It's no exaggeration to describe it as a sharpened iron, with thick thighs. The steel pillar was easily cut off by Chen Mo with a strong wave. The blade was unscathed, and he deserved the name of breaking steel. Zola Court Academician has studied its material. It is not any element existing on the earth. It is very likely that a meteorite from outside the sky fell into the lake and was forged by Master Merlin. The performance of this kind of meteorite material is very powerful. The hardness, toughness and sharpness of the sword are very high, far exceeding all current alloys. Chen Mo speculates that this is likely to be a special metal similar to vibranium and Edmund alloy, and possibly even stronger. In short, Chen Mo likes this Sword of the King of Unexpected Harvest very much. It cuts the iron like mud, and it is easy to use. In addition to the flying knife, Chen Mo's weaponry has a cold weapon. September 1942, Brooklyn, New York. In the early morning, pedestrians on the streets suddenly discovered that there was an extra Chinese dojo in the roadside building. New York's Chinatown is in Manhattan, and Chinese dojos are basically all in Manhattan. The newly opened dojo in Brooklyn has attracted the attention of many people, with curiosity, doubt, malice and greed. This is a single-family 3-story building with a large area and close to the street. It is of great value. Now the whole building has been transformed into a dojo, which shows that Hall Master's financial resources are strong. In Brooklyn, a Chinese with a lot of wealth is undoubtedly a fat sheep in the eyes of many people. Why do Chinese people like to stay in Chinatown? It's not because of Americans' discrimination and suppression of Chinese. As New York's worst public security, Brooklyn, this situation will undoubtedly be more serious. Many people are secretly watching go here. In the dojo at this time, Chen Mo is fighting against a few robust men in worn-out cloth jackets in the practice room. The skills of several people are obviously much better than Chen Mo, but they have been pressed and beaten by Chen Mo. The difference in strength makes them unable to use them. As Chen Mo blocked the opponent's punch to his abdomen, before the opponent retreated, he knocked him to the ground with a punch. At this time, no one can stand except Chen Mo. My Steel Suit 9. My Steel Suit 9. Your kung fu is not bad, you can stay in dojo. Chen Mo sorted out some messy clothes and said to the people lying on the ground, you can stay here as soon as you hear it, and a few people can't help being overjoyed. I don't care what status you are in China, from now on, you are the dojo's teaching. In my place, you must abide by my rules." At this point, Chen Mo, solemnly looking at them, said solemnly, "I don't want one day. I personally drove someone out. These people are all boxers who smuggled from China to the United States to escape the war and would not say English, except for kung fu, has no skill, so I can only make a living by working hard at the dock." In order to improve his fighting skills, Chen Mo specially recruited a group of boxers who had just arrived in the United States and were worrying about their livelihoods, and selected 4 of them with the best kung fu. After all, it will be his own hand in the future. Chen Mo still has a sense of measure. Several people quickly stood up and saluted Chen Mo, cup one fist in the other hand, looking towards his eyes full of respect and gratitude. "Many thanks, Hall Master, for taking in." "Hall Master, don't worry, I will not let Hall Master down." Several people's answers were loud and loud. These boxers can also be regarded as local figures in China. They are somewhat proud of themselves, but the experience they have experienced during their time in the United States has long allowed them to let go of their arrogance. They can live in this war-torn world to fill the belly of themselves and their families. They are already content. Chen Mo can take them in when they are the most difficult and helpless. They are their benefactors. The martial cultivator emphasizes the most affection, and the grace of dripping water will reciprocate. "I am so grateful that I can't help myself in return." Furthermore, the martial artist took martial arts as honor. Chen Mo is so young, his strength is far above them. Although his skills are a bit rough, but only a little longer, he will become stronger, reaching the level they can only look up to. How can they be dissatisfied with respect? Looking at the expressions of several boxers, Chen Mo was satisfied and nodded. They were all true-tempered men, but they were worthy of use. There are 3 levels of dojo. The 3rd floor is Chen Mo's private area. Others can't go up casually. The 1st floor is used as an open area, including the lobby, exercise room, ring, dressing room and rest area. Several boxers are arranged in several rooms on the 2nd floor. This place is much better than the dirty and run-down slum they live in. Several boxers looked at the spacious and comfortable room in front of them, and there was an inexplicable warmth in their hearts, and they felt hot. Xun's eyes are a little red. Able to be just and honorable to open a dojo in New York, Chen Mo is naturally no longer a black house, and the problem of identity is actually very easy to solve. Hydra has many spies lurking in every country in the world, many of whom are in high positions. Before leaving Norway, Chen Mo posted his real photo and fabricated identity. A new identity has been arranged for him, and even the US government could not find any problems. At the same time, within Hydra, Chen Mo also arranged for himself a new identity, Red Skull's new assistant, a kung fu expert from China. This time he will cooperate with Red Skull to complete a secret mission in the United States. Of course, his identity is strictly confidential. After coming to New York, Chen Mo turned into a rich Chinese man who came to the United States to escape the war. He bought an entire building at a high price in Brooklyn and opened a dojo. Red Skull temporarily disappeared from Hydra's vision. Hydra's affairs were temporarily taken over by his assistant Chen Mo for remote command. The base was in charge of Zolakort Academician and the new guard Major Captain John. The adoration and awe of the Red Skull have already penetrated into the bones of everyone in Hydra. No one will have any objection to his orders. Their mission is to follow the will of the leader Red Skull and complete the Red Skull order. After Chen Mo's cleaning of his mission, there was no other sound. The short disappearance of the Red Skull does not at all make Hydra have any chaos. The base construction and various researches are proceeding step by step. Zolakort Academician's research on Tesseract has also made progress. Out of the practice room, Chen Mo walked to the sofa by the window and sat down, and took the towel from the old steward who was standing aside. "Eddie, are you accustomed to living here?" Chen Mo wiped his hands and handed the towel to steward, while standing in front of Chen Mo, wearing a dark gray suit that fits. A neat and tidy old man with white hair and a gentle and kind expression on his face is indeed Eddie Albert, who taught Chen Mo German and painting in Liverpool for a month. "It's very nice here, the bed in the room is very comfortable," old Albert said in his gentle voice. Before Chen Mo came to the United States, he remembered the old Albert who stayed in Liverpool. As the only person in this world who is a friend of Chen Mo still has some concerns. He went to Liverpool and found old Albert, who was still helping people paint in the square. Although Chen Mo gave $10,000, Albert's life has not at all changed too much. In addition to renting a cheap house and getting a place to settle, he also helped some compatriots who have a difficult life. I still go to the square every day to help people draw, but my life is guaranteed and my body is much better. I often think of the young man who helped him and gave him hope. When Chen Mo appeared in front of him again, old Albert's hand that was painting could not help but shook, almost drawing crooked. Looking at the young man in front of him who was smiling and looking at him, the old Albert, who had always been reserved, couldn't help but smile. "Sir, do you want a portrait?" old Albert asked with a smile. "Why not?" Staying with old Albert, Chen Mo felt that he was relaxed. He didn't need to think about any precautions and plot against, so he could relax temporarily and enjoy it. Live and feel the humanistic customs of old Europe. This is the feeling of trust. Although he has not been together for a long time, Chen Mo understands Albert's personality. He is serious and rigorous, optimistic and open-minded, kind and honest. He is a worthy person. Dear old man, who has gone through too many hardships, made him look down on life and death, calm. The only time Chen Mo saw him gaffes, or the time Chen Mo pretended to be himself, remembered the suspicion of old Albert at the time. The expression of life, Chen Mo couldn't help but curl up. When old Albert finished his work, he began to paint Chen Mo. "Eddie, I am going to New York. Do you want to go with me?" Chen Mo sat on a wooden chair, keeping his posture still. Old Albert was holding a paintbrush and sketching on the drawing board. Hearing this couldn't help but paused, and he muttered before saying, "Are you covered with food and lodging?" Chen Mo is always amused by the little sense of humor that old Eddie has from time to time. Normally, he who is a strict gentleman occasionally makes a joke. Whether it is funny or not, Chen Mo can't help but laugh. It was here that the old Albert was hired by Chen Mo with a daily salary of 10 yuan, including room and board. Of course, the daily salary is 10 yuan, including board and lodging. Chen Mo smiled and replied, "Congratulations, from today, you have an excellent steward." Old Albert put down his paintbrush and stood up, bowing gracefully. It turned out that Albert was born in an aristocratic family in East Prussia, Germany. He received aristocratic education from a young age. He was very talented in painting. After the First World War, Albert, who had fallen in his family, had to make a living, from a young master of aristocrats to steward of the great aristocrats. Until the noble lord passed away, Albert, who was nearly 40 years old, decided to leave the castle and pursue his dream bravely and become an artist. Even he himself didn't expect to go around, but he eventually returned to his old career and became a steward. But he can't think of anything else that he can help Chen Mo. He has basically learned his own ability. Now he has this strength. He can help Chen Mo take care of the logistics and take care of his life, living. But my life can be regarded as wonderful. I have enjoyed the luxurious life of aristocrats, experienced the vicissitudes of the world, bravely pursued my dreams, and experienced the pains and hardships of eating and sleeping. Maybe Chen Mo will bring him a more exciting second half of his life. My Steel Suit 10. My Steel Suit 10. After the opening of dojo for many days, no one came to learn martial arts. Chen Mo was not in a hurry. He learned and competed with a few boxers every day. The former Chen Mo did not have this condition. Modern society truly there are already very few martial cultivators. Several boxers can be regarded as expert in modern times. It is not easy to find one, let alone practice with several boxers. With the enrichment of actual combat experience and the accumulation of fighting skills, Chen Mo's fighting ability has rapidly improved, and his battle strength has become stronger and stronger. Several boxers looked towards Chen Mo's vision, also more admired. According to the characteristics of his own power and speed far beyond ordinary people, Chen Mo combined various fighting skills, learned from the strengths of others, and gradually formed his own fighting style. creating a set of fighting skills most suitable for him. The martial arts of several boxers are mostly good at solo fights, using the weak to defeat the strong, and their moves are exquisite, but many of them are not suitable for combos, grappling, unloading, 4 or 2 strokes. Chen Mo, and the killing efficiency is relatively low, unable to quickly kill a large number of enemies. Chen Mo's physical strength is much stronger than that of ordinary people. In many cases, he doesn't need too much skill. It is simple and direct. It is easy to open and close. The kung fu on the battlefield is actually more suitable for him. However, Chen Mo still learned a lot from the boxers, such as attacks on vital points of the human body, offensive and forceful techniques, dodge and fast-moving techniques, etc., which are very useful to him at present. Chen Mo abandons some complicated and sophisticated moves and turns the complex into simple. The moves are swift and violent, and they attack the key points. With Chen Mo's powerful power and speed beyond ordinary people, the formidable power is amazing. After his own set of fighting skills is basically mature, Chen Mo also learned some of the fighting, grappling, and unloading skills that he temporarily gave up. Although Chen Mo's physical fitness is hard to meet in this world, these skills are basically not used, but if you are not sure, you will encounter more powerful opponents in the future. It is not suitable to blindly fight and advance up. Furthermore, the continuous learning and discussion with boxers also allows Chen Mo to calmly deal with the enemies who are good at skills, and will not be used by them using the weak to defeat the strong. This evening, Chen Mo did not continue training after dinner, but returned to the study on the 3rd floor. Picking up a piece of information on the desk, Chen Mo looked down and turned it over. This is the information of Steve Rogers sent by Chen Mo to investigate, including his files, resumes, family and friends. Recent experiences and places often haunted are recorded in detail in the data. Steve Rogers was born on July 4, 1918 in Brooklyn, New York. His father was a soldier in the 107th Infantry Regiment. He died of mustard gas in World War I. His mother was a nurse in a tuberculosis ward and was unfortunately infected in 1926. Died in the year after the death of his mother. Rogers moved into the orphanage, where he met his only friend, James Barnes. In adulthood, Rogers left the orphanage and became an ordinary worker. He was kind and upright but weak in body. He was often bullied. In the face of bullying, Rogers never bowed his head and always fought back. He was beaten all over and injured all the time, but he still insisted on himself and never flinched. Close the material. Chen Mo leaned back on the chair and recalled some of the situations mentioned in the material, contrasting with the movie plot in his memory. At this time, the door of the study was knocked gently. "Come in, Eddie." There was only old Eddie on the 3rd floor besides himself. The door was slowly pushed open. Old Albert walked in with the tray and poured a cup of coffee for Chen Mo. The mellow coffee aroma lingers on the tip of the nose, which makes Chen Mo's spirit all loose. After a light taste, only the mellow aroma is mellow and the taste is smooth and delicate. "Thanks, Eddie, the coffee is very good," Chen Mo exclaimed sincerely. "I will be happy to help you." Chen Mo's compliment made old Eddie very satisfied. He bowed slightly and left the study. Chen Mo's helpless shook the head. Since entering the role of steward, the old Albert has taken out the set of the previous nobles. He is meticulous in etiquette, making Chen Mo a little unaccustomed. In the beginning, he even ironed the newspaper with an iron every morning, and then showed it to Chen Mo to read it. Chen Mo finally stopped after he talked about it. Steve now works in a factory in Brooklyn. Several bullies in the factory often bully him. Steve, who never admits defeat, often has injuries on his body. The factory is not far away from dojo. Rogers will pass by dojo every morning and evening after get off work. Every time he passes by, he will look up curiously at this large Chinese dojo. He didn't know the Chinese characters on the plaque. He heard that this was a place to teach people kung fu, but he didn't have the money to learn it. This dojo is a very mysterious place in Steve's eyes. Once he happened to see that a lean Asian was robbed by 2 white robust men. His body was not strong, but he acted fiercely and swiftly. Steve was about to step forward to help. After running 2 steps, 2 big white men had already been knocked to the ground by him. A few days later, he met this amazing Asian again, and at the time, he was coming out of this dojo. This adds another layer of mysterious color to this dojo, and Steve can't help but become more curious about it. This evening, Steve passed by here again after get off work. Today's dojo looked a little unusual. A strange atmosphere enveloped this place, and Steve couldn't help but slow down. In the dojo, Chen Mo is sitting on a sofa and drinking coffee. The old steward Albert is still standing beside him in a straight suit, and 4 boxes stand quietly to start. Finally, I can't help it, but it was several days later than I expected. Chen Mo put down the cup and looked towards the shadow of the opposite alley through the window, where there are many harboring malicious intentions. Eyes are gleaming in the dark. Hall master is from Johnny Mad Dog, and the 2 guys I taught me last time are also there. Huang Quan, who was lean, said, "Give them a step," and they jumped out like impatience. Just a group of idiots blinded by greed. Quan, go open the door. Chen Mo smiled disdainfully. Chen Mo beating somebody at their own game. Chen Mo beating somebody at their own game, sent Huang Quan to beat the grass to scare the snake. At the same time, he deliberately performed a good show in front of Steve. Chen Mo tone barely fell. The door of dojo was banged heavily, and as soon as Huang Quan stepped forward to open the door, a dozen white robust men filed in with sticks. A passage was allowed from the crowd, and a stocky white man in a suit and a top hat with a mad and arrogant face walked in slowly. It is one of Brooklyn's mafia leaders, Mad Dog Johnny. I scanned the audience and found that there were only a few Asians who were not very strong and an old man, a white man who was not too young. Johnny, who consciously had control of the situation, walked to the sofa and was about to sit down. "Did I let you sit?" Chen Mo, who had been sitting on the sofa safely from beginning to end, said suddenly. Johnny's figure stagnated. As a mafia leader and one of the controllers of the Brooklyn Underground Order, the supercilious Johnny felt that his dignity was being challenged. Johnny, who fly into a rage out of humiliation, looked fiercely towards Chen Mo on the sofa. "Boy, it seems that I won't teach you a lesson. You don't know who is in charge. Give it to me." "As you wish." Chen Mo waving their hands, Huang Quan and the 4 greeted the mafia thugs who rushed up with their clubs. Like tiger among a flock of sheep, under the swift and violent fists and feet of the 4, there was no enemy in one, and a dozen thugs all lay on the ground in a moment. The court suddenly became quiet, with only the painful moans of the thugs, and Johnny's face was even more ugly at this time. "Who do you think is in charge here?" Chen Mo asked Johnny in a low voice, looking into Johnny's eyes. "Ha ha. Ha ha. Chinese Kung Fu is really amazing. It's a pity that this is the United States. Here, we use it to decide who." "Say it." "Forget it." The expression on Johnny's face suddenly changed, laughing, and took out a pistol, pointed at Chen Mo and said viciously. A group of thugs lying on the ground also took out their pistols and pointed them at Huang Quan, and slowly stood up. The situation seems to be in the hands of Johnny again. "My steel suit 11. My steel suit 11. A gun? I have it too." As soon as Chen Mo's voice fell, 2 pistols appeared in his hands for an instant. Before the people on the opposite side had time to react, Chen Mo the 2 guns fired in succession. Peng, bang, peng, peng. A series of intense gunfire sounded tightly and briefly, and all the gunmen on Johnny's side hugged his arm, was stunned in pain, and all the guns in his hand fell to the ground. In just an instant, the situation in the field reversed again. Putting the pistol with white smoke on the muzzle casually on the coffee table in front of him, Chen Mo glanced at Johnny, who was holding his arm and covered in cold sweat on his forehead. "It seems that I have the final say. What do you think?" Chen Mo asked playfully. Yes. Johnny felt that his back was soaked in cold sweat. He was a fucking martial artist. "Why is Spear Art so perverted? I didn't see it clearly just now." "All of them were shot." After I swept the pistol on the coffee table, Johnny, who was completely shocked by Chen Mo, still did not dare to die. "Then you can go, don't send it." Chen Mo waved and said. It seems that Chen Mo didn't expect Chen Mo to let him go so easily. It took Johnny a moment to react, and he left as if he greeted his men to escape. Hall Master, just let them go like this? When the gun was pointed at Huang Quan and the others also had a cold sweat, but they did not flinch. Chen Mo's performance to them was fair satisfaction. Chen Mo knew what Huang Quan meant, and worried that they might retaliate again. It's not time yet. Chen Mo picked up the coffee that old Albert had just poured and took a sip. Old Albert was the most calm in the audience except Chen Mo. Except that Johnny took 2 steps to stand in front of Chen Mo when he took out his gun. He was blocked by Chen Mo. Standing quietly behind Chen Mo holding the coffee pot. Outside dojo, Steve watched a group of gangsters rush into dojo, worried about the safety of the people inside, and was about to call the police. After a loud fight, the inside was calm again. Steve was a little bit not knowing what to do. A burst of intense but short shots sounded, making Steve's complexion changed, thinking that the gang shot and killed someone. Soon a group of people retreated in embarrassment and left here quickly. Steve hurriedly moved towards dojo and ran over, with a nervous heart, put his hand on the door that had always been very mysterious in his heart. The concealed door was pushed easily. It seemed that they were very anxious to leave, and even forgot to close the door of the scene of the crime. The bad feeling in Steve's heart became stronger. Thinking about all the possible scenarios, Steve was stunned when the door was fully opened. There were no corpses all over the place, and no blood flowing into a river. The people in the house were surrounded by the sofa intact and talking about something. When he heard the sound of him opening the door, several people turned their heads in unison, looking at him with strange eyes. Looking at the sporadic blood on the ground at the door, Steve reacted. He probably had knew long. The mafia just now were not eager to leave the crime scene, but were beaten by a few people in front of him. Ran away. Steve, who wants to understand, flushed under the gaze of Chen Mo. I just saw. The door is not closed. Steve, I don't know how to explain it, and I rushed into someone else's house. I can't say that I thought they were all killed. For a while, the expression on his face was wonderful. Come in. Chen Mo looked at the thin silhouette at the door. The look on his face was a bit embarrassed, but he still couldn't hide his kindness and integrity in the bones. If others would hide, go far and never come to this muddy water. You saw the group of people come in and heard the gunshots again. Are you afraid that we might have an accident? Chen Mo helped Steve tell the truth. Yes, sir. Steve felt relaxed, and gave Chen Mo a grateful look. Come and sit down. Eddie, help him get a cup. Chen Mo invited. Steve didn't leave either, so he had to walk in. Only then did he have the opportunity to take a good look at this mysterious dojo. The independent exercise room is covered with thick floor mats. There is a small ring in the corner of the hall, and the spacious hall is covered with solid wood floors, and the walls are neatly arranged. There are several weapon racks, full of various long and short weapons, most of which Steve has never seen before. Only a sofa and coffee table is placed next to the window. The layout of the dojo is very simple and clean, not at all Steve's splendorous and majestic. Steve dragged for a long time before sitting down in front of Chen Mo. The white-haired old steward poured him a cup of coffee, then retired with a few others and went to clean up what was messed up by the mafia. Go to the hall. Chen Mo, a Chinese, hall master of this dojo. Chen Mo raised his glass to signal Steve to try it. Steve Rogers, from Brooklyn, an ordinary worker. Steve not at all felt inferior because of his status as a worker, took a deep breath, put aside the embarrassment just now, and calmed down. Steve, neither humble nor overbearing. After introducing myself, I took a sip of the coffee in front of me and relaxed. This is like the American captain in memory. You are not like an ordinary worker, Chen Mo said with a smile. I just don't know that I'm afraid, Steve said somewhat self-deprecatingly about his thin body. There is an old saying in China, the brave wins if we meet on a narrow road. Chen Mo's words are gentle, like an elder who persuades him. There are many powerful people, but very few people who truly possess courage. It is the most important thing in a powerhouse. The ones you just saw outside people, Do you think they are strong? Chen Mo asked, raising his finger outside. Steve recalled the appearance of the mafia. They are very strong, and there are many people. But they were defeated and faced more strong people. Don't even have the courage to resist. They run away like cowards, so they are weak. And you have a brave heart, so in my opinion, you are stronger than them. Chen Mo is serious. Looked at Steve and said, but my body. In fact, Steve didn't want to admit that he was a weak person, so he fought again and again. Chen Mo waved his hand. The body is external and can be strengthened through exercise. The important thing is that you have the courage to fight against enemies that are stronger than yourself, and you can face desperate situations without fear of life and death. Never give up. Steve's eyes shined. Isn't this just about me? It seems that I am not useless. Steve's inner desire to become stronger couldn't help but grow stronger. So, can I learn from you? With the courage, Steve asked Chen Mo a little nervously. Chen Mo was definitely nodded. Of course, you are very talented, but I don't have money. Steve said with some disappointment. I still lack an apprentice here. In addition to studying martial arts, I also have to be responsible for sanitation and chores. The salary is low, $50 a month. What do you think? Chen Mo did not give him a high. Accepting him can be said to value his talents. Excessive giving will only make people doubt. Really? Thank you, I will definitely work hard. Steve said excitedly. The salary here is a lot more than he used to work in the factory, and he can also learn martial arts and become stronger. Steve feels that his life has begun a new beginning. He is grateful to Chen Mo and swears secretly. Must work and study hard and live up to Chen Mo's trust. After Steve left, Chen Mo finished the last sip of coffee in the cup and got up from the sofa. Eddie, let me go out. My steel suit 12. My steel suit 12. Second day, Steve resigned from the original factory and moved to dojo to start his apprenticeship. What no one noticed is that there was such a piece of news in many newspapers this day. Brooklyn Mafia leader Mad Dog Johnny and more than a dozen of his subordinates were in his base camp last night. Guild. Chen Mo didn't teach Steve personally, but asked him to learn basic skills such as horse staging and standing with Huang Quan. Chen Mo's fighting skills are based on his own physical fitness far beyond ordinary people, adopting the strengths of many families, integrating into one body, simple and direct, fierce and quick. Since his own strength is mainly increased in several bursts of potential, Chen Mo is not very good at basic training, and this is what several boxers are good at. They are all weak at little by little practice. So Steve followed a few boxers to exercise basic skills to make up for the lack of body and lay a good foundation. Although his physical foundation is very poor, he has tenacious perseverance far beyond ordinary people. Even if his muscles are all painful and his body is on the verge of collapse, he will still bite his teeth and persevere until he completes the training task. These basic skills are countless predecessors, after how many years of continuous accumulation and improvement, a set of system reasonable exercise methods summarized, not only can build muscle strength, but also enhance the ability of internal organs. Comprehensively improve physical fitness. Even people with poor physique can improve their physique step by step, and gradually become stronger. It will not be like many fighting sects, who only focus on strong power and simply pass a lot of high-intensity training squeezes people's potential, and it is easy to use them to waste, leaving internal injury. A few months later, Steve's body is obviously much stronger. Of course, compared to the previous him, he still looks a bit short and thin compared to ordinary people. It's just that I won't be gasping for breath in 2 steps like before, and the thin body under the clothes has begun to have muscle contours. Father, when will you start teaching me martial arts? Steve looked at Chen Mo, who easily defeated the 4 boxers, and asked with a look of admiration and yearning. Since the last time Johnny's group was easily defeated by Huang Quan and 4 people here, Dojo's reputation has spread in Brooklyn. Although Johnny and the others were killed that night, there were still people who were not in the base camp that night and escaped, and they told the story of the day. According to the survivors, in addition to the 4 experts who are very good at dojo, the hall master of dojo is even spear art like a god. In the blink of an eye, He fired several shots to bring Johnny to the side. All the gunmen were wounded. Everyone knows that the death of Johnny and the others that night was probably done by someone in dojo, and the other two mafia families in Brooklyn are more certain that this massacre was Chenmo and what the others do. Because of coveting dojo's wealth, they have always sent people to observe secretly. After Johnny and the others were injured and retreated, there were people watching in the dark all night. According to the description of the eyeliner, late that night, one silhouette leapt out from the third floor, and a few jumps on the top of the building disappeared. The time is very consistent with the time when Johnny and the others were killed. Moreover, their surveillance is likely to have been discovered early. Before the silhouette left, she glanced at where they were hiding, and the few people who were watching at the time felt nothing but shabby. Vertically, into the ice cellar. This is a warning. The person in charge of two great families unanimously cancelled the plan for dojo, and strictly ordered his men not to provoke those in dojo. As Johnny's old rivals, no one knows Johnny's strength better than them, although it is the weakest of the three great influences. The nickname Mad Dog is not for nothing. Johnny is crazier and very ruthless than all of them, and there is a fox-like cunning hidden under his crazy appearance, and all his hands are outlaws. Everyone dares to fight, have done many big cases under the leadership of Johnny, and the battle strength is much stronger than their men. Although they have a small number of people, they always stay together. They spend the night in their base camp. They are very cautious and do not give them the opportunity to defeat them separately. To completely solve these lunatics, you need to pay a big price. This is why they can occupy a place in Brooklyn even though they are far less powerful than the other two mafia families. Nowadays, Johnny, the Mad Dog with the strongest battle strength, and his elite subordinates were first defeated by a few people, and then they were single-handed and sneaked into the base camp. They were all assassinated. Don't face up to this Chinese dojo, which they once regarded as a piece of fat. With the spread of dojo's reputation, some people began to come here. After learning the strength of several boxers, they willingly paid the tuition. So, Steve had a few more junior brother names. Seeing that the junior brothers are starting to learn martial arts with their teachers, but Steve can only sprint in the corner of the hall, Steve can't help but feel a little anxious. Listening to a foreigner calling himself Wet Father, Chenmo felt a little awkward, but thinking that this is the future superhero captain of the United States is still acceptable. Why are you eager to learn martial arts? Chenmo raised the master's frame. In order to become stronger, so I can join the army. Steve said that when he joined the army, he looked fascinated. This is his until now dream. It is a pity that his weak body has made him eliminated again and again. Join the army to kill the police? Chenmo asked, looking into Steve's eyes. No, I don't want to kill anyone, I just want to protect my country. Steve shook his head and said, what if your homeland and mine go to war? Aggression? I don't think I will go. Steve said solemnly. Does your motherland order you to go? I look at Steve being asked. Chenmo patted his shoulder. I just want to tell you, don't be used by politicians, and don't limit your vision to one country. I hope you can have a great ideal like me. Wet Father, what is your ideal? Steve was curious about it. My ideal is peace in the world. Looking at Steve, who admired him and gradually fell into thought, Chenmo smiled indifferently, turned and sat on the sofa again, waiting for old Eddie to make him coffee. Second day, Steve also officially started learning fighting skills with Chenmo. I have to say that Steve is really talented in fighting. Under Chenmo's unselfish and careful teaching, his fighting ability has improved rapidly, although his strength is weaker than other junior brothers. But every time we compete, we can always win the final victory. Fighting skills are one aspect, and more importantly, Steve has a press forward, a heroic and fearless spirit, and he overwhelms his opponent in an imposing manner. Even if his strength is inadequate and he is caught in a hard fight, he can always persist until his opponent falls first. Even if he is knocked down, he will always get up quickly until he defeats the opponent. Slowly, the junior brothers are no longer willing to compete with him. He had to fight with a few boxers. Of course, the result was always miserable, but the strength was advanced by leaps and bounds. Steve is happy about it. In a blink of an eye, It came to April 1943. It has been more than a year since Chen Mo came to this world. Winter and spring come. It is a new beginning. Chen Mo is wearing a light and soft sweater, sitting comfortably on the sofa in front of the window, looking at the somewhat cold street outside, holding a cup of Old Eddie's freshly brewed coffee, and drinking from time to time with a mouth full. The expression is extremely comfortable and cozy. "Where did that kid go?" Steve started to be lazy after just a few compliments. Chen Mo Blade said with a smile with old Albert. "You have been refusing to let him sign up for the army." Today Huang Quan student Jack passed the conscription examination and is officially enlisted. Steve is quite disappointed. "I will let him go out to watch a movie and relax," old Albert said with a faint smile. His face could not help showing a kind of love. He also liked Steve, a simple and kind young man. "I am also good for him, not when the time comes before." Chen Mo shook the head, continuing to lean on the sofa, enjoying the peace of this moment. "But, soon." My Steel Suit 13. My Steel Suit 13. At this moment, Steve is in the alley behind the cinema, facing a tall robust man. The patriotic promo before the movie just now made Steve's blood boil. He wanted to join the army, and rush to the European battlefield, while a young man in front of him yelled impatiently, "Who cares about this? Hurry up and play the movie." "Hey, show respect." Steve was uncomfortable with his behavior, so he stopped. When the propaganda film showed the image of the brave soldiers lying on the stretcher who were seriously injured on the overseas battlefield, many people at the scene had red eyes and some women even shed tears. The young man started yelling again. "Come on, stop playing this. Play the movie." Steve is really angry this time. "You shut up." The young man in front of hearing this stood up, a full head higher than Steve, very burly and strong. Then the two went to the back alley, ready to resolve the conflict in a man's way. Of course, Robust Man also looks at Steve as a bully, and wants strength to bully the weak. Robust Man looked down at Steve in front of him, such a small and thin guy, who dared to provoke himself, really act recklessly, must show him some color. Steve also looked up at the robust man in front of him, and the master said that when a person makes a mistake and the speech education is useless, he will be beaten fiercely. This will help him remember the lesson and correct the mistake. Steve himself is often beaten by Chen Mo. He has a deep understanding of this, and he has a long memory. Seeing that the weak guy in front of him dared to stare at himself, the robust man yelled and punched him in anger. If the previous Steve is estimated to be knocked to the ground, in the view of the current Steve, this fist of robust man is only brute force, and the speed is also very slow. Steve dodged easily and fisted fiercely at the vital part of the exposed armpit of the robust man. The aggressive man who was still aggressive just felt a sharp pain in his armpit, and his entire arm lost consciousness. It hung weakly. The robust man refused to accept defeat, turned around and hit Steve with the other hand. One arm couldn't move and he couldn't keep his balance. This made the robust man's figure a little unstable. This fist is not even more threatening to Steve. Steve dashed forward, avoiding the opponent's attack, and once again hit the opponent's right rib with a heavy punch. The fragile liver was impacted, and an unprecedented pain spread throughout his body. The robust man's complexion instantly turned pale, and involuntarily had to cover the place where he was hit. His entire upper body was bent down. At the same time, Steve turned behind him and kicked his leg. Robust man's knee numb and his leg softened, and he fell to the ground with his stomach. This time the robust man was really powerless to resist. Lying on the ground, he felt pain all over his body and couldn't move a finger. Steve raised his foot to kick the robust man's face again, and in his horrified eyes, he could hardly stop his foot in front of him. When you are strength to bully the weak, be prepared to be bullied by others, Steve said, slowly retracting his foot. The soldiers are fighting desperately for us on the battlefield, but you are bullying the weak from behind with your own strength. Steve took out Chen Mo's manner in educating him and said with a serious face, just on the ground. Robust man is a little speechless at this time. I want to bully the weak. But where are you weak? I am the one being bullied. When power is used in the right place, It is a respected hero. When it is used in the wrong place, it is a bully that everyone hates. Do you want to be looked down upon forever? Steve said, turning around leaving the robust man in deep thought, continued to lie down on the ground. This is the first time Steve won when he was bullied. The whole person felt refreshed. The body and mind seemed to have been liberated and sublimated. The feeling of having power is really good. Steve couldn't help but think of Chen Mo, this person who has given him strength and changed his life. Master. Steve muttered to himself. Just out of the alley, Steve saw his friend, James Barnes. "Hi, Bucky." Steve shouted happily. At this time, he especially wanted to share his happiness with his friends. "Steve, you guy. I've agreed to watch the movie together. I'll be here a while later. Why did you run here?" Bucky walked quickly to Steve, complaining constantly. When Bucky approached, Steve realized that he was wearing a military uniform. "Have you got the order?" Steve looked up and down and asked. "The 107th Infantry Regiment, Sergeant James Barnes, set sail for England tomorrow morning," Bucky said proudly. Steve, hearing this, was silent for a while. "I should go together." Steve's tone was a bit low. Although he had been eliminated because of poor physique after signing up for the army several times, he was confident that he was now, as long as the registration is sure to pass. But the master always says no when the time comes. For Chen Mo, Steve is still very respectful and grateful. As long as what he said does not violate the principle, Steve is willing to obey. So even though his heart desires to join the army and serve the country, Steve still did not sign up. Although I know that Steve is an apprentice in a dojo, and I have heard him say how good he is now, none of the junior brothers in dojo are his opponents. But Bucky, who grew up with him since he was a child, thinks he knows his physical condition very well, thinking that the so-called junior brothers are just a group of children, just boasting in front of him. So seeing that Steve was depressed, Bucky only thought that he could not pass the conscription examination, so he quickly changed the subject. "Come on, buddy. The last night before I join the army, I will help you change your outfit," Bucky said, and walked forward with his arms around Steve's shoulders. "Why, where are we going?" Steve calmed his mind and asked as he walked. "Future." Bucky handed Steve a newspaper with the entire page of Tomorrow World Expo printed on it. "Wait, I have to go back to dojo first." Steve stopped suddenly. "What are you doing?" Bucky asked suspiciously. "Master said that there is something to tell me in the afternoon," Steve said, and walked quickly towards dojo. Bucky helplessly shook the head, and quickly followed along, and didn't know Steve's master. What kind of ability is there that makes Steve care so much about his words? "Master, I'm back." Steve returned to dojo with Bucky and shouted to Chen Mo, who was practicing throwing knives in the hall. Chen Mo shot the flying knife in his hand, and the flying knife pierced the air at a very fast speed. It instantly hit the center of the target 20 meters away, nearly halfway into it. At this time, the bullseye was densely packed. A dozen throwing knives were inserted. "My steel suit 14. My steel suit 14." Receiving the towel from the old steward and wiping his hands, Chen Mo looked towards Steve at the door. "Why did you come back?" "Master, I met a bully today." Steve, like a child showing off his candy, proudly sells it. "And then?" Chen Mo asked helplessly. "I followed the master you taught, fiercely taught him a meal and another education. I believe that he will definitely reform and rebehave in the future." Looking at Steve's serious look, Chen Mo couldn't help but twitched, and then asked doubtfully, "When did I teach you this way?" "Master, when you taught me kung fu, I have whatever old Feng made a mistake, you would beat me fiercely, and then tell me what was wrong. Then I would remember it very clearly and immediately corrected it. Learning to use is very speechless, and the master is very worried when the discipline is too smart. It is good to learn by analogy, but Chen Mo does not know what the future American captain will be taught by him." At this moment, seeing Bucky behind Steve, he quickly turned away from the subject and asked, "This is?" "Ah, master, this is my best friend, Bucky. We grew up in an orphanage together." Steve pulled over Bucky and introduced. "Bucky, this is my master." Steve was proud when he introduced Chen Mo. Steve has always been very proud of being Chen Mo's discipline. His master is not only very powerful, easily defeated a large group of mafia, and the speed of power is far beyond the scope of the ordinary person, but also allows himself, a thin ordinary person, to easily defeat a tall robust man. This was unimaginable by Steve before. In Steve's eyes, Chen Mo is a legendary character, and he is the discipline of the legendary character. How can he not be proud? Bucky looked at this young man who was not much older than himself. If it hadn't been for the power, speed, and superb accuracy he threw the knife with his own eyes, it would be really difficult to match him. Steve speaks highly of the highly respected, very powerful master linked together. Bucky now dare not look down on the young man in front of him. If the flying knife just hit him, he would definitely kill him. Hello, sir, it's an honor to meet you. He is very powerful, and Steve's teacher. Bucky couldn't help but use honorifics. Chen Mo slightly smiled, raising his hand and saying, "Welcome to dojo. Don't stand at the door, come in and sit." Several people sat down on the sofa. Old Steward Albert poured coffee for several people. "Master, Bucky is going to Europe with the troops tomorrow. Tonight we plan to go to the World Expo tomorrow for fun." When Steve talked about the troops, he couldn't help but glanced at Chen Mo with a vengeful look. He was still brooding about Chen Mo not allowing him to join the army. "Well, young people should go out and play more." Chen Mo nodded, said in agreement. Neither Steve nor the others felt that there was anything wrong, but Bucky next to him was secretly slandering in his heart that you are also a young man. "Okay? Master, you said you have something to tell me this afternoon. What is it?" Steve asked. "You are almost done now, and the fighting skills I taught you are all well mastered. The rest is the accumulation of actual combat experience." Chen Mo looked at Steve, slowly said. Steve didn't realize what Chen Mo meant, thinking Chen Mo was complimenting him, and grinned happily. "Master teaches well." Ignore Steve's flattery. Chen Mo continued, "So, it's time for you to leave dojo." What? Master, are you going to drive me away?" Steve's face became pale with a brush. Chen Mo gave Steve a blank look and slowly said, "If you don't want to join the army, you can choose to stay." "Join the army?" "Join the army?" Steve reacted. Asked Chen Mo excitedly, "Master, do you mean I can join the army?" "Before you were not allowed to go because you haven't established a good foundation yet, and it's not good for you at that time. The growth of strength. Now the time is right. You also have some self-protection ability. You can also go to the battlefield to hone yourself." Chen Mo looked at the excited Steve, smiled and explained, "Thank you, Master." Steve then realized that Chen Mo had not let him sign up for the army for his own good. He wanted him to lay the foundation and have the ability to protect himself. Steve was moved. He thanked Chen Mo, thinking that he had always complained about Chen Mo before, and said with shame, "Sorry, Master, I always complained about you." "Okay, Master didn't blame you again. Aren't you going to the expo?" "Let's go, just go together." Chen Mo stood up and said. Steve, hearing this, strangely asked, "Master, you want to go too?" "I am also a young man." "Okay." Chen Mo gave Steve a blank look. Old Steward drove the four people to the fair venue together. "You play yours, I'll just go around with Eddie." After Chen Mo finished speaking, he took Old Albert and turned away. Steve and Bucky looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. "Let's go, no one can guess what the master thinks." The two found the two girls that Bucky had made, and the four of them walked around the venue together. And Chen Mo took the old steward straight to the Modern Miracle Pavilion. Many booths full of science fiction were arranged in the venue, and a bright red car on the booth attracted Chen Mo's attention. This should be the anti-gravity car invented by Howard_Stark. Although the technology is not yet mature, there is a lot of room for future development. Wandering around with old Albert casually, soon the anti-gravity car booth display began. Chen Mo saw that Steve and Bucky were also standing under the stage with two girls. "Ladies and gentlemen, please Mr. Howard_Stark." With a group of young girls, the handsome Howard stepped onto the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, if I tell you that in just a few short years, Your car will never touch the ground again." Howard's tone barely fell, and a couple of girls took the car together. The tire was taken off, revealing the mysterious device installed behind the wheel. "Yes, as long as there is Stark's anti-gravity technology, all of this will be possible." As Howard slowly pushed the control lever, the whole car slowly floated up, and everyone in the audience was shocked. "Cool. God, it's incredible, my God." Unfortunately, not yet. After waiting for the excitement of everyone, a spark suddenly appeared from the anti-gravity device, and the car crashed heavily on the stage. "I said it will take a few more years, right?" Howard explained somewhat embarrassingly. The people in the audience still gave him a lot of applause. After all, they had never seen such a high-tech thing. The Steve in the audience seemed to be not very interested in these. The girl beside him was watching the show of handsome Howard's technology on stage attentively. He stupidly handed out a pack of snacks regardless of the time. The girl rolled her eyes wide. Steve didn't know how to get along with the girl. When he was hit again, he looked around boredly, and suddenly found that there was a conscription poster on a wall behind him, with an arrow pointing to one place. I want it. My steel suit 15. My steel suit 15. Steve suddenly remembered that the master has agreed to join the army. The low mood rose instantly. Steve didn't want to see any more exhibitions, and didn't say hello to Bucky and the others, and left the exhibition hall directly in the direction indicated by the arrow. After a while, Bucky found out that Steve was missing. He looked around, and soon he also found the recruitment poster. Knowing Steve well, he immediately thought that Steve must have signed up for the army. Chen Mo in the distance watched the two leave one after another, and also took Albert followed along. When Chen Mo arrived at the drafting station, Steve and Bucky were arguing in the passage. "Do you really want to try again? Anyway, this is a carnival, just as I try one's luck. This time again where? Ohio?" Before meeting Chen Mo, Steve had tried to lie about his identity several times. "You know, it is illegal to fake recruitment information. They will catch you. If they recruit you, it will be worse. I know you think I can't do it, but I am no longer the weak me I used to be. I can beat them." Steve is confident of his current strength, but Bucky is very worried for him. Although he doesn't know how much Steve has become stronger under the guidance of the mysterious and powerful Chen Mo, in his mind, Steve is still the one who has been protected by him since he was a child. "Good brother." The battlefield is full of artillery fire and bullets fly across the sky. It can be said that it is danger lurks on every side. Going alone is enough. He doesn't want Steve to take risks. "This is not a fight, Steve." "I know, Mr. Chen. Very difficult to deal with. He makes you stronger than before, but this is a battle." "I know this is a battle, so I can get my strength." Finally, the strength is strong, Master also agreed. Steve impatient wanted to go to the battlefield to serve his motherland, then find something else to do. Bucky still hopes Steve can stay behind safely. "What do you do? Make cans for the soldiers?" "I don't want to sit in the factory, Bucky," Steve said excitedly. "I don't." Before Bucky was finished, Steve interrupted him. "Bucky, please. Everyone is desperate on the battlefield. I can't hide behind." "You don't understand. I am not." "What do you want to prove?" "It's strange, you just want to prove yourself." Bucky knows Steve very well. He knows why Steve always wants to join the army. In addition to serving the country, he also wants to prove himself on the battlefield. The weak body not at all let him have no desire to improve, because he has a strong and unyielding soul in his heart. The two looked at each other silently, and neither of them gave in. At this time, Bucky's female companion came over and shouted from a distance, "Sorry, shall we go dancing?" "Of course." Bucky turned around and agreed. Turning around, Bucky looked at the stubborn Steve helplessly, and as he walked, he said, "Don't do stupid things. Wait for me to come back. Be careful and wait for me. We won't win the war when we arrive." Looking at the two people saying goodbye, Chen Mo knew that it would be a long time before the two met next time. Chen Mo glanced again at the scholarly middle-aged man standing in the corner, wearing glasses. When Steve was talking just now, he was standing beside him, listening to the conversation between the two. In He is the creator of Super Soldier Serum, Abraham Erskine Corticodemetian, and Shenmue's goal this time. Watching Bucky lead the girls away, Steve was about to leave. Shenmue stepped forward and stopped him. Erskine Corticodemetian, who has been focusing on Steve, also turned his attention to Shenmue. He is looking for a suitable candidate for the first serum enhancement experiment. The candidate he has in mind should be someone who is caring, understands compassion, and will not abuse his power. The American soldier prepared by Colonel Phillips for him, they obviously did not satisfy him. At this time, Steve, who suddenly appeared in his sight, caught his attention. Although thin but still dedicated to serving the country, his eyes were pure and peaceful, which was in line with Erskine's Corticodemetian in mind requirements. Steve. Shenmue walked over with Albert. "Master, why are you here? Are you planning to join the army too?" Steve said jokingly. "Of course, my discipline is on the battlefield. How can my master fall behind?" Shenmue's answer was a bit unexpected to Steve. "Moreover, your current strength is too weak." "I'm still a bit reluctant to go to the battlefield." "I'll go with you, and I can take care of you by the way." "Master." Steve's moved eyes were a little red. "Always fool Steve so." Shenmue is a bit sorry. Steve is kind by nature and very smart. He is too straightforward and doesn't know how to be flexible, but he is a qualified and good discipline. He has always respected Shenmue and is very convinced. Shenmue also he treats it as a discipline. With Shenmue, his ending will definitely not be as tragic as in the original plot. At least his lifelong major event, Shenmue, the master, is taking seriously and will not let him have it again. The kind of regret that things have remained the same, but people have changed. Let go of the guilt of fooling the simple discipline. Shenmue patted Steve's shoulder. "Let's go. If you can't get through this time, I'll have to go by myself. You stay in dojo and continue to sweep the floor." When he heard that he wanted to stay in dojo and sweep the floor, Steve shook his head quickly. "Master, under your training, I have been very difficult to deal with, and I will definitely pass this time. I hope it." Looking at the two walking towards the drafting place together, Erskine Corticodemetian, who was interested in laughed, also followed. As expected, Erskine Corticodemetian appeared during the medical examination. "Joining the Super Soldier Plan is the best way to obtain serum. Otherwise, you can only seize the serum by spies like the original plot. But without Stark's life ray, Shenmue is not sure what it will be after direct injection of serum. What consequences? Moreover, Shenmue is more than just wanting a serum. Do you want to kill devils abroad?" The Erskine Corticodemetian, who walked in, flipped through the information in his hands and said, each minding their own business. Seeing Shenmue looking at himself suspiciously, Corticodemetian self-introduced, "Abraham Erskine Corticodemetian, Strategic Science Reserve Department." "Shenmue. Where are you from?" Erskine Corticodemetian stared into Shenmue's eyes and asked. Shenmue's identity in the United States is a rich man who immigrated from China. There is no problem with this identity. Shenmue only needs to speak frankly. "China, there is a war there. In order to avoid the war, I will arrived in the United States. Now, I don't want to escape anymore. I'm going to the battlefield." "Go to kill?" Erskine asked again. He is a hobby and peaceful person. Shenmue's answer is that he can't to his satisfaction. He will not let Shenmue join. "No, go to end this war." Soldiers should not die, whether it is the Allies or the Germans, but the ambitious who started the war. This answer was a bit beyond the expectations of Corticodemetian. As a German, Shenmue's words moved him quite a bit. Yes, the soldiers were instigated and controlled by ambitious. If Hitler and his party members were wiped out, then his compatriots would not have to be sent to the front line desperately, and the war might really be over. And the super soldier serum in his hands can help him achieve this goal. Thinking of this, Erskine Corticodemetian's eyes on Shenmue have become different. Maybe he will be a good candidate. However, we still need to take a closer look. I can give you a chance. Just a chance. Erskine Corticodemetian opened the curtain and walked out. "I'll take it." Shenmue followed Corticodemetian out of the medical examination room, and let out a sigh of relief. The first step was considered a success. My steel suit 16. My steel suit 16. On the playground of the barracks, a row of soldiers stood scattered in the field. Chen Mo and Steve are among them. Recruits, stand at attention. With the sound of a clear female voice, a valiant and formidable-looking female officer walked up to the soldiers. Reddish-brown's long wavy hair, sexy red lips, and sexy body reveals a strong wildness. "Gentlemen, this is Agent Carter," Peggy Carter said aloud when the soldiers stood up quickly. "I am responsible for supervising all affairs of the department." Chen Mo carefully looked at the heroine. From the perspective of Chen Mo's aesthetics, it is actually not particularly beautiful. It's just that he has a sexier figure. Look at Steve again. Although he is standing solemnly, the glances that pass by secretly from time to time still reveal his mind. Chen Mo smiled secretly in his heart. "Master is here. Sooner or later I will let you embrace the beauty." Probably because of the charm of Agent Carter, a soldier made a mockery and was knocked to the ground by her. "Agent Carter." At this moment, an old officer wearing a leather jacket and Erskine coat academician walked off the jeep together. "Colonel Phillips." Carter quickly turned and saluted. The colonel looked at the soldiers on the ground and jokingly said, "It seems that you are getting along with our recruits." "Not bad." Then he looked at the soldiers on the ground and said harshly, "Remove your ass from the ground, then return to the team and stand until someone stops you." The soldier with a nosebleed stood up embarrassedly and sucked his nose replied, "Yes, sir." General Patton once said. After a pause, Colonel Phillips exclaimed, "War depends on weapons, and victory depends on soldiers." Greater than. "We will win this battle, because we have the best soldiers," the colonel said, just in time to see Steve, who is small and thin, who is very conspicuous in the team, and his voice cannot help but lower, turning his head to look at Erskine Court academician speechlessly. Court academician looked ahead and pretended not to see it. Colonel Phillips gave Steve a helpless look and continued, "And they will get better and better. Much better. The Strategic Science Reserve is composed of alliances of various countries, bringing together the elites of the free world. Our goal is to build the best army in history, and all armies have a forerunner. After this week, we will elect that person. It is the first one, our new generation of super soldiers. The super soldier plan is for mass production of super soldiers and the formation of Super Legion. Now that the serum has been successfully developed, they will select one person from this batch of outstanding soldiers to conduct the first intensive experiment in a week." Chen Mo's physical fitness at this time is far beyond ordinary people, close to the limit of human beings, and super soldier serum will help him break through this limit and reach an unprecedented height. Relying on surpassing ordinary people's intelligence and physical quality, even with reservations, Chen Mo's performance in training is still very eye-catching. Almost every event is the first. Physical training, overcoming obstacles, 100 meters sprint, 10 kilometers off-road, all kinds of rigorous training subjects in Chen Mo's eyes are as simple as a child playing house. You can relax without much effort carry out. Cole Phillips is very satisfied with Chen Mo's outstanding performance. This is the best soldier he has seen over the years. If Chen Mo, who is tall and vigorous, has such a performance that is acceptable, then Steve's performance is somewhat beyond everyone's expectations. Almost everyone thinks that this short and thin little man is impossible to complete the training. The result is that everyone is shocked. Although not as strong as Chen Mo, most of them are only medium or even low grades. He has completed all the training projects, not much inferior to the others, which greatly exceeded everyone's expectations and successfully attracted the attention of Agent Carter. Steve's physical fitness is actually only slightly better than the ordinary person under reasonable exercise of the system. Compared with other elite players, it is still much worse, and the reason why he can perform in the training assessment, yes, mainly relying on some skills taught by Chen Mo and the powerful willpower. In order to complete the training and have the best performance, Steve will do his best every time. After each training, he will be exhausted, slumped, and completely overdrawn. With the current results, Steve paid more than everyone else. In the training gap, Chen Mo will still take time to train Steve in combat. The reserve team only knew that they were still teachers and students, although it is strange why the powerful Chen Mo accepts students as thin as Steve. He can accept Steve's out-of-the-ordinary performance. Anyone who has such a powerful teacher does not perform well. It would be too bad. It is Erskine Court academician who knew the relationship between the two for a long time, and also asked Agent Carter to investigate their situation. After learning about the tremendous changes before and after Steve met Chen Mo and the specific process of Chen Mo's defeat of the mafia organization, Erskine Court academician became very interested in Chen Mo's power and often looked for Chen Mo conducted some tests and experiments separately. In front of him, Chen Mo did not hide his strength anymore, fully revealing his physical fitness close to the limit of human beings. Of course, as for the source of strength, Chen Mo explained as the ancient Chinese secret martial arts, which requires long-term and difficult exercises in a special way since childhood, and has extremely demanding requirements for talent. To reach his strength, in 10,000 does not have one. Under the flicker of Chen Mo's mysterious terms such as Qi Sense, Inner Strength, Acupoint Tao, Meridian, etc., Court academician had no choice but to give up on this new strengthening method. The study. But his powerful body itself is a good research material. Erskine Court academician turned to research on his powerful body, which confirmed the theory of super soldier serum, optimization and improvement. You must know that Court academician's previous research was based entirely on theory and animal experiments. The only human body enhancement, namely Red Skull Schmidt, also gained a lot after enhancement. Repercussions, and Court academician did not have the opportunity to study this failed product. So Court academician is not satisfied with the current finished product Super Soldier Serum, but he has no way to go further. At this time, the appearance of Chen Mo gave him hope, an unenhanced, perfect body that is almost the same as his calculation after serum enhancement, undoubtedly makes his serum have further possibilities. After the experiment that was originally scheduled for a week later was postponed, Erskine Court academician once again devoted himself to the study of serum. The training time of the reserve team has also been extended, but Chen Mo, who originally trained with them, rarely appears on the training ground again, but often stays with Erskine Court academician. And Chen Mo has gained a lot during this time. My Steel Suit 17. My Steel Suit 17. Chen Mo does not intend to snatch Steve's chance. Steve needs this opportunity very much. This is an important turning point in his life. Chen Mo, the master, will not be destroyed. Moreover, compared to directly replacing Steve and the intensive experiment, Chen Mo has a better, also bigger plan. The extraordinary IQ brought by the extraordinary spirit strength makes Chen Mo see the problem more clearly and thoroughly. He wants to make a big game, when the time comes, and get more than just a serum enhancement. What he has to do now is to get Steve to accept the reinforcement according to the original plot, while gaining the trust of Colonel Phillips, Erskine's Court academician and Agent Carter. Their three people, as the core leadership of the Strategic Science Reserve team, are a very important part of Chen Mo's next plan. It is not easy to gain their trust, but Chen Mo is not alone. Behind him is an extremely large organization, Hydra, whose strength is far above the Strategic Science Reserve team. The high-ranking officials of the Allies and the large and strict intelligence organization controlled by Hydra have done a good job of concealing Chen Mo's identity. No matter how they investigate, they can't find a weak spot at all. But Chen Mo is right. They know everything well. I found out the background of Chen Mo. Court academician is very relieved of him. With Chen Mo's strength, impossible is a spy sent by Hydra. If Hydra can create a spy with Chen Mo's strength, it means that they have mastered the strengthening method no weaker than Super Soldier Serum. There is no need to make another move for Chen Mo to steal the serum, just send someone to assassinate him directly. More importantly, Court academician believes in his own eyes. Chen Mo is definitely not a bad person. He can feel his kindness and magnanimity from Chen Mo. Actually, it's not how good Chen Mo's acting skills are. Although he has his own purpose in joining the Strategic Science Reserve, He has not at all the slightest malice towards Court Academician and Agent Carter. What he has to do, it's not just for himself, but it will also rewrite their original tragedy, so Chen Mo doesn't feel ashamed of them, and naturally has an open mind. The ending of several people in the movie is not good. Erskine Court Academician was killed by Hydra's spies in the laboratory after the successful serum enhancement experiment. Howard was also killed by Hydra many years later. The brainwashed Winter Soldier Bucky kills. Although Steve and Carter were not killed, they actually endured more pain. The two finally found their true love, but they were ruthlessly separated by fate. A full 70 years. One was frozen in the seabed and the people didn't know about it. The other was waiting while he was old. When we met again, things have remained the same, but people have changed. Finally, Steve carried the coffin himself. Sent away the lover who has been alone for a lifetime. And all these tragedies will be rewritten by Chen Mo. Compared with this, Chen Mo's little concealment is nothing. Because of the frequent cooperation with Court Academician's research, Chen Mo became a frequent visitor to the laboratory. After completing his task, Court Academician would not rush him away, and walk with him in the laboratory. No worries, Erskine Court Academician, who was optimistic about Chen Mo, didn't have much defense against him. So when conducting the experiment, Court Academician not at all deliberately avoided him. He was interested in seeing Chen Mo and he would explain carefully. With Chen Mo's superlearning and memory ability, he quickly mastered with his biological knowledge, and able to draw inferences from one another, put forward some of their own ideas. Stunned by Chen Mo's genius learning ability, Court Academician couldn't help but believing Chen Mo's in 10,000 does not have one talent, and began to deliberately teach Chen Mo biology learned knowledge. Of course, the cow formula of Super Soldier Serum is not known to anyone except Court Academician. Court Academician was controlled by Hydra in the early years and was forced to strengthen the Red Skull Schmidt. So for Hydra, deeply jealous. He is also worried about the formula leaking and being used by Hydra, so in the movie, no one can make serum again after his death. In fact, Chen Mo, who has a great memory, had already read the books of various subjects in the school library as early as in the university. He has in-depth knowledge of basic subjects such as biology and physics. Understand, many of the concepts and knowledge are beyond this world. However, many of the cutting-edge scientific and technological theories involved in Court Academician's enhanced serum are also not available in modern knowledge systems. As Chen Mo learns more about Super Soldier Serum, many of the ideas he put forward can't help but admire Erskine Court Academician. Later, Court Academician simply and the Colonel proposed to transfer Chen Mo to the laboratory. The current core mission of the Strategic Science Reserve is to develop the Super Soldier Serum. The elite soldiers selected are themselves the subjects of the serum experiment and serve the experiment. Although the Colonel did not want his most optimistic soldier to be a researcher, he still had to agree to Court Academician's request and transferred Chen Mo to the laboratory. Chen Mo's identity also officially became Erskine Court Academician's assistant. In matters related to serum, Court Academician has more say than the Colonel. In the movie, the Colonel is not optimistic about the thin and weak Steve. He prefers the soldier Gilmore Howe who performed well in training. Odd, but he could only suggest that, in the end, it was Steve whom Court Academician liked to accept the reinforcement. Early in the morning, Steve and the others set off early for a field training. The barracks were also rarely cleaned up. Chen Mo took advantage of this time and came to the playground early and found a tall and straight red maple tree as a target on the sidelines and practiced for many days. Untrained throwing knife, with a belt full of flying knives slung around his waist, Chen Mo stood 20 meters away from the tree. One after another silver light flashed by, accompanied by the sound of flying knives into the wood, the middle of the trunk, a place high above the ground, densely packed with flying knives. Here Chen Mo dare not use the space casually at the risk of exposure. Fortunately, before joining the army, Chen Mo had thought about this problem. He prepared a deceitful belt in advance and carried more than 20 grandly. The flying knife came to the barracks. Shooting the flying knife on his body, Chen Mo walked to the maple tree and began to pull it down one by one. Although Chen Mo didn't use his full strength, The flying knife was 2 to 3 centimeters deep into the wood. Shooting on people can easily kill people. Chen Mo had just collected his throwing knives and was about to go a long distance to continue training, and a voice stopped him. "Chen Mo, what are you brat doing?" Chen Mo looked back and turned out to be Colonel Phillips. "Morning, Colonel." Chen Mo said hello. "I'm practicing the flying knife." Chen Mo shook the flying knife in his hand, replied. Colonel Phillips took the throwing knife in Chen Mo's hand and looked at it, and said disdainfully, "Knives are good for fighting. What a waste of time doing this. With this skill, you might as well practice guns. It's better than you. Formidable power is too much," the colonel said proudly with the M1911 pistol patted around his waist. My steel suit 18. My steel suit 18. As an old soldier, he has touched several decades of guns. The colonel has always believed that the gun in his hand is the best partner. He feels that compared to a pistol, a flying knife is like little child's toys, whether in terms of lethality, accuracy or firepower continuity, have no comparability at all. "Colonel, I don't think so." Chen Mo shook the head, disagreeing with the colonel's statement. "Use it well. The formidable power of the flying knife is not weaker than the pistol." Seeing that Chen Mo is still not convinced, Colonel Phillips' stubborn temper has also come up. "Okay, in that case, let's try it out. Look at whether your throwing knife is better or my pistol is stronger." Cole Phillips, who thinks he is sharpshooter, intends to use facts to prove that what he said is right and completely dispel Chen Mo's unrealistic ideas. Looking at the confident colonel, Chen Mo smiled proudly. "Since you are looking for abuse, then I'm not welcome." Shooting range. Mixed target area. The two stood at their respective target positions, from near to far in front of each. A steel target was placed at 30 meters, 50 meters, and 80 meters. Agent Carter, who was temporarily hired as a referee, stood aside helplessly at the two rivals. The colonel holds the gun in both hands, stands with his feet apart, with his chest collapsed and his arms stretched forward horizontally. His eyes are firmly locked on the bullseye through the front sight, and his hands are in a textbook standard frontal position with the gun. On the other hand, Chen Mo seemed to stand casually, with his fingers on the throwing knife on his waist, ready to pull it out at any time. "Start!" Following an order from Agent Carter, Chen Mo drew his knife quickly, flicking his arm to the target. The flying knife crossed a straight silver line and hit the bullseye. "Hey!" A sound of tearing steel sounded, and the 3mm thick steel plate was instantly torn apart by the blade. Half of the blade was passed through, and the entire knife was firmly locked. It is stuck firmly on the steel plate. At the same time, the gun in the colonel's hand also rang. With a burst of gunpowder smoke from the muzzle, the bullet shot out of the gun, spinning at the target at high speed. With a sound of dang, the bullet hit the bullseye, punching the steel plate into a depression, but failed to penetrate it. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them kept holding hands and quickly completed 5 rounds per target, a total of 15 shots. The two who finished shooting stood in place, quietly waiting for Carter's inspection results. Carter first checked the results of the 30-meter target. On Chen Mo's target, 5 flying knives penetrated the steel plate and were neatly inserted in the bullseye. Carter couldn't help but glanced at Chen Mo with a relaxed look in the distance. She couldn't help being shocked by the huge might that the flying knife played in Chen Mo's hands. "Cleared up," Carter announced after checking the colonel's target. 30 meters target. Chen Mo, 50 rings. Colonel, 50 rings. Two people hearing this didn't have any surprises. Although his mouth was full of disdain, the colonel knew that Chen Mo must have a certain strength since he dared to fight, so he was surprised that Chen Mo's performance was not at all. "The key has to look at the back." Carter went forward to the 50-meter target area. Driven by curiosity, Carter still looked at Chen Mo's target first. The flying knife still penetrated the steel plate and all hit the bullseye, but as the distance increased, the formidable power decreased. The 25 centimeters long flying knife only shot about 10 centimeters, but it was formidable. Power is also enough to penetrate the human body easily. 50 meters target. Chen Mo, 50 rings. Colonel, 50 rings. Philip Colonel Sis is hearing this, secretly relieved. Fortunately, he played well today, otherwise he would be embarrassed. Normally, at this distance, he is not able to hit the ring every time. At the same time, the colonel couldn't help but glanced at Chen Mo, and he was secretly surprised. Didn't expect Chen Mo's unarmed throwing knife could accurately hit the bullseye at 50 meters away. This precision he had to be amazed by the degree, and at the same time secretly looking forward to the result of the 80-meter target, not knowing what the final result would be. Carter also walked to the 80-meter target at this time. The 5 flying knives on the bullseye clearly told her Chen Mo's performance. Piercing the 6-centimeter-long blade of the steel plate exposed at the back, it shows that the flying knife can still kill people easily at a distance of 80 meters. On the colonel's target, there were only 5 scattered shallow dents. With a marvel at Chen Mo's extraordinary flying blade technique, Carter turned and shouted, 80 meters target. Chen Mo, 50 rings. Colonel, 32 rings. Listened by Chen Mo's grades, the colonel could no longer remain calm. What? How is it possible? At a distance of 80 meters, the throwing knife thrown by your bare hands was able to hit the ball. Colonel Phillips used it. Look at Chen Mo with a look of monster. Colonel, I think you should come over and see for yourself. Carter didn't plan to let him go. Is there anything else good looking? Can't I give up? In the field I am best at, being crushed in a way that I look down on. The colonel could not help but blush, seeing Carter standing next to the target and not moving, looking at himself seriously. The colonel had to walk over. Do you want me to see how badly I lost? The colonel laughed at himself as he walked. But as the distance got closer, the colonel also saw the flying knife on the target clearly, and his expression couldn't help but change. The colonel didn't expect anyway. The throwing knife in Chen Mo's hand has such a large formidable power, let alone a pistol. It is not much worse than a rifle. The result of the test is obvious. The colonel who used the pistol was abused by Chen Mo with a flying knife. The flying knife in Chen Mo's hand is better than the M1911 in the hands of the colonel in terms of formidable power, range, accuracy and sustainability. It is much stronger. Although the rate of fire of the throwing knife is slightly lower than that of the pistol, whenever the colonel changes the magazine, Chen Mo will instantly overtake him, and the only advantage will be lost. The 30-meter target, the 50-meter target, and the 80-meter target were all defeated. The colonel had to admit that the flying knife was in Chen Mo's hands and the formidable power was not weaker than the gun. Actually, this is normal. After training, ordinary persons can use flying knives to injure the human body within the distance of 10 meters, and Chen Mo exploded with the strength and speed far exceeding the normal number of people. Force is undoubtedly terrifying. The colonel couldn't help but sigh, and even the unremarkable things in the hands of Chen Mo, who has a powerful force, can exert formidable power beyond imagination. But the stubborn colonel is still not willing to fail. Glanced angrily at the flying knife stuck on the target, and said unconvinced, "Boy, I admit that I looked down on the flying knife in your hand before. But how much of this thing can you carry on your body during battle? 10 or 20? The real battle still depends on guns." After going around a lot, the colonel finally said his purpose. "Boy, dare to compare pistols with me again?" After the colonel finished speaking, he looked at Chen Mo provocatively. Carter on the side covered his forehead speechlessly. Chen Mo looked at the colonel who was angry in front of him. He couldn't help but feel funny in his heart. People have to ask for abuse. If you don't agree, it won't work. What should I do? Of course it is to perfect him. I haven't been practicing guns for a long time, Chen Mo slowly said. The colonel hearing this thought he was looking for an excuse not to compare, and just about to make a run to force him to challenge. Chen Mo almost angered him with what he said. But spear art should be unbeatable. My steel suit 19, my steel suit 19. The colonel was immediately delighted. Good boy. Let me see if you are really unbeatable. Carter shook the head helplessly. These two usually stable people, today this is the wrong medicine. A new round of competition began and ended in an instant. As soon as the colonel fired 2 shots, he heard a burst of submachine gun-like gunshots, and soon returned to calm. The colonel, who felt strange, turned his head and found that Chen Mo had put down his gun, while Carter was slightly opening his red lips. His eyes were staring at Boss, and he looked like a ghost. What's going on? The colonel was puzzled, and he couldn't understand the situation before him. Okay. So fast. Carter came back to his senses after hearing the colonel's question, and he stammered. Ignoring the conversation between the two, Chen Mo returned the gun to Carter and left each minding their own business. Hey, you brat, we are not over yet. The colonel shouted angrily. The comparison is over, Colonel. Carter said to the colonel looking at Chen Mo from behind. The comparison is over? The colonel asked puzzledly. This kid didn't shoot at all. Also, who fired the submachine gun just now? No submachine gun, look. Carter handed the gun to the colonel. Cole Phillips took the pistol suspiciously and withdrew from the magazine. The original 7-round magazine, but now there are only 6. He fired a shot? The colonel questioned. And there. Carter pointed to where Chen Mo stood just now. The colonel turned around to look, and saw 2 magazines lying on the ground. The colonel went forward and picked them up. Both magazines were empty. Could it be? The colonel had a terrifying guess in his mind. Just now he fired 15 shots in such a short period of time and changed his magazine twice? Do you think I would believe it? The colonel said to Carter incredulously. This is a fact. Carter nodded seriously. Neither did he look at the results on the target anymore. Carter saluted the colonel and turned away, leaving the colonel alone with his magazine and doubting life. Staring at the magazine for a while, the colonel suddenly remembered something, and raised his head and walked towards Chen Mo's target. The reality once again gave him a heavy blow, and the clear bullet marks on the bullseye told him all this. It's all true. The second round test ended hastily. The colonel was abused again, even worse than before. It was obviously the same gun. However, Chen Mo's rate of fire was faster than him, and the accuracy was higher than him. He even changed his magazine. It's faster than him, and it's a lot faster. It's incredible. Actually, it's not surprising that although the colonel's spear art is good, he always needs to adjust the muzzle and re-aim each time he shoots. Chen Mo's powerful strength enables him to better control pistols and guns. There is almost no beating in the mouth, and rapid continuous firing can be achieved. Not to mention Chen Mo's own reaction and quickness, so the colonel's failure is already doomed. The colonel couldn't help feeling a little regretful. He was nothing more true than Chen Mo, a perverted non-human being. At the same time, I also secretly warned myself that no matter what Chen Mo is doing next time, I don't want to get together to find abuse. Even if he draws out a sword and says he is going to charge with a machine gun, he must believe that he can use it. Split bullets and hack all enemies to death. A few days later, Chen Mo saw Howard Stark again in the laboratory. This genius inventor is also an important member of the Strategic Science Reserve team, responsible for physics and machinery. All the equipment for super soldier strengthening includes life rays. The experimental cabins, etc. were all made by him. Howard was also very curious about the new assistant of Erskine Court Academician who suddenly appeared. Erskine Court Academician was so satisfied with him, he was praised to the sky. He kept praising him as a rare super genius in a century. He could learn everything and learn from other things. This makes Howard, who has always been proud and self-proclaimed as a genius, very unconvinced, holding back his energy and must compare himself with him. So in the following days, in addition to learning biology from Erskine Court Academician, Howard always embarrassed Chen Mo with some physical and mechanical problems. He wanted to see what Chen Mo really did. It's not as genius as Court Academician said. How far can it be? Chen Mo is so happy. Sponges generally absorb all kinds of knowledge and enrich themselves. At first, facing the various problems that Howard brought, Chen Mo still needs a little time to study and research, although he has many modern advanced scientific concepts. As Chen Mo's knowledge reserves continue to be enriched, the speed of solving problems is getting faster and faster. Howard has to keep increasing the difficulty, even taking out some of the cutting-edge technologies he is studying, but the result is a pity. It is still desperate. Howard has a sense of powerlessness, of what's gone can never come back, and I have to admit in my heart that Chen Mo is indeed a super genius, even more abnormal than himself. The comparison between Chen Mo, who has superpowers, and the genius of ordinary person is indeed a bit bullying. Although he failed to beat Chen Mo in the field of pride, Howard refused to admit defeat and always looked for opportunities to provoke Chen Mo. Faced with Howard's provocations from time to time, Chen Mo was also rude, violently and angry back, often causing Howard battered and exhausted. I can't compare with my brain, I can't speak, and am completely crushed by the hands. Howard has encountered a nemesis, and is always rendered temperless, vowing to never provoke Chen Mo again. Turning his head but couldn't help but stepped forward to look for abuse. It can be said that he is not tired. In the eyes of everyone, these two people are completely a pair of enemies. They say that they have a good relationship. They quarrel all day long, and they are not pleasing to each other. If the relationship is bad, the two geniuses always love to get together. Researching black technology together, but also produced a lot of results. The Colonel and Court Academician also feel weak for these two guys who are usually mature, clever and savvy, and get together to become a living treasure. After several persuasion to no avail, they simply don't care, as long as they don't delay. For business, let the two of them quarrel. Hurry up, run fast. The reserve soldiers are doing long-distance training again, and Steve ran without accident. He got the last one. After all, his stamina was still a little weaker, but he still gritted his teeth to keep up and didn't fall behind. Standing. When I ran halfway, I saw Agent Carter sitting in a jeep waiting for them not far away. Instructor ordered the team to stop and pointed to the side of the road. The flagpole set up shouted at the players. This flag shows that you only ran halfway. The first person to take off the flag can ride back to the camp with Agent Carter. Hurry up. The soldiers heard this and rushed up, but the flagpole was too thin and slippery, and slipped down after not climbing too high. Are you capable of this? This force is over. Go up, climb up. Instructor was talking cool words next to him, watching their jokes with interest. For 17 years, no one can get that flag. Okay, come back and line up. After seeing enough jokes, Instructor is ready to continue training. Everyone gave up helplessly, and went back to the side of the road to line up in frustration. At this time, Steve, who had just been relieved, walked up. Rogers, I said I'm back. Instructor watched Steve walked under the flagpole without observing the order of each, minding their own business, and scolded harshly. Steve ignored the instructor's roar, looked up the flagpole, and then bent down and pulled out the fixing pin at the bottom of the flagpole. The flagpole began to tilt. Dang! Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, the flagpole crashed to the ground. Steve took 2 steps forward and easily got the flag. Agent Carter looked at Steve. On his face there was a smile of admiration. Steve passed in front of the soldiers, who looked at him stupidly. Thanks, sir. Throwing the flag to the startled instructor, Steve, each minding their own business, sat in the back seat of the jeep. Agent Carter couldn't help but laugh when he saw it. After he got in the car, Carter turned his head to Steve, nodded, who sat down behind him. The jeep drove the two of them away, leaving a group of bewildered soldiers standing in the wind and eating ashes. Instructor looked at Steve's back in the car and walked away, and then looked down at the flag he was holding in his hand, only to feel deep in one's heart mess. Steve again. He emerged to show his wisdom, and at the same time, he won the favor of Agent Carter. My Steel Suit 20, my Steel Suit 20. This evening, Chen Mo came out of the laboratory and was about to go to the cafeteria to have a meal. He happened to meet Colonel Phillips, who was approaching. Come on as a little white mouse for Court Academician again? The colonel looked up and down. Chen Mo. Look at you. My best soldier is almost turned into a nerd like him by this old guy. After complaining, Colonel Phillips looked at Chen Mo and asked suspiciously, how about, can you still hold a gun now? Chen Mo looked down at the white coat and the thick creatures he was holding studying books. He smiled helplessly at the colonel's poisonous tongue. Cole Phillips is a pure soldier, and what soldiers value most is strength. Chen Mo until now's outstanding performance is highly valued by him. Strong physical quality, keen insight and clever mind, fighting and spear art are even more powerful than imagined. This is simply his perfect super fighter in mind. As a result, such a combat genius was taken to the laboratory as a little white mouse by court academician all day long. Not to mention, even later he was transferred to the laboratory as his assistant, Colonel Phillips. There is a kind of secret caste, the heartache and unwillingness of reckless waste of natural resources. Every time I see Chen Mo, I can't help but complain. Waiting for your test at any time, Colonel. Should we compare it again? I feel that I have really regressed a lot recently. Chen Mo looked at Colonel Phillips sincerely. The colonel's face turned red, and he immediately scolded his face. Hurry up and get out of me. Disappear from me right away. The colonel was hit hard by the last test. Since then, I have never mentioned the gun game again, but just now accidentally, Chen Mo pulled the conversation over again. Actually, the colonel is still very satisfied with Chen Mo. No officer of a powerful soldier would dislike him, and he usually takes good care of him, provided that he does not mention the gun. This is the eternal pain of the colonel. Then Colonel, your best soldier is going to do something very important now. Chen Mo waved to the colonel, turned around and held the book step away. The colonel looked at Chen Mo's back with a smile on his face. This smelly brat. Farewell to the colonel. Chen Mo came to the restaurant. As for the very important thing in his mouth, of course it is to fill his stomach. After taking a meal and sitting down after eating, a beautiful silhouette suddenly sat down opposite Chen Mo. I heard the colonel's roar just now. Did you mess with him again? The Agent Carter in military uniform still looks so valiant and formidable looking, beautiful and alluring. I reminded him of some unbearable past. Chen Mo shook the head, replied while eating. Carter hearing this couldn't help but feel happy. She was a referee when the two were fighting with each other. She witnessed the whole process of the colonel being abused by Chen Mo. There is rarely a chance to see the colonel deflated. Do you still practice today? Carter is also interested in throwing knives. Take Steve makeup lessons tonight. I heard that he has recently started to be lazy. During today's training, he ran halfway, dropped the instructor and his teammates and came back in your car by himself. Listening to Chen Mo mentioning this, Carter remembered that instructor's awkward expression at the time, and couldn't help but laugh. He's very smart. Too stupid to be my discipline. If it wasn't for Steve's smart and talented person, and Chen Mo's favorite superhero, I won't bother to teach. Steve finished his training late, took 2 bites of food in a hurry, and ran to the playground to look for Chen Mo. Master, I'm late. Steve yelled as he ran, and when he ran up to see Agent Carter was also there, he suddenly closed his mouth and got up. Sorry, Agent Carter, so you are here too. Carter smiled friendly when he saw Steve. Chen Mo and Steve both gave Carter a good impression. As a sexy, beautiful, independent and self-reliant woman, Carter treats men around him who covet her beauty but despise her ability very bored. They always feel that women should stay at home to watch children, do housework, and serve men, which is something she cannot accept. But she could feel that Chen Mo's eyes were very clear when they saw her. There was no desire, only appreciation. They also respected her from the heart, not at all because she was a woman. Despising her, it made Carter feel respected and recognized, and she felt very comfortable with them. But the difference is that she can feel Chen Mo's pure appreciation for her, not mixed with men and women, but treats her as a friend. And Steve was a little bit shy of the big boy in front of her. During training, he often looked at her secretly like other soldiers, but unlike those squinting eyes, Steve's eyes had a hint of ignorance. Carter doesn't hate it for his love. Chen Mo started to teach Steve in the open space next to the barracks, and Carter also stood by and watched with keen interest. Pleasure. When punching, the force must be emitted from the soles of the feet, kicking, twisting the hips, and sending the shoulders. The force passes through the spine to the arms, and finally bursts out at the moment of hitting the opponent. On the battlefield, it is not a street fight. There is no time for you to slowly defeat your opponent, and the enemy will not surrender because you are knocked down to the ground. So remember, you must attack the enemy's vitals, solve the enemy as quickly as possible, and don't give the opponent a chance to fight back. After Chen Mo pointed Steve, he let him practice on his own, and then looked towards Carter. When I explained it to Steve just now, Chen Mo found that she listened more seriously than Steve, and seemed interested in it. Seeing Chen Mo looking at her, Carter suddenly looked into Chen Mo's eyes and said, "I want to challenge you." As a senior agent, Carter accepted after very formal training, proficient in close combat techniques, and able to use a variety of firearms, knives and other weapons to fight. After listening to what Chen Mo told Steve just now, she could understand some of them, but many did not. She was very curious about how strong Chen Mo's fighting ability was. Carter was very good at his skill, very confident. She wants to verify it herself. Chen Mo hearing this couldn't help but froze, and then nodded with a smile. "Yes, but before that, you have to beat Steve first." Carter turned his head and looked at Steve, who was focusing on practicing. He not at all noticed what Chen Mo just said. "What happened?" "I am still practicing, each minding their own business and digesting what Chen Mo just taught." Carter just remembered Chen Mo's abnormal physical quality. Even if he stood still, he wouldn't be able to beat him. "Just now I focused on fighting skills, and I almost forgot this." Hearing this, quickly nodded down the steps. "Okay. Then I'll have a fight with Steve first." Turning around and looked towards Steve. Steve, who is still immersed in his world, suddenly felt a hot gaze fall on him, came back to his senses, but as goddess agent Carter was looking full of fighting intent. "By yourself?" "What's the matter?" Steve asked weakly, with his heartbeat speeding up under Carter's eyes. "Fight me," Carter said directly. Steve was a bit not knowing what to do, and suddenly asked him to do something with goddess in his mind. This taught him not to know what to do for a while, so he looked towards Chen for help. "Mo, Agent Carter wants to discuss with you. Don't keep your hands, show all your strength," Chen Mo explained. Under Chen Mo's encouraging eyes, Steve braced oneself, nodded. "Well then, Agent Carter, let's finish it." After finishing talking, Steve gave Carter cup one fist in the other hand, a serious salute, which made Carter a little unfathomable mystery. This is a habit that Steve developed when he was learning with boxers in dojo. Every time he talks with junior brothers, he must first cup one fist in the other hand. Carter took off his military jacket, and the shirt he wore inside was held tightly against him by his plump figure. Handing over the jacket to Chen Mo, Carter walked to Steve and stood still, and signaled to him, nodded that he could start. Steve glanced at Carter's figure, then blushed and looked away. "My steel suit 21. My steel suit 21. I'm going to make a move." Carter gave Steve a white look, lightly shouted, then grabbed his body, raised a snow-white fist, made a quick straight punch, hit Steve in the chest. Some distracted Steve was too late to dodge, was punched in the chest by Carter, and took 2 steps involuntarily backwards. Rubbing his aching chest, Steve immediately put away his thoughts and became serious, lifting the head carefully and staring at Carter. Seeing that Steve was in the state, Carter was nodded with satisfaction and punched Steve again. Steve gets serious. His fighting skills are not weaker than Carter, and the strength of the two is also almost on par. Steve raised his hand to catch Carter's punch, and before she retracted her hand, he held it with the backhand. She pulled her wrist hard, trying to disrupt her balance. Carter has also received professional fighting training. He has more actual combat experience than Steve. He immediately noticed his intentions. Following Steve's pull, he turned around and hit Steve with an elbow. Abdomen. Steve still holds Carter's wrist tightly with one hand, and quickly presses down with the other hand to dissolve Carter's elbow. The two have similar fighting abilities and similar strengths. You come and I meet at a time. The fight is vivid and evenly matched. Looking at the two people fighting in front of him, Chen Mo smiled with satisfaction. Steve, Master can only help you here. In the end, the match between the two ended with Carter's successful over and shoulder fall and knocked Steve down. Carter wisely did not mention the match with Chen Mo again, and asked Chen Mo to teach Steve every time in the future. At that time, must call her. For the lifelong happiness of the discipline, Chen Mo readily agreed with Steve's expectant A's. So, Steve added another little junior sister who is a year for something even in dreams. Chen Mo found that Carter's talent in fighting is no weaker than Steve. After a period of training, the two always compare Steve to lose more and lose less. But Carter didn't look down on Steve. She knew very well what Steve had been like before, and how hard he worked. She only praised and recognized Steve, but did not despise him at all. She believed that he would be more strong. But I won't be easily overtaken by you, Carter secretly inspired himself. As the research progresses day by day, Chen Mo learns more about Super Soldier Serum and helps Erskine Court Academician more and more. In the end, the optimized and improved new generation serum was finally developed, and the human trials that had been delayed for several months were finally about to begin. The question of the candidates for the experiment is once again placed in front of a few people. Cole Phillips is not satisfied with the thin Steve, although he is not as thin as he looks, but in the eyes of the Colonel, the real fighter should be like Chen Mo, as tall, strong, swift and powerful, and battle strength tough. And Erskine Court Academician is still hesitating between the two. He is very optimistic about Steve. His kindness and integrity impressed him. But Chen Mo's performance is also very good. Different from Colonel Phillips, Court Academician pays more attention to inequality. Chen Mo is also very good at this point. He also has a lot of ideas and views on war. Court Academician agrees very much. So he was still hesitant, unable to make a decision late. On this day, the two arguing over this issue again persuaded the Colonel to no avail and decided to use facts to prove that his idea was correct. Fighting depends on guts. Colonel Phillips threw a fake grenade into the crowd when he finished speaking. "There a grenade!" the Colonel loudly shouted, reminded. Hearing there is a grenade, a group of soldiers dispersed in an instant, each looking for shelter, but Steve dashed on bravely with no thought of personal safety, and pressed the grenade firmly with his body. At this moment, an arm suddenly stretched out. Pulling away Steve, Chen Mo quickly picked up the grenade from the ground and threw it into an open space more than 100 meters away with all his strength. A little slower, Agent Carter stopped, and looked at the two people dash on bravely with no thought of personal safety in front of him. A smile couldn't help being revealed on his cold face. The surrounding soldiers looked at the grenades disappearing in the distance and looked at each other. They all felt a little speechless. Chen Mo is a pervert. He threw it too far. For a long time, there was no explosion sound, and everyone also reacted. It turned out to be an exercise grenade. Cole Phillips and Erskine Court Academician looked at each other. Both of them were a little relieved, but a little helpless. The problem was still not solved. That night, Chen Mo came to Erskine Court Academician's room. "Chen Mo, why are you here?" "What's the matter?" Opened the door and saw Chen Mo. Court Academician was a little surprised. "Come in first." After asking Chen Mo to enter the room and sit down, Court Academician asked, "For the experiment?" "Yes, Court Academician." Chen Mo blunt said. "I hope you can choose Steve." This answer is somewhat beyond the expectations of Court Academician. "Why?" Court Academician looked at his assistant in confusion. "Steve needs this opportunity more than me. It has always been his dream to go to the battlefield. This is his only opportunity, and I can wait for the next time." Chen Mo finished. Court Academician watched him. His gaze became more gentle. He already admired Chen Mo very much. Chen Mo's this remark made Court Academician's favor with him once again greatly increased, and he recognized him even more in his heart. "Actually, I have been hesitating. You two really makes me hard to choose." Court Academician got up and took out a bottle of wine from the cabinet and poured a glass for both of them. "Since you have decided, then all right. Tomorrow, you will participate in the experiment as my assistant. I think Steve also needs your encouragement." "Thank you, Court Academician." Chen Mo toast. "No, I should say thank you." Finally, "You don't have to worry about who you choose. Both of you are excellent." Court Academician also raised his glass, drinking wine. The two of them talked about their experiences with Erskine Court Academician, who trusted Chen Mo more and more. Erskine Court Academician is a German. Hitler heard of his research after he took power and sent him to the research department of Hydra headquarters to make super soldier for the police. And Schmidt, the current leader of Hydra, is wild ambition, and is as obsessed with superpowers and mythology as Hitler. He wants to become a Superman and gain the power of God. So, after Schmidt discovered the power of the serum, he forced Court Academician to strengthen him. However, the serum was immature at the time, and the side effects disfigured Schmidt and turned it into Red Skull. And serum can enhance all aspects of human beings. Good is better, bad is worse, so Schmidt has become more evil, and his ambitions have grown. He wants to rule the world. Court Academician finally said a little heavy, "Does Schmidt know you are here?" Chen Mo asked. The following conversation is very important. Court Academician took the hand of the wine glass and said, "With Hydra's intelligence ability, it is very possible." Then Court Academician, "I think the experiment tomorrow is very likely dangerous." Chen Mo warned, "Schmidt is impossible to watch us create a large number of super fighters." "You are right." But Court Academician hasn't finished. Was interrupted by Chen Mo. "Also, even if the experiment goes well, what's next? Give the formula to the politicians and let them make the Super Legion. And then? Will the formula leak and let Schmidt and other ambitious get?" Without waiting for Court Academician's denial, Chen Mo continued. "Well, even if the formula is not leaked, the politicians have mastered this powerful force and won the war. After that, will they be willing to hand over the power that is enough to subvert the world or simply disband? What will the iron-blooded soldiers with superhuman power bring to this world?" Chen Mo's words made Court Academician stunned. He didn't expect that his own research would bring these consequences. He has been expecting himself the research can end wars and maintain peace. He used to worry about the serum being stolen by Hydra, but he never considered the reaction of the high-level allies. Imagining the terrifying consequences of the abuse of serum, Court Academician couldn't help but burst into a cold sweat. "What should we do?" Court Academician, who came back to his senses, looked at Chen Mo eagerly, expecting Chen Mo to give him an answer. Chen Mo groaned. "Perhaps we should talk to the Colonel and Agent Carter." My Steel Suit 22. My Steel Suit 22. That night, the four people talked about it late at night. Second day, Steve follows Agent Carter to the secret laboratory. Lying in the large reinforced cabin, Steve's thin body twisted slightly uneasy. "Is it comfortable?" Chen Mo asked, standing beside Steve. "It's a bit big, Master." After seeing Chen Mo, Steve was obviously relaxed. "You will feel small soon." Chen Mo mysteriously smiled. "Remember, no matter what, must hold on." Chen Mo warned repeatedly. After improvement, the effect of the serum has become stronger, but the pain caused by strengthening will also be greater. "I will, Master." Steve firmly nodded. He finally got this opportunity and will never give up. After removing the unrelated personnel, Court Academician picked up the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, today is our first step on the road to peace. First of all, what we are doing is one series of minimally invasive injections. Inject serum into muscles. After serum injection, it will cause rapid changes in cells. It will stimulate growth afterwards. Then penetrate the subject through the rays of life. Following Erskine Court Academician's explanation, the experiment began. After serum injection, the enhanced cabin was closed, and life rays began to be irradiated, and a strong white light shot out from the window of the enhanced cabin. As the intensity of the rays got stronger and stronger, Steve started to lose control and screamed in pain. Agent Carter hurriedly yelled when he saw it, "Turn it off, Steve." Erskine Court Academician yelled as he knocked on the reinforcement cabin, but saw that Steve didn't respond. Court Academician hurriedly shouted, "Turn around, Mr. Stark, turn it off." Howard was about to turn off the ray when Steve suddenly hissed, "No, don't turn off. I can carry it." Howard, hearing this, paused, looked towards Erskine Court Academician, and Court Academician turned his attention to Chen Mo. Chen Mo was definitely nodded. "He can do it." Court Academician, hearing this, to Howard nodded. Howard saw this, and slowly turned the switch to the maximum. As the white light projected from the window became brighter and more dazzling, everyone couldn't help but bow their heads and raise their hands to cover their eyes. Soon, electric sparks and bursts of white smoke appeared on the experimental equipment, and eventually all stopped. The strong light gradually dissipated, and the strengthening chamber stood there quietly, without any movement. Mr. Stark. Akademician motioned to Howard to open the enhanced cabin. Under everyone's nervous gaze, the strengthening cabin slowly opened, and a tall and muscular silhouette slowly emerged. The experiment was successful, and Steve successfully changed from a thin, small man to a tall and strong super soldier. "I did it, Master," Steve said weakly, and the pain during the strengthening made him almost unable to hold on. "We made it." Lifting Steve out of the strengthening cabin, Chen Mo was also a little excited. The new strengthening serum was completed with his own assistance. Steve is taller and stronger than in the movie. His body shows that the new serum is stronger than the original, which is undoubtedly his own credit. "Yes, we succeeded." Erskine Court Academician was calmer than expected, but Howard was a little excited. "You really succeeded." Peggy Carter stepped forward quickly, looking at Steve's naked upper body in front of him. The explosive muscles reflected rays of light under the light. Carter, who had a good impression of Steve, couldn't help but feel flustered. "How do you feel?" Carter asked, a deep breath, growing taller. Steve responded weakly. The Agent Carter, who has always been swift and decisive, valiant and formidable looking, turned into a little woman at this time. Looking at the developed pectoral muscles in front of him, she couldn't help reaching out and touching it. "It looks high." When everyone was immersed in the excitement of success, Hydra's lurking spy suddenly detonated the bomb, taking advantage of the chaos and snatching the only remaining super soldier serum, and shot Erskine Court Academician. Steve, who had just gained superhuman power, watched the Erskine Court Academician, who had created him with one hand, shot to death, and got up angrily and chased him out. The Hydra spy rushed out all the way. After killing several guards and the antique shop female boss guarding outside the secret laboratory, he fled in a car under the response of his accomplices. The Agent Carter, who was the first to chase out, shot the driver headshot with a precise spear art, and the car hit the roadside and stopped. The Hydra spy quickly got out of the car, grabbed a taxi parked next to him, and ran into Carter directly. Carter was in danger, calmly raised his gun and shot. Seeing that the car was about to hit Carter, Steve quickly rushed over, hugged Carter and threw out, avoiding the impact of the car. "I aimed at him," Carter exclaimed angrily. If Steve hadn't thrown her down, she would have hit the spy in the last shot, and of course, she would have been hit by a car. "Sorry." Steve didn't have time to say more, and got up to chase the spy. After a chase battle, the curtain came to an end at the pier. The Hydra spy who was driving a hidden single submarine trying to escape was caught by the American captain and threw it ashore. The Hydra spy, who knew he had no hope of escape, shouted "Long live Hydra!" and committed suicide by taking poison. Looking at the broken serum in the corner, Chen Mo, who was hiding in the dark, quietly left. With the death of Erskine Court Academician and without the serum, the super soldier plan stalled and was eventually sealed. The spy hunt in New York appeared in the newspapers and made Steve famous. Senator Bragg took a fancy to this and used his power to recruit Steve from the laboratory. They packaged Steve as an American hero, helped them sell defense bonds, shot promotional films, and traveled to various parts of the United States to tour the United States. So the name of Captain of the United States quickly became known throughout the country. At the same time, on the other side, in a secret base of the Strategic Science Reserve, Erskine Court Academician, who should have died, sat safely at the conference table, except for Colonel Phillips, agent. In addition to Carter and Chen Mo, Howard Stark also appeared here. "Are we really not telling Steve?" the glamorous Agent Carter asked unwillingly. "He will know, but not now." Chen Mo helplessly shook the head. "All right, let's talk about business." The night before the experiment, after Chen Mo and Erskine Court Academician explained, The Colonel and Carter also realized for the first time the hidden dangers of the super soldier plan. Once the experiment is successful, many great characters will crazily want this kind of power, even the president. Until then, it will be difficult to keep the serum just with the strength in the hands of Colonel Phillips. Once the serum falls into the hands of ambitious, the consequences will be devastating. In the face of the invincible Super Soldier Legion, the entire world will be shaken. If the strengthening target does not undergo a rigorous test, bullies, criminals, and terrorists are strengthened. When the time comes, a group of uncontrolled super fighters will bring huge chaos and destruction to the world. Countless civilians may be killed as a result. Therefore, the serum must not be handed over. This powerful force capable of changing the world must be controlled by the righteous. Finally, they decided to follow Chen Mo's suggestion to put Erskine Court Academician in suspended animation in the experiment, thus ending the super soldier plan. In order to prevent accidents, Colonel Phillips even arranged a spy himself. If Hydra does not act, then this spy will replace Hydra to complete their plan. As a genius inventor, Howard Stark's ability is beyond doubt, and as an important member of the Strategic Science Reserve team, he can be trusted. So Carter talked to him long before the experiment. He also agreed with everyone's ideas and was willing to join in. As for Steve, Chen Mo understands this innocent child. He doesn't cover up very much. It's easy to be seen as a weak spot. Just let him be kept in the dark to confuse those politicians. Anyway, a few months later, he will rejoin the Strategic Science Reserve team after earning enough prestige. When the time comes, everything will be a matter of course and will not arouse suspicion. So, after the storm passed, the 5 people got together again. My Steel Suit 23. My Steel Suit 23. Under the guidance of Chen Mo, after careful deliberations and intense discussions, a new organization was secretly established here. This organization is not controlled by any country or force. It is led by 5 people present as the core members of the organization. Its purpose is to maintain world peace, protect the Earth, and deal with various threats to human security. Special event. They will use the Super Soldier Serum to strengthen the inner member who has passed strict tests and can be absolutely trusted within a controllable range. The current inner member is Steve, who is not yet aware of it. Join when appropriate. In addition to the core members and the inner member, there is also a need for a group of outer members to provide intelligence and logistical support. At present, the organization will temporarily hide in the Strategic Science Reserve, and use it as a basis to gradually develop. A batch of independent outer members have been formed, and now there are only a few trusted confidants of the Colonel. Is it a bit exaggerated to protect the Earth? Howard looked towards Chen Mo. These more advanced suggestions were all made by him. How about protect America? Glancing at him diagonally, Chen Mo raised his hand and made a circle. Court Academician is a German, Carter is a British, and I am a Chinese. How about we just call it the Anglo-American German-China Protection Agency? Can't be further away. Can you be more broad-minded? The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Don't you understand? The casual complaint was caught by Chen Mo. Howard was very angry, but looked for without a reason to refute. He blushed for a long time before muttering stiffly, that should also be called the U.S. British German China Protection Agency. What did you say? Loudly, I didn't catch it. Chen Mo asked, clenching his fist. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Howard wisely chose to change the subject. Then what is our name? Finally, under Chen Mo's proposal, the name of the organization was officially determined as SHIELD. Chen Mo became one of the 5 founders of SHIELD, responsible for external combat matters, and will lead his troops to attack Hydra in the future. Cole Phillips is responsible for logistics, command, and contact with the United States. As the first SHIELD director, he manages the operation and development of the entire organization. Carter, as an elite agent, will be responsible for the organization and intelligence collection of the intelligence section. Erskine Court Academician and Howard are responsible for providing technical support, including serum enhancement, combat equipment, defense facilities, etc. as well as the interpretation of the captured Hydra technology. From the perspective of the captured Hydra single submarine, Hydra's technological level is at least 30 years ahead of the world. Of course, when there is no mission, Chen Mo will also join in. Erskine Court Academician has a lot of resentment for letting Chen Mo take charge of the battle, and he called out a waste of talent. The first thing after S.H.I.E.L.D. was established was to strengthen Chen Mo. The whole strengthening process was very smooth. With Chen Mo's strong spirit and willpower, although the pain of strengthening was strong, it was still bearable. The enhancement effect of the original serum in the movie is about 4 times. And after Chen Mo's intervention, the enhanced serum has 5 times the enhancement effect on the ordinary person. Chen Mo does not know that there are already 4 times the enhancement effect of ordinary persons. What will be the strengthening effect of your body's strength? When the strengthening compartment was opened, Chen Mo with his upper body naked came out. His already straight figure became taller, his muscles bulged, but he did not look bloated and bulky, but appeared the perfect streamline. The whole body is slender and strong, as if it contains extreme speed and explosive power. Chen Mo carefully felt the changes in his body. Sarah can indeed strengthen all aspects of human abilities, even spirit strength has been improved. The space expands to 2 meters on each side, and the volume is 8 cubic meters. The brain area has been developed again, and it can be remembered without deliberate memory. Chen Mo can recall all the things that happened before, regardless of the size, and Chen Mo can clearly recall his thinking and learning ability has once again greatly improved. Now it is no exaggeration to say that he is a peerless genius. The physical fitness that was already close to the limit of human beings has finally broken through. After testing, the bench press strength reaches 815 kilograms. The height of the jump is 4 meters, the distance is 8 meters, and the sprint jump is much more than that, the fastest at 25 meters per second. The strength and recovery speed of the skeleton are about 6 times that of ordinary people. The result of Steve's previous test is bench press 680 kilograms, jump height of 3 meters, distance or 6 meters, speed of 22 meters per second, 5 times the skeleton strength and recovery speed of ordinary people, other endurance, reaction speed, and resistance to blows. In terms of ability, Chen Mo also surpassed Steve by a lot. At the same time, the internal organs have also been strengthened, and both their strength and function have been greatly improved, and they can withstand greater impact. The heart becomes more powerful. Its usual beating speed is very slow, but when needed, it can instantly burst out a strong power, transport blood quickly to the whole body, and support the huge consumption of high-intensity exercise. The detoxification ability of the liver and the breathing ability of the lungs have also become very powerful. After the enhancement was successful, Chen Mo returned to dojo and arranged some arrangements, and then flew to London with the Colonel, Carter and Howard. The Colonel has received a new order, and the Strategic Science Reserve will take on the important task of eliminating Hydra in the future. The Erskine's Court Academician, who has been dead, stays at the secret base in New York to continue the research on the enhanced serum, minimize the pain during the strengthening, so as to reduce the excessive demand on willpower and improve the strengthening success rate. In fact, long before the experiment, Chen Mo once hesitated whether to send Hydra spies to cooperate with the performance. According to Erskine's Court Academician's understanding of Hydra, I didn't expect it before. Since Chen Mo reminded him, thinking of this, Hydra would cause them suspicion if he didn't act. Furthermore, if the Colonel's hands are hands-on, it is easy to leave a weak spot. After some weighing, Chen Mo decided to sacrifice a few spies and let the script continue as before. On the surface, everything seems to be the same as the original plot, but behind it, there is a change of heaven and earth turning upside down. After arriving in London, the people of the Strategic Science Reserve settled down at the underground base prepared by the British. Agent Carter immediately started contacting MI6 to obtain the latest information. The Colonel also contacted the Allied forces, and Howard plunged into the laboratory. Chen Mo saw that there was nothing wrong with him, so he went to the bathroom alone. Closed the door of the innermost compartment. Chen Mo looked around. The bathroom was cleaned, but in an inconspicuous corner of the wall, Chen Mo found a very light, seemingly special marking for common stains. Chen Mo fumbled for a while, opened a very hidden secret compartment in a specific way, and took out a paper roll from it. Opened the paper roll. Above it is the latest Hydra information recorded with a special code. Hydra's intelligence system has been penetrated and expanded for many years with the full development of Red Skull and the support of science and technology, and has already penetrated into important departments of various countries. From top to bottom, it can be said to be with no opportunity. Its scale huge, well organized, and extremely terrifying. Chen Mo has always been surrounded by Hydra people, helping to pass information and Chen Mo's orders. Of course, they don't know who opened the secret compartment. Their job is to pass information. Too much will only be cleaned up, so Chen Mo's identity is not at all known. Moreover, places like public toilets are not arranged in advance and it is difficult to lock Chen Mo's identity. With Chen Mo's keen senses, the surrounding environment is always in his grasp, and any wind and grass can escape. Not his perception. So, Chen Mo is not worried about identity exposure. My Steel Suit 24. My Steel Suit 24. According to the intelligence, Hitler will send personnel to inspect the Alpine headquarters. Chen Mo knows that Hitler has been dissatisfied with the Red Skull for a long time. He originally handed Hydra to Schmidt to provide him with new and powerful weapons, but after Schmidt took over, Hydra began to expand but did not provide much weapons. This time Chen Mo's arrangement made Hitler more suspicious. It was not surprising that Hitler sent his confidant to investigate. Apart from this, another piece of information made Chen Mo's eyes constricted. Hydra rebels in multiple bases. Before he left Norway, Chen Mo had already ordered the European bases to shrink their forces, fully carry out scientific research and development, and refrain from interfering in the battle between and the Allies. But now there are several bases in Europe, except for the 3 bases Chen Mo intends to keep, including the Alps headquarters, which are completely in accordance with Chen Mo's orders and are hidden for scientific research and development. However, they are all in outward devotion but inner opposition, and now they directly violated Chen Mo's orders and joined Hitler's offensive actions against the Allied forces. Finally can't help it. After reading the information, Chen Mo couldn't help but sneer in his heart. In fact, the rebellion of several bases was expected by Chen Mo. It can even be said that Chen Mo deliberately indulged and contributed to it. Chen Mo has discovered in the process of controlling Hydra that although Red Skull controls Hydra very well, most people in the organization regard Red Skull as a god, and all commands to him will be strict compliance and execution without the slightest hesitation. However, there are still some people who are still loyal to Hitler, or Hitler arranged for Hydra. After all, Hydra was originally handed over to Red Skull by Hitler, but it was slowly taken by the Red Skull of Wild Ambition. Controlled, gradually out of Hitler's control. Now Chen Mo has removed all those who are loyal to him, and only these Hitler's diehards are in control of the base. They are naturally restless, and even after the Red Skull disappeared for so long, started to have action. Take the paper for recording information into the space, take out a piece of the same special paper from it, write the command with the code, and put it back into the secret compartment. The paper used to record information is specially made. Once the secret box is opened in the wrong way, the paper will burn spontaneously, and even the ashes will not be left behind. In fact, Chen Mo can also choose to use wireless electronics. There is a wireless electronics device made by Hydra in Chen Mo's space, but it is easy to be intercepted when used in the base. Although it cannot be deciphered, it still causes unnecessary suspicion. Therefore, most of the time, Chen Mo still uses this ancient but secret way to convey information. As for the inspectors sent by Hitler, Chen Mo directly ordered them to get rid of them, while the rebel base continued to be monitored and waited for Chen Mo to handle them personally. At this time, Zola Court Academician's research on Tesseract has produced results. the energy in the Rubik's Cube can be converted and used. Many of Zola Corticodemetian's previous ideas have also become in view of reality. New weapons have been developed, and their formidable power is very huge, but the charging time is longer and the size is relatively large. Chen Mo has ordered Zola Corticodemetian to continue research and optimization, and will not be equipped with troops for the time being, so the rebellious Hydra troops are not at all equipped with energy weapons. From the temporary headquarters in London to the front line, Chen Mo will lead an elite combat team of the Strategic Science Reserve to begin the attack on these rebellious Hydra bases. Chen Mo will clean up these malignant tumors by himself, and use this to make Hydra disappear from the eyes of the world. Before departure, Howard called Chen Mo to his laboratory. Due to time constraints, Howard had no time to tailor Chen Mo's combat equipment, so Chen Mo directly picked it from his inventory. Chen Mo is also welcome, ignoring a bunch of currently considered high-tech weapons and equipment, directly turning out the shield in the movie. In Chen Mo's view, this is the real most valuable things. The silver-white metal shield is in my hand, not at all looks so heavy. No, that piece is not finished yet. Howard waved his hand to stop. What kind of material is this? Chen Mo ignored it, and asked while looking at it. The shield in the movie is very powerful. Not only is it indestructible, but any attack can be offset by it. It won't cause any harm to the people behind the shield. In the reunion, Steve used it to connect. Thor's hammer's full-strength attack was safe and sound, which made him interested in the material of the shield. Sound-absorbing steel has stronger performance than steel, and its weight is only 1/3. Howard replied helplessly, the most important thing is that it can neutralize the attack. The shield is circular, with a diameter of about 70 centimeters. When held in front of you, it can block the entire upper body. You only need to bend your waist to protect the head together. With this shield on the battlefield, you can survive and the battle strength will be greatly improved. And its material is extremely hard, offensive and defensive, combined with Chen Mo's huge strength, can exert a powerful attack power. In the movie, Steve can be invincible on the battlefield, destroying all the bases of Hydra. This shield played a vital role. Why not mass produce the whole army? Chen Mo put the shield on his left arm and waved it, very smoothly, nodded very satisfied. This kind of material is very rare on the Earth. This one in your hand is a unique orphan. Howard watched Chen Mo take this beloved collection as his own, and wanted a pose but dare not speak. He knew that once a good thing arrived in Chen Mo's hands, it was basically impossible to get it out. He had no choice but to admit his fate. Knowing that his eyes were so sharp, he should hide the shield first. You made it? Chen Mo asked, looking at Howard, who was unwilling and painful. Hearing this, Howard blushed a little. It is Myron Markle Corticodemetian. He is a very powerful material scientist. In an experiment, he accidentally combined vibranium, iron and some kind of the unknown materials were mixed together to create this shield. But after that, he couldn't replicate that process again. After Howard finished, he was a little regretful, shook the head. Vibranium. Chen Mo knows that it is a special metal contained in a meteorite that fell on the Earth. It is extremely hard, but its quantity is rare and extremely precious. And Howard mentioned Myron Markle Corticodemetian, but it aroused Chen Mo's interest. Where is the Mark Klein Corticodemetian now? New York. He is trying to make this super alloy again, but vibranium is extremely rare and has limited. There has been no progress. Howard and Mark Klein Corticodemetian are very familiar. The two often cooperate and know his situation well. Nodded. Chen Mo did not continue to question, and asked Howard to help paint the shield black, and then left the laboratory with the shield in Howard's eyes. My Steel Suit 25. My Steel Suit 25. In the European battlefield at this time, the side has an absolute advantage. Most of the entire European continent is under Hitler's control. Allied forces have never been able to break through the defensive circle, and the emergence of Hydra forces has greatly delayed the Allied attack and caused a lot casualties. Although Chen Mo did not equip the troops with energy weapons, they still have Hydra's original mechanized troops. However, with heavy armored weapons such as giant tanks and armored vehicles that surpass the current technological level of the Allied forces, and the elite Hydra soldiers with firm beliefs and fierce and unafraid of death. They still maintain their opposition to the Allied forces in local battles. The absolute suppressing power. Fortunately, the battle-strength Hydra has a limited number of troops. They control several bases on Hitler's side. Each base has only a force of less than 500 troops, which cannot change the overall battle situation. However, the elite Hydra troops still have an impact on the local war situation. Every time they encounter them, the Allied troops will suffer heavy casualties. After Chen Mo led the team, the situation changed again. In the movie, the reason why Steve led the Roaring Commando can easily destroy Hydra's base is based on Steve's own powerful strength. And with Chen Mo's powerful strength far surpassing Steve, these bases he abandoned are even more fragile and can be destroyed. The first time Chen Mo really went into battle to kill the enemy, Chen Mo felt his blood boiled over. He enjoyed the whole battle very much. For the first time, he was able to completely let go of all constraints, and wantonly exert all his strength. Feeling hearty, each bullet hit the shield. It made him feel the acceleration of the heartbeat, bringing tremendous excitement. During the fierce battle, Chen Mo's mind is constantly tempered, and his temperament has undergone tremendous changes. With the continuous killing, Chen Mo's murderous aura became heavier and heavier, his eyes sharpened, and his face became colder. But Chen Mo not at all was lost in the killing, and he was extremely calm in the battle. Every time he kills a person, his heart becomes more calm and clear. Under the tempering of the battlefield, Chen Mo's spirit strength also began to grow again. It's really a hero in troubled times. Only on the battlefield, the soul can be best tempered and the spirit strength can be continuously improved. In peaceful times, special abilities are difficult to awaken. Even if you awaken your ability by chance like Chen Mo, it is difficult to improve your ability, because only the battle between life and death is the best way to improve your ability. Chen Mo is increasingly eager to fight. Every time he finds the trail of Hydra's troops, Chen Mo will immediately lead his team to rush to the camps and strongholds of Hydra, led by Chen Mo to destroy them one by one. In this battle, Chen Mo's actual combat experience has been continuously accumulated. His fighting skills are in the battle to get rid of the weeds and keep the flowers, and his moves are constantly refined under the tempering of actual combat. The battle became more swift and violent, with amazing lethality. However, Chen Mo doesn't do it blindly. He still likes to assassinate by sneak attack, infiltrate and destroy, eliminate the threat, and then enter the battle directly. If not necessary, he will not directly attack directly. In fact, for him, apart from personal preference, it doesn't matter how to defeat it. The direct attack is just a little troublesome. With a shield in hand, he is not afraid of the enemy's bullets. Although his special forces soldiers are all elite, they are still ordinary persons after all. Strong attacks are too easy to cause casualties, so Chen Mo usually tears through the enemy's defenses by himself before letting the special forces on front support. A few months of time passed quickly in the battle, and the time came to October 1943. It has been almost 2 years since Chen Mo came to this world. In a jungle of tall trees, there is a huge and heavily guarded base hidden. The entire base is protected by the continuous tall solid wall, and the heavily guarded gate is the only way to enter the base. Suddenly, a tall and vigorous silhouette rushed out of the jungle. Chen Mo, wearing a full black combat uniform, holding a gun in one hand and a shield in the other, launched an attack toward Hydra's base. The guns in his hands fired continuously, and the unguarded Hydra soldiers at the gate of the base fell one by one with the gunshots, and each shot hit the key of a soldier. Other Hydra soldiers also spotted Chen Mo, who suddenly appeared, and immediately launched a fierce counterattack. Lifting the shield to block the bullet from the front, Chen Mo inserted the pistol back into the holster next to his thigh, took a grenade from his waist, unplugged the tab, and threw it directly into the 100 meters away among Hydra soldiers. Bang! Following a violent explosion, a large area of open space was cleared from the door in an instant, and the incoming bullets also slowed down. Howard, this kid doesn't have bossing, The high explosive grenade formidable power provided is really big enough. Take advantage of the time when the opponent's firepower stopped. Chen Mo immediately put down his shield and exploded with full speed. A distance of more than 100 meters, at the limit of Chen Mo's speed, he rushed in just a few seconds. Entered the gate of the base. As soon as the nearby Hydra soldiers assembled, Chen Mo rushed in front of them. Before they shot, Chen Mo held the shield in both hands and rammed into the crowd. Chen Mo is like an assault war chariot. All the Hydra soldiers in front of him were knocked out, thrown into the air. His chest was sunken, his internal organs were broken, and he was already before landing. Death. Because in the previous battles, Chen Mo especially liked to sneak into assassinations and sabotage, which made Hydra soldiers all around. The defenses during the day and night were very strict. Chen Mo had no choice but to give up the sneak attack this time. Take a direct attack. But in the face of absolute strength, no matter how strong the defense is, it will be easily torn. As the fire from the explosion stopped, Chen Mo rushed into the group of soldiers. No more pistols. Chen Mo reached his back with his backhand and pulled out the long sword he was carrying. It was Chen Mo in Norway, the sword of the king unexpectedly obtained from the church. Chen Mo waved the shield in his left hand, and lifted the people beside him into the air. The cold light flashed in his eyes, right hand long sword cut out horizontally, and the bright silver sword made a long arc line, directly cut several Hydra soldiers into two with guns. The cold sword light danced around, and the spewing blood splashed in the air, set off against Chen Mo murderous auras. Awe-inspiring cold face, which was frightening. The already sharp sword of the king is no stronghold one cannot overcome. Like a hot knife through butter, under Chen Mo's tremendous power, it can easily cut everything you encounter. Anything can't resist Chen Mo's sword. Most of the bullets fired by the Hydra soldiers were blocked by Chen Mo with the shield. Even if the firepower covered the whole body and was hit because of the inability to take care of it, it would not bring Chen Mo the slightest harm. The bullets landed on Chen Mo, and they all bounced off, leaving only a small hole in the clothes, revealing a touch of a silver underneath. Although the body armor technology at this time is not developed, there are still bulletproof steel plates. These special bulletproof steel plates originally used in armored vehicles and helicopters were made by Chen Mo into a complete body armor. In the combat uniform, the bulletproof steel plate that covers almost the whole body is really not light, but with Chen Mo's super strength and endurance, this weight does not affect his battle at all. Chen Mo only needs to pay attention to using a shield to block the formidable power attacks of bullets and anti-aircraft guns to the head. In fact, with Chen Mo's reaction and agility at this time, he can already dodge bullets, but the firepower on the battlefield is too intensive, and it takes too much time to dodge, so Chen Mo simply leans on his shield and the bulletproof armor is hard to resist. Anyway, with the strength of his body, the impact of the shot can't even make him feel pain, and it can't affect his actions at all. Chen Mo, who was immersed in the battle, had a cold face. As he swung his long sword, each stroke would bring up a piece of blood light, taking away several lives, and slaughtering the Hydra soldiers around him in a blink of an eye. Broken arms and broken guns were scattered all over the area, and the scattered blood dyed red in the entire land around him. Suddenly, Chen Mo turned his head abruptly, his sharp eyes swept forward. My steel suit 26. My steel suit 26. Chen Mo's keen perception spotted a hint of danger in advance. I saw a tank in the distance turning its turret, and wanted to aim the muzzle at him. Chen Mo saw this. His body instantly activated, and rushed towards the tank. In a rapid sprint, Chen Mo flew up a dozen meters away from the tank, drew a perfect arc in the air, and moved towards the tank's turret. Fell. The gunner in the tank was still aiming, but suddenly found that the silhouette of the target had been lost in his field of vision. Falling steadily on the turret, Chen Mo cut off the barrel of the tank with a sword, lifted the shield with his left hand, and hit it down with a heavy blow, directly smashing the hatch cover. After a high explosive grenade exploded the tank, Chen Mo found the next target again, jumped onto an armored car in a few steps, and easily killed it in the same way. Avoiding the bullets of Hydra soldiers, Chen Mo quickly solved the most threatening heavy weapons. The remaining hundreds of soldiers were no longer a threat. The base has a small number of troops, with a total of less than 500 people. Most of the mechanized forces are dispatched to fight outside. The defensive power of the base is actually not strong. The troops fighting with the Allied forces have been wiped out one by Chen Mo. The Hydra force in this area is now only this base. After eliminating all the biggest threats, Chen Mo signaled a full attack. The hundreds of elite fighters of special forces who had been waiting outside immediately rushed in impatiently. They wore the same black combat suit as Chen Mo, and inside was a lighter, weakened version of bulletproof armor. Although a load of tens of kilograms would affect their agility, Chen Mo wiped out after partial heavy firepower. They don't need to dodge too much. The heavy body armor actually greatly enhances their survivability. The Hydra troop in the base was maimed by Chen Mo, and the addition of this new force accelerated their demise. At this time, it can be said that the overall situation has been determined. Chen Mo inserted the sword back with the scabbard behind. He drew his pistol and joined the battle again. With the addition of the special forces, Hydra soldiers are busy dealing with the violent attack of hundreds of special forces. They have long been overwhelmed. The bullets shot at Chen Mo are not as dense as before. This time Chen Mo, instead of raising a shield to resist, instead of using his keen perception and superhuman reaction speed, he dodges bullets while firing back at the same time, taking the opportunity to exercise his ability to react and avoid bullets. As a result, the speed of killing the enemy is naturally much slower, and the battle is over before Chen Mo can light up the bullet in the third magazine. Commander, Captain, the 1st Squadron of Special Forces, stepped forward and reported the results to Chen Mo. All the enemies are eliminated. We have completely occupied the entire base. The Hydra base was broken, and this is the second Hydra base destroyed by Chen Mo. As Hydra's real big boss behind the scenes, Chen Mo is not at all uncomfortable about destroying his base by himself. Break and stand. Not to mention that these bases are all Hydra traitors who are loyal to Hitler. In Chen Mo's original plan, these bases are also to be abandoned. The Second World War will end in a few years. When the time comes, these insufficiently hidden bases will be discovered sooner or later. It is better to use waste instead. One can completely eliminate internal rebellion and completely control Hydra. Second, it can deceive the forces of various countries, and Golden Cicada can escape and hide completely. Third, it can improve its status and reputation in allies and gain complete trust. To deepen the control of S.H.I.E.L.D., who would have thought that Chen Mo, who personally destroyed Hydra, would be the true controller of Hydra. New York, Brooklyn. In the evening, when the lanterns are on, the tables of every household are already full of rich food, and the whole family is surrounded together, have dinner in happy laughter and cheerful voices. At this time, the atmosphere in dojo is a bit heavy. A few minutes ago, a rush of footsteps sounded outside the door. The door was slammed open, and a sharp silhouette rushed in anxiously, but it was the boxer Wang Kun who had just left, but he didn't know why suddenly returned to dojo. Ignoring a look of surprise looked towards his dojo people, Wang Kun hurried up to the second floor, and after a while he came down again. Without saying a word, he walked directly to the door. Go with. It's just his puffed waist, but he told everyone what he did upstairs just now. What are you doing with the gun? Old Steward asked quickly when he saw this. Huang Quan and several others hurriedly stopped in front of him. Wang Kun, what exactly happened? What are you doing? Looking at his aggressive look, it must be something that happened. Chen Mo got back a bunch of long and short guns after the Mad Dog Tony hit the door, and asked everyone in dojo, including Old Steward Albert, to practice good spear method. After all, although a few boxers have great skills, they still can't deal with firearms empty-handed. With their skill, expert agility and response, the lethal power of using a gun is very huge. As for old Albert, Chen Mo feels that more self-protection is always good. He hopes that everyone around him can at least protect himself. Old Albert did not resist this. On the contrary, he practiced more seriously than the other four, because he felt that after practicing spear art, He could help Chen Mo when he needed it. Busy. It's Huang Quan. Although they have practiced well under Chen Mo's request, they still value their own skills in their hearts. They don't usually carry their guns on them. They are all on the second floor. In his room, he took it out only when he was practicing the gun. It's gone. Wang Kun's voice trembled a little. His fists in both hands were clenched tightly. I just got home. My wife and child are gone. Wang Kun looked at the old steward with excitement. There is only a note left in the house. Let me go to the doctor. Lead someone tonight. Old Albert looked serious and nodded. Young master leaves. It's been more than half a year, and it seems that someone has hit us on the head again. Of the 4 boxers, the other 3 have either not married, or their relatives have died in the war. Only Wang Kun's wife and son are still with him. After coming to dojo, life was secured. Wang Kun rented a house in the vicinity, and the family of 3 had a very moist life. Every night, his wife would prepare dinner early and wait for him to go back, but today when he hurried home, he found that the house was in a mess, and his wife and child were gone. Only a note was left on the table, asking him to go to Pier 6 to redeem him alone tonight, otherwise he would wait for his wife and child to collect the body. What should I do now? Han King, the youngest, looked at several people and asked, My steel suit 27. My steel suit 27. Of course it is to kill these grandchildren and save people. The grumpy Liu Ozan shouted angrily, Those who dare to move us dojo, I think they are tired and crooked. How to save? Just rush over? What if they just tear up the ticket? Huang Quan, the oldest, solemnly asked, And the pier is so big, are they hiding there? Then I can't just wait like that. Who knows what they will do to people? It will be late at night. Liu Ozan said anxiously. Can't you really let Wang Kun go alone? Wang Kun has clenched his fists tighter, and a pair of red eyes wants to choose someone and eat him. I am the only one now. Go, no matter what. I must rescue them. No. Albert stopped. You are going to die. This group of people obviously came for dojo. They want to defeat them separately. Albert stopped the excited Wang Kun, pressing his shoulder. The ambush must have been set up on the dock now, just waiting for you to walk right into a trap. What should I do? Wang Kun asked a little bit innocently. In fact, what is he like? I don't know how to go Bodil rather than well, but the family is in the hands of the other side. What else can be done besides taking a risky fight? It would be great if Hall Master was there. Han King couldn't help but think of Chen Mo. He must have a way. Several people could not help but their eyes lit up, and then it dimmed again. Hall Master was far away in Europe. Even if he knew it, he couldn't reach it for a while. The atmosphere fell silent for a while. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. I seem to hear someone was talking about me from behind. Several people quickly turned around and looked at the door, only to see the door that was pushed open by Wang Kun before closing. Before, a tall and stalwart silhouette stood quietly. The cold face, sharp eyes, and the thick murderous aura revealed on the body all gave people a huge oppression force, but everyone at dojo felt a deep relief, as if the boat swaying in wind and rain finally has its support. Hall Master. Young Master. You are finally back. Chen Mo saw someone so excited. Can't help but feel a little strange. Even though I have been away for half a year, don't you need to think about me like this? What happened? Chen Mo asked as he walked in, revealing Howard who was following him. Howard looked curiously around the furnishings in the dojo, followed Chen Mo to the sofa and sat down. Seeing the backbone of the main body, the hearts of the few people are at ease. Old Albert told Chen Mo about the situation, and then the few people looked at Chen Mo expectantly, waiting for him to take it. Idea. Chen Mo listened to Albert's words. Murderous intention was overwhelming in his eyes, and the people around him felt that the air suddenly became cold. Although he is far away in Europe, Chen Mo has always controlled the situation in New York through Hydra. During his absence, the Brooklyn Mafia began to become restless again. According to Hydra's intelligence, as early as half a month ago, the 2 major mafia families in Brooklyn had already started to take action. They had learned the lessons of Tony the Mad Dog last time. He dared to act blindly without thinking, but secretly instigated other forces behind his back to attack Dojo, which was one of the reasons why he came back this time. This time the kidnapping is to test the reality of Dojo. By the way, it can take the opportunity to solve a powerful military force. Chen Mo is a little self-blaming in his heart. He is very clear about the mafia's changes, but he only thinks that the other party will start Dojo. He has already arranged for this, not to mention the Huang Quan in Dojo. The Hydro agents he arranges around Dojo are enough to destroy any incoming enemies. Of course, these all are behind and will not be easily exposed until as a last resort. Also, with Albert's calmness, the skill of the four boxers and spear art, as well as the weapons and equipment left by Chen Mo, he can easily deal with most situations. It's just that Chen Mo didn't expect that the other party would attack Huang Kun's family. This is something Chen Mo overlooked. He started more from his own point of view, thinking they would directly shot to Dojo, but did not consider that these bottom gangs have no bottom line. This reminds Chen Mo, the protection of people around him must be meticulous and not let go of any place that may be attacked. At the same time, Chen Mo was also secretly grateful. Fortunately, he came back early and did not cause irreversible consequences. Thinking of this, Chen Mo looked up towards the old steward and asked, "Eddie, what are you going to do if I don't come back?" Old Albert, hearing this solution, he unbuttoned the suit, put his hands under his armpits, and drew two pistols. "When it gets dark, sneak into the dock and save people first." With two guns in hand, Albert's temperament changes, then, kill them all. It's really close to Zuzechi. Old Albert and Chen Mo have been together for a long time. Under his influence, the whole person has changed a lot. He changed his life from an artistic old man, become an elegant gentleman and violent ace agent. Chen Mo, hearing this, can't help but examine Albert carefully. This is the first time he has seen such a tough side of him. Didn't expect Eddie in the Bones also has the gene of passion and combat. Satisfied nodded, Chen Mo got up from the sofa. "What are you waiting for?" "Copy, guys." Huang Quan, several people hearing this, rushed upstairs to get their guns. They don't love guns as much as Albert. "Not leave." And the others arrived. Under the leadership of Chen Mo, a group of people walked aggressively to the door. Just then, a weak voice sounded. "Well, can you take me with you?" Howard, who was ignored all the time, asked expectantly. "My spear art is also good." Although I have been doing research, but in fact Howard was also eager to fight in his heart. But the risk on the battlefield was too great. For the sake of his own life, he rationally gave up on the battlefield to die. "But I just heard Chen Mo's old steward tell that they seem to be saving people from the gang." This kind of small-scale battle opportunity allows Howard be eager to have a try. He knows Chen Mo. It's amazing. With his escort, there is definitely no problem. Just fight as much as you want. I wanted Howard to wait in Dojo, but seeing his longing look, it was nodded. "Well, you guys wait a minute." Chen Mo turned upstairs after speaking, and after a while, he hugged a bunch of things and walked down. Boom! With the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, Chen Mo threw the thing in his hand to the ground, and everyone felt that the floor was shaking violently twice. Several people leaned forward curiously. Howard picked up one and looked at it, then raised his head strangely and asked Chen Mo, "Isn't this the bulletproof armor you designed?" "My steel suit 28. My steel suit 28. Without waiting for Howard to continue to ask how this is in Dojo, Chen Mo waved to several people and urged, "Hurry up and change it, let's go right away." Although Albert and Huang Quan were wondering when there were so many strange clothes in Dojo, they still took one and put it on obediently. These are weakened versions of bulletproof armor used by the special forces. Chen Mo has put several pieces in the space, and originally intended to bring them back for use. Originally, Chen Mo planned to go to the pier and then take it out for Huang Quan and the others to replace it. They would not ask much about Chen Mo's special methods. But since Howard had to go, it would only can take it out now. Several kilograms of weight is nothing to Huang Quan's for. It is the old Albert. Although he is more than 60 years old, he often exercises with Chen Mo and Huang Quan. Being strong, it's not a big problem, but Howard, who lacks exercise, Can't bear the weight. Can I not wear it? It's too heavy and it will affect my fight. Howard held a suit of armor and looked at Chen Mo with eyesight. Yes, Chen Mo said, while helping old steward wear bulletproof armor. Then you wait at home, we will be back in a while. Can't I wear it? Howard said with a grudge. After a while, several people put on bulletproof armor. A suit of black bulletproof fiber material was inlaid with pieces of angular and protruding armor, covering almost all vital parts of the body. All are protected, and there are multiple independent spliced armors at the knees, shoulders and elbows, etc., which not only ensure tight protection, but also do not affect the flexibility of movement. The mighty and domineering bulletproof armor is worn on the body, and everyone looks majestic, which is very eye-catching. At this time, Chen Mo didn't know where to bring a bunch of black combat uniforms for everyone to wear outside and sneak into combat. It's better to keep a low profile. After everyone has dressed up, Chen Mo has already put on black combat uniforms, with an M1911 pistol inserted in the holster next to his legs, with flying knives in his waist, and ready to sweep. With a glance at the crowd, Chen Mo handed Howard a pistol, turned and walked towards the door. Go. Pier 6. The sky has darkened, and the workers in the dock have already gone home from get-off work. There were only a few dim lights on the entire terminal. Chen Mo and his party of 7 are now hiding in a hidden corner opposite the pier. Take a closer look at the situation near the pier. With keen senses, Chen Mo discovered that someone at the entrance of the pier was under surveillance. It should be the gang member they were looking for. After confirming that there was only this person at the door, Chen Mo was ready to act. You are waiting here first. After Chen Mo walked away from the hiding place, he quietly walked around to the side of the gate from the side, and Chen Mo found the secret whistle. It's behind this wall at this time. Listening a bit and confirming his position, Chen Mo jumped directly over the wall, and turned inside. After a while, I saw Chen Mo poking his head out of the door and beckoning to them. Albert and the others ran over quietly. Pier 6 is a small wharf, there is no who at this time. Chen Mo listened carefully. The whole wharf was silent, except for the warehouse area in the distance. Suggesting a few people to keep up, Chen Mo took the lead and moved towards the warehouse area quickly. Although the wharf is not big, the large and small warehouses in the warehouse area are still row upon row. Chen Mo took a few people moved towards the position he felt. Along the way, 2 other gangsters were found looking out for the wind. Chen Mo threw a knife away, and the opponent was dealt with before he found out. At a corner, Chen Mo stopped. Looking carefully, an old warehouse appeared in front of Chen Mo. Several gunmen guarding the door explained that they had found the right place. Chen Mo quietly touched forward to inspect the situation of the warehouse, and after returning, he whispered, "This warehouse is just this one exit. You are here to guard, and you will fire when you hear the gunshot. Kill all the people who came out. Do you understand?" "Understand." Everyone is nodded. As soon as I heard it was about to fight, Howard was full of excitement, but still a little confused. "What about you?" "I'll go in and save people." Chen Mo came forward quietly after speaking, avoiding the sight of the gunman at the door, and climbed onto the roof of the warehouse from the side. Watching the tiles under his feet, Chen Mo slowly moved to the top of the roof without making a sound. Slowly squatting down, Chen Mo peeled off the tiles in front of him and looked into the warehouse. On the pillar in the middle of the warehouse, a woman and a child were tied up. Both of them had their mouths blocked up and their faces were covered with tears. It was Wang Kun's wife and child. Although the 2 were frightened, they did not seem to be hurt. Chen Mo's heart was finally relaxed. Fortunately, it was okay, otherwise he should feel self-blame. As soon as his eyes turned, Chen Mo looked towards the gang members in the warehouse, full of murderous aura. Unsurprisingly, this is indeed a trap. On the surface, apart from Wang Kun's kidnapped wife-child, there are only 2 people guarding the hostages, but in the all-around corners of the warehouse, there are 2 hidden more than a dozen gunmen. If Wang Kun is really here alone, it must be bode ill rather than well. Chen Mo couldn't help being a little scared. Fortunately, he came back in time. At the same time, He warned himself again in his heart not to despise the enemy, and must destroy the threat in the bud. If we had learned that two great families had begun to be restless and encouraged other forces to attack Dojo, we would have killed them all, so how could we let their families experience this crisis? Fortunately, it is not too late to kill now. Chen Mo's eyes were light flashed, and two flying knives shot at the two standing in the field. They were huddling together and chatting and so on. They only felt a pain in their brains, so they did nothing. I no longer know. Without waiting for the two bodies to fall to the ground, Chen Mo stepped directly through the roof and jumped down. Chen Mo picked up the two of them and rushed to a corner, kicking out a gunman hiding here. His chest sunk and the corpse hit the wall fiercely and fell to the ground. The mother and son were stunned by what happened suddenly, and Wang Kun's wife didn't react until they saw Chen Mo's face clearly. Tall master. As if a savior was encountered in a desperate situation, the woman's voice was full of surprises. Well, stay here with the child and don't move. Chen Mo walked out from the corner after speaking, and the other gunman just reacted. Coming over, rushed out from the hiding place, saw Chen Mo suddenly appeared, and all pointed their guns at him. Boy, are you who? A sturdy man who seemed to be the leader asked loudly. My steel suit 29. My steel suit 29. Faced with the opponent's questioning, Chen Mo coldly smiled and slowly pulled out the pistol from the holster on both sides of his thigh. The person who tied my dojo asked who I am. The leading man was puzzled first, and then he reacted with horror on his face. It's you. You. He. Are you back? They have also heard of Chen Mo's deeds. The reason why they dare to attack Dojo is that, apart from the secret encouragement of two great families, more of them still rely on Chen Mo to join the army. Far away in Europe, it was impossible to return in a short time, and the interests of Chen Mo's threat were left behind. There is a rumor on the road that all the wealth that Chen Mo brought from China is hidden in Dojo. Many forces are eyeing here, but Chen Mo's remaining power is still there, and the strength of the four great Vajra in Dojo cannot be underestimated, so most people are still watching. And when he learned that the family of one of the four big boxers lived near Dojo, he thought of this wonderful idea. First, he used his family to draw a set ambush to kill him. He did not believe in more than 20 items. The gun can't kill an expert. After that, Dojo will definitely mess up. When the time comes, the opportunity will come. Whoever thought that they were the most jealous? Chen Mo, who dared to do it while he was away, suddenly appeared in front of him. The leading man only felt cold in his back, as if he had smelled death aura. Mad dog, he knows how Tony and his gang died. Is he going to follow in his footsteps? He still doesn't want to die. The desire to survive made him temporarily suppress the fear in his heart. No matter how powerful you are, can you still not be afraid of bullets? Thinking of this, the man couldn't help flashing a hideous look on his face. Open for me, shot him. A group of men quickly fired. More than 20 bullets from different angles moved towards Chen Mo. Shot. Seeing that Chen Mo was about to die in his own hands, the leading man couldn't help showing a smile at the corner of his mouth. After killing everyone who was afraid of Chen Mo, his status on the road would definitely rise. When the time comes, Brooklyn, there is going to be 3 great families. He was thinking of a sweet dream, but suddenly he noticed that Chen Mo's silhouette flashed and disappeared instantly. All the bullets were shot in the air without even touching the corner of his clothes. How is it possible? People can dodge bullets, which he could not imagine. A group of subordinates also began to panic. What kind of enemy this is? They can't hit it. Without giving them a chance to continue their horror, Chen Mo dodged and dodged the bullet, with 2 guns in his hands, and began to fight back. Because more than 20 people from the other side were scattered around the warehouse, Chen Mo couldn't kill them all at once, and could only shoot while avoiding. The first shot Chen Mo was aimed at the leading man, who made him the most conspicuous. A bullet directly blasted his eyeballs, shot into the brain, and then shot through a big hole in the back of the head. Coming out, a mixture of red and white brains and blood donated splashed the boy next to him. As soon as the battle started, our boss was killed by a headshot, and a group of gunmen were shocked, and then they started shooting crazy move towards Chen Mo. While evading bullets, Chen Mo called the gunman who stood in place and fired wildly. I saw the brothers around me falling down one by one, but the enemy was unharmed under their firepower. When Chen Mo killed most of the manpower, the remaining gunmen finally collapsed and they couldn't beat them. Then you can only run. The completely collapsed gunmen completely gave up their attack and ran to the warehouse gate in a swarm. Chen Mo's gunshots continued to be heard behind him. They only hoped that they could run faster and let the brother behind padded yourself. The gunmen scattered in all corners, all flocked to the gate. Chen Mo is more convenient this time. You don't need to evade, just aim and shoot directly. When a dozen people rushed to the door, there was only one left. The lucky one who ran the fastest desperately rushed out of the warehouse gate, only to find several cold bodies lying on the ground at the gate. The guarding brothers didn't know when has been killed. He looked up with a cold sweat, and saw 6 people wearing black combat uniforms like Chen Mo, who were waiting in full battle, and all shot at him. Boom, boom, boom. There was a burst of gunfire, and there was another dead body on the ground. The moment the gunshots rang out in the warehouse, several people suddenly launched an attack. They shot and killed all the guards at the door. Then they obeyed Chen Mo's instructions and stayed here. Who knew it was fierce? It took a long time for the gunfire to run out of such a person. As the last person fell, the gunfire stopped completely. After a while, Chen Mo led the mother and son out. Without mentioning Wang Kun's family embracing and comforting him, Howard approached Chen Mo and asked, "This is over, otherwise?" After taking a look at Howard, Chen Mo said angrily, "Why don't you leave a few more for us?" I fired 2 shots. Howard was about to do a big fight, but only shot 2 shots at the door and the battle was over. "You are content? I left this one specially for you." Looking at Howard's desperate look, Chen Mo seriously doubted whether he was a murderer. "Why don't I leave you a few more?" "How many do you want, 10 or 20? Howard hearing this for a while. "For a while? Didn't we rescue the people? You killed all the kidnappers. Where are 10 and 20? A cold glow flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. "These are just a bunch of idiots that are being used as a tool, that's all. The real secret mastermind of this matter is the 2 mafia families. Tonight, I want to wash Brooklyn!" Howard hearing this, not only was he not afraid, but he was excited. "Okay, these bastards should have been cleaned up long ago, but the government has been conniving. Let us solve these cancers that endanger society. Kill them all tonight." Chen Mo looked at the excited Howard with weird eyes. He can now be sure that under Howard's gentle appearance, there is a cynical, aggressive and warlike heart hidden. However, thinking of Howard's other identity, Chen Mo was relieved. "Don't forget, Howard is the largest arms dealer in the United States, and his laboratory is full of various new weapons. It is no exaggeration to say that he is a warrior, but usually everyone is blinded by his gentle appearance and identity as an inventor. Why didn't I find that you brat is so combative before?" Chen Mo looked at Howard playfully. "Why don't I let you go first? I am also a hot-blooded youth." "Okay," Howard said proudly, then his tone changed. "Besides, isn't you here? Ha ha. My Steel Suit 30. My Steel Suit 30. You are the commander of our SHIELD Special Forces, an invincible super fighter. Hydra is not your opponent." Trifling several mafia organizations, for you is this not just reaching over to snatch away the grain? Howard touted Chen Mo before finally telling his true purpose. "I'm a scientist. Just follow me and fight." Howard is very careful about his life. There is Chen Mo, a powerful warrior. He is very willing to follow the wind fight and enjoy the fun, and he is really self-aware to let him rush to the front to fight. Chen Mo hearing this nodded. He added another sentence in his heart, "A militant who is afraid of death." I didn't respond to Howard anymore. Chen Mo looked at Wang Kun and comforted him. It was almost done, so he said to him, "Wang Kun, you send your wife and child back to dojo first, and let them move in later." "Yes, thank Hall Master." Wang Kun listened. He was very happy. After this incident, he dared not let his wife and child stay outside alone. He was thinking what to do. Chen Mo's words completely resolved his worries. "I didn't think about it well before." "Let them move in earlier, so they won't have what they are today," Chen Mo said reproachfully. "Hall Master, You must don't say this. You are good enough to us. Wang Kun said quickly. Chen Mo waved his hand. Well, you guys go back to dojo first, then Hall Master. You guys? Wang Kun wondered. Let's go to Green Street. Green Street is one of the two mafia families, the Lucian family's site. Tonight, I will completely wipe out these threats. Wang Kun is hearing this, knowing that Chen Mo intends to completely wipe out two great families. He glanced at his wife-child with some hesitation. Wang Kun immediately made up his mind, turned his head and said firmly to Chen Mo, Hall Master, I will go too. Wang Kun's firm eyes, Chen Mo satisfied and nodded. Okay. Then you send them back first, we will meet at Green Street later. Don't worry, dojo is safe, no one can hurt you. Chen Mo patted Wang Kun's shoulder, solemnly promised. Around dojo, Chen Mo arranged elite Hydro agents to guard secretly. The general gangs could not break through their defenses, and it was enough to ensure the safety of the people in dojo. Wang Kun had already experienced the possessor's great magical power of his Hall Master. He had a blind trust in Chen Missouri. Seeing what he said, he knew that Chen Mo must have some arrangements, so he completely let go. I thought, nodded, and brought my family back to dojo. Half an hour later, the entire group met at the corner of Green Street. There is no hostage threat this time, and there is no need to worry about that many. To deal with a small mafia family, Chen Mo decided to attack directly. Seeing that everyone is ready, Chen Mo nodded, directly took the lead and walked towards the gate of the Lucian family headquarters. Everyone followed closely from behind, striding forward. One by one, they clenched the guns in their hands, and their eyes overflowed with murderous aura. The headquarters of the Lucian family is a huge luxury house. Inside the iron-fenced gate, two guards found the aggressive by the dim street lamp. Chen Mo entire strode over. Group. As soon as the two of them were about to speak, they saw the tall silhouette walking in the front, pulling out two pistols at a very fast speed and pointing them at them. Before they could react more, they only saw the opposite. The muzzle lit up two flames instantly, and the two guards only felt the darkness in front of them, and they completely lost consciousness. Chen Mo shot the two guards headshot with two shots, then walked to the front of the gate, raised his right leg, and kicked heavily on the iron gate. Bang dang! A violent impact sounded. The howling leg shadows carried a huge force, kicked the strong iron gate directly into the yard, and fell into the yard. Chen Mo walked into the Lucian family's headquarters with a cold face, and a few people behind him admired Chen Mo's terrifying power while quickly following in. At this time, the people in the headquarters have been alarmed by Chen Mo's gunshots just now. The guards who just rushed over in the yard looked at the two iron gates that fell on the grass dumbly, and couldn't help but swallowed. When they looked up again, they were greeted by a muzzle pointing straight at them. Bang, bang, bang! A burst of gunfire rang, and several guards in the yard were instantly wiped out. Sweeping the empty yard, Chen Mo walked in directly through the open door on the first floor with a few people. The headquarters of the Lucian family is very luxurious, with ancient and solemn huge oil paintings, gorgeous European-style solid wood furniture, and on the floor of the lobby paved with smooth marble, there are 8 tall Roman stone pillars, huge and exquisite. The crystal chandelier illuminates the lobby on the first floor like daylight, splendorous and majestic. 2 gorgeous arc-shaped stairs slope down from both sides of the second floor, and merge into a large gorgeous staircase directly opposite the gate, extending to the floor of the hall. The bright marble is illuminated by the crystal chandeliers. Under the shining light, Wai Li's brilliance was reflected. At this time, several mafia members in the hall heard the gunshots outside just now and were about to go out to check. They saw Chen Mo, who suddenly broke in. They immediately took out their guns and wanted to shoot, but they didn't wait. They pulled the trigger, and Chen Mo, who reacted faster than them, had already fired one step ahead. They were shot several times in an instant and fell to the ground. Clearing the enemies in the hall at a very fast speed, Chen Mo didn't rush upstairs, but asked Howard and the others to find cover on the spot and prepare for battle. Chen Mo could hear the chaotic sound of footsteps ringing above the stairs. Apparently more people were started by the gunshots and were rushing towards the hall. According to the information held by Chen Mo, there are about 50 people in the Lucian family headquarters. In addition to a large number of pistols, the main weapons include a certain number of shotguns and Thompson submachine guns. Apart from this, not at all are heavy weapons that pose a threat to Chen Mo. The bulletproof armor on Howard's men can easily withstand the attacks of these weapons. As long as they are not hit by a bullet in the head, they will not suffer any harm. Several people searched for cover, raised their guns and pointed at the top of the stairs. Howard followed closely behind Chen Mo. He knew that only Chen Mo was the safest. Thinking well about Howard's caution, Chen Mo gave him a helpless look and ignored his fear of death. It didn't take long for a group of mafia armed with guns to run down the stairs. Fire! Chen Mo loudly shouts. Several people who had already raised their guns for aiming all pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. The mafia who just rushed down were beaten completely unprepared, and several people were directly headshot. They were still there. The running body rolled directly down the stairs. My steel suit 31. My steel suit 31. The first batch of mafia who rushed down, unprepared, received a wave of bullets from the front, and several lay down as soon as they faced each other. The remaining people leaned down and squatted quickly, hiding behind the handrails of the stairs. The gorgeous and strong marble railing blocked some of the bullets for them, but from time to time, someone was hit by bullets shot in the gap, and the mafia were completely suppressed there, unable to raise their heads for a while, and were unable to fight back. But soon, wave after wave of mafia ran down from the second floor, using the stairs as a cover to attack Chen Mo and them. Although Howard and a few people continuously killed the enemy who appeared in the head, more and more gunmen gathered on the stairs. Each of them hid behind the cover and fought fiercely with the opposite mafia. X is the rise of fighting, and Howard, who was afraid of death, moved out from behind Chen Mo and stood in the field grinningly. He moved towards the stairs and shot again and again, his eyes flashing with excited rays of light. Everyone was hiding behind the bunker and shooting. Howard suddenly appeared and attracted the attention of several mafia. Upon seeing this, a robust man holding a double-barreled shotgun immediately moved the muzzle and pointed at Howard. With a sound of bang, there was a burst of fire from the muzzle. A dozen lead bullets filled in the number 20 shotgun shells were scattered into a small piece, and they hit Howard's chest and abdomen with a huge impact. Lee threw him directly away. Howard fell on the ground with a grin. The moment he was hit by a shotgun, it felt like he had been hit with a dozen punches at the same time, shaking his bones. Too late to cipher the defensive power of bulletproof armor, Howard rolled several times and hid behind a pile of sofas. The solid and heavy solid wood was enough to withstand the attacks of these small-caliber bullets. The robust man who hit Howard just now widened his eyes and looked at Howard, who was okay. He wondered if he had filled in the wrong rubber bullets. Before he raised his gun again, he hit the corner. The bullet pierced his head. More and more gunmen rushed down on the second floor, and the dojo crowd was gradually suppressed, and they could only hide behind walls, pillars and other bunkers, and poke their heads to fight back when the firepower became weaker. In fact, with Chen Mo's strength, one person can quickly kill all these gunmen, but he hides in the corner of the hall and rarely makes any shots. Most of Chen Mo's attention is on the Alberts. When they stick their heads out of the bunker and are exposed to the fire from the opposite side, Chen Mo will pay close attention to the opponent's gun pointing to the mouth. When their heads are aimed, Chen Mo's bullet will take the lead and kill the threatening gunman directly. As for Howard was shot, as long as it is not attacking the head, Chen Mo is not a fatal attack. He is not in a hurry to end the battle. Everyone in dojo has a rare opportunity to participate in actual combat. It is just this opportunity to exercise them. Real fire combat is the fastest way to grow. With Chen Mo's secret support, although several people were hit by the opposite side, they were not at all mortal danger. Occasionally there were bullets hitting the body. It just felt like they were punched. The place where it was shot was unscathed, and their spear art are not weak. Although they are suppressed by the dense bullets on the opposite side, the firepower of the attack is reduced a lot, but they are still continuously killing the enemies upstairs, with fierce gun battles continuing. The Mafia members who had been shot dead gradually lie on the large and gorgeous stairs. There are fewer and fewer people rushing downstairs, but more and more people are killed. The Mafia gunmen face these, although they are not many, but they have battle strength. The enemy, although still occupying a numerical advantage, the imposing manner is gradually weakened. In such a fierce gun battle, one of my own has suffered heavy casualties, but the other side has no casualties. I feel that the companions around me are slowly decreasing, and the rest of the people can't help but feel afraid, and the firepower also weakens. Huang Quan hid behind a thick marble column, quickly changing the magazine. In the fierce battle just now, with his keen response and precise spear art, he killed at least 5 enemy. After replacing the magazine, Huang Quan keenly felt that the bullets hitting the marble pillar behind him were obviously sparser. Without wasting this opportunity, Huang Quan stepped out immediately, aiming at the opposite staircase with both hands. The enemy quickly pulled the trigger. The first bullet hit the marble handrail of the stairs, cracking the smooth and gorgeous marble into a gap. The second bullet that followed passed through the gap in the armrest and shot into the chest of a Mafia hiding behind. 2 shots killed an enemy. Huang Quan immediately dodged and hid behind the marble pillar again, and a burst of dense bullets followed, flying the stone chips from the stone pillar. Han King, Wang Kun, and Liu Zhen were not idle either. They also seized the opportunity of the weakening of the opponent's firepower. They fired sharply and each killed an enemy. It is the old Albert's performance that is a bit eye-catching. He originally hid in the corner of the wall on this side of the hall, with his back leaning against the wall, holding a pistol in both hands and holding a pistol to his ears. His elegant and calm face, there was a touch of cold murderous aura on it. Take advantage of the weakening of the firepower. He directly turned and flashed out, his hands stretched forward with the rotation of his body, his sharp eyes firmly locked on the enemy on the opposite staircase. 2 pistols, they were fired almost at the same time. Under the impetus of the explosive gunpowder, the 2 bullets rushed out of the gun barrel in no particular order, and fired quickly toward the stairs with high-speed rotation. On the stairs, 2 Mafia are standing in front of the handrail, holding 2 Thompson submachine guns, and pouring bullets down with a grim look. Poot, poot. There were 2 bullets into the flesh, and blood spattered on their chests, groaned, and fell to the ground. Albert's gun-holding hands kept swinging, aiming and firing continuously, and at the same time he kept his feet moving quickly to the marble pillar on one side. Albert can be said to be the best spear art apart from Chen Mo. With the double guns fired, the opposite Mafia fell one after another, and the opponent's counterattack hit on him. It only made his body slightly stagnant. When he hid behind the stone pillar again, the bullet in the gun just shot out. The vigorous figure and calm demeanor made Chen Mo secretly nodded, who was always paying attention to the battlefield. He couldn't help but think of Harry, the skilled and elegant gentleman and ace agent. As for Howard, who is militant but afraid of death, he hides behind a pile of thick solid wood sofas and shoots upwards through the gap. The place he chooses is rather tricky, and the gunman on the opposite staircase is difficult. Aim at him, and he kept hiding there, shooting with excitement on his face, and the number of enemies killed was no less than that of old Albert. A Mafia gunman on the stairs noticed Howard, who was hiding behind the sofa, and quietly raised his gun at him. Howard, who thought he was hiding well, didn't notice it, and was still shooting with a gun. My steel suit 32. My steel suit 32. The front sight of the pistol firmly locked Howard's exposed head in the gap of the sofa. With fingers on the trigger, a sulky smile appeared on the gunner's face. He confident that with his spear art, this spear will surely be able to pass the obstacle and kill Howard on the spot. At the moment he was about to pull the trigger, a bullet suddenly shot out from a corner of the hall downstairs, directly from his eyes, and brought out a large spatter behind his head of the brain and blood. There are not many people left on the Mafia side. Several more have fallen in this wave of attacks. The number advantage is getting smaller and smaller, and the firepower is completely sparse. When everybody saw the dojo, They simply turned their backs on defense. They all stood up from the hiding place and directly used intensive and precise firepower to beat the opposing mafia. The situation was complete. Turned around. The next step was a one-sided massacre. After a burst of gunfire, the mafia on the stairs was all killed. Dozens of corpses filled the stairs up and down, and the blood of Red slowly flowed down the steps. After it came down, it merged into a piece on the smooth marble floor of the hall, like a bright red carpet. After all the enemies were killed, everyone couldn't help but loosen up, and a strong sense of exhaustion immediately surged up, one by one directly leaning against the stone pillars and walls to sit down. In the intense and fierce battle just now, the spirits of several people were highly concentrated, and coupled with the continuous fighting of bulletproof armor that weighed tens of kilograms, several people were very tired and almost collapsed. Chen Mo looked at the few people sitting on the ground and was quite satisfied with their performance just now, but just slackened off the enemy in front of him, which was deadly in battle. "Stand up for me," Chen Mo snapped. "The battle is not over yet. If there is another wave of enemies at this time, how many are you going to be killed?" Several people hearing this heart startled and quickly stood up. Right, it was a secret self-blame that he relaxed his guard easily just now. Chen Mo's heart is secretly sighed. After all, he is still a group of novices who have never been on the battlefield and seriously lacks actual combat experience. It seems that they must be practiced tonight. There shouldn't be many people left upstairs. "Are you resting here or go up with me?" Chen Mo looked at his exhausted. The person asked seemingly casually. "We can do it." Huang Quan. 4 people responded loudly. Although the physical exertion is great, their eyes are brighter than before, and the imposing manner is more fierce and powerful. Full of offensive. Old Albert wiped the sweat from his forehead, took out the pistol again, and looked at Chen Mo with determination. Slowly nodded towards the old steward. Chen Mo looked towards Howard again. This kid didn't know that he had just turned around in front of the gates of hell. At this time, he was still excited. Although his tired face was flushed, his back was soaked with sweat. "See." Chen Mo looked towards him, and said excitedly, "Look at what I'm doing. I haven't played enough yet. It was so exciting just now." "Go." "Me. There are still 100 more battles." As he drew his pistol, his face was high-spirited. "It's never too late to kill them." Chen Mo feels Howard is a bit too excited. He was timid before. "I was afraid of dying, but it turned out to be deadly in the fight." He had the potential of battle madman, and there was no adverse reaction after the murder. Huang Quan and Wang Kun are martial cultivators. In that chaotic world, they have had a few lives in their hands. Old Albert has experienced too much, and he has already looked down on life and death. Super quality. And Howard, a scientist who lived in the laboratory for a long time, even faced a corpse in a place after he personally killed someone. Chen Mo can only explain that this kid is a born war madman. Seeing that several people are willing to continue fighting, Chen Mo was satisfied and nodded, leading several people upstairs. The stairs were full of mafia corpses who had been killed by them. The blood flowing out stained the steps red, and the entire stairs became slippery and difficult to move. Carefully stepped over the corpse on the steps and reached the second floor step by step. At this time, the second floor looked very quiet. Without a silhouette, Chen Mo listened attentively for a while, and directly led a few people to the building. "Go up." In a luxurious office on the 3rd floor, the head of the Lucien family, Frod Lucien, who controls most of the underground forces in Brooklyn, is wearing a straight suit sitting behind a large solid wood desk. Gray, his hair was neatly combed to the back of his head, and there was a thick Cuban cigar in his hand, but it was not lit for a long time. The fierce gunfire downstairs continued for a while, but there was no sign of stopping. Frod couldn't help feeling uneasy. Who will break into the headquarters of their Lucien family at this time, and who has the ability to fight with dozens of elite gunmen under him without losing the wind? The Frelly family? Impossible. Brooklyn, 2 great families were evenly matched, and they entered the other party's headquarters with great fanfare. The result would only suffer from both sides. and they were picked up by other forces. People from the government? It's also impossible. The family spends a lot of money every year. Those in power have long been fed by them. There is no news about the impossible, and if the government really wants to do something against them, his subordinates can't stop the state violence. Machine rolling. Reminiscent of their actions during this period, a mysterious and powerful silhouette appeared in his mind. Could it be him? Yes, he must be back. Break directly into the other party's headquarters late at night. This is exactly the same as when he killed the Mad Dog Tony gang last time, except that he sneaked into the assassination alone last time. This time it was a frontal attack with a helper. As we know, several boxers in dojo are not weak. The more I think about it, the more I feel that this probability is very high. Frode couldn't help but a layer of sweat burst out of his forehead. Why did he come back suddenly? How did he know our secret actions? Although they have been instigating some small forces to take action on dojo, they are good to sit in the back to reap the profits, but the whole process is very secretive, and afterwards they are ready to kill all the forces they have done, and kill them. Even if Chen Mo came back in the future, they would never be found. They thought that Chen Mo would not know their little moves. Indeed, if Chen Mo was really just a rich and powerful individual with a personal battle strength, he might really be kept in the dark and came back to see the destruction of dojo. Revenge can't be found on them, but it is a good calculation. Unfortunately, the Hydra Intelligence Section under Chen Mo has a very clear grasp of their every move. Chen Mo once again realized the benefits of power. No matter how strong his personal battle strength is, he can't cover everything. There will always be things that he can't take into account. The power of a strong great influence undoubtedly makes up for this. My Steel Suit 33, my Steel Suit 33. The only thing missing is that no one thought that the small forces secretly instigated by two great families would suddenly attack Huang Kun's family. In fact, they were also on a temporary basis when Hydra received the news. Chen Mo was on the plane and could not be reached at all. After getting off the plane, he took Howard and went straight to dojo. The intelligence personnel did not report for the time being. The Hydra agents placed around dojo are also tasked with protecting dojo secretly and destroying incoming enemies. Without Chen Mo's order, they will not act rashly. All this can only be said to be a coincidence. If Chen Mo is in Europe, he can immediately receive intelligence and direct Agent Hydra to rescue the hostages and eliminate hidden dangers. Fortunately, Chen Mo came back in time, so he personally led the team to just and honorable. After all, Agent Hydra could not be used, or it would be better not to move, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. The gunshots downstairs finally stopped, but after a long time, no one came in to report back, and the bad feeling in Frode's heart became stronger. Reached out and picked up the cigar cutter on the table. Frode's hand was slightly trembling, and it took a while to cut the cigar. Just as he picked up the match and was about to light it, there was a sound of footsteps in the corridor inside. He slowly approached. Frode's heart trembled, and his eyes looked up and looked towards the door with complicated eyes. There was a sound of footsteps outside the door, and immediately after the office door was pushed open, 7 silhouettes wearing the same black combat uniforms strode in. "It's really you." The moment I saw Chen Mo, Frode's complexion changed, the cigar in his hand fell on the table, and the whole person sat down on the boss chair. His face was as gray. He knows that his family is over, and he is over. Chen Mo looked at the man sitting behind the luxurious desk and slowly raised the gun in his hand. He didn't like nonsense. At this moment, there was no need to say more. Frode closed his eyes in despair, and a deep regret surged in his heart. He clearly knew Chen Mo's terrifying ability, so why should he be smart about dojo? It's a pity that everything is too late. Although the pistol is hidden under the table, Floyd, who has a deep understanding of Chen Mo's strength, knows very well that the opponent will never give him a chance to touch a gun. Chen Mo pointed the gun to his forehead with a cold expression and looked at the formidable person who closed his eyes and waited to die. Chen Mo didn't have any mercy. The path was chosen by himself. Since he chose a wrong dead end, then farewell. Peng _. That night, The headquarters of the two major mafia families in Brooklyn were swept by Chen Mo and his team. Two great families' core staff almost completely wiped out. The underground forces in Brooklyn were greatly shaken, and the entire underground structure will face a reshuffle. At this time in dojo, Howard walked in behind Chen Mo with a cigar dangling from his mouth. "Tonight is really exciting. Ha ha, we are rich." While speaking, they looked at Huang Quan's hands. Huang Quan and Han King are carrying heavy suitcases and moving upstairs to dojo. The vaults of two great families were all packed and moved back. The two have controlled the entire Brooklyn underground power for several decades, and the accumulated wealth is completely astronomical. "No, I got rich." Chen Mo's voice came coldly from the sofa. Howard, hearing this, hurriedly ran to the sofa and sat down, and said flatly, "Don't be like this. I did my best tonight." Chen Mo nodded. A smile of joy immediately appeared on Howard's face. "Yes, you have been shot the most and have the strongest ability to attract fire. Most of the people I kill are aiming at your head." Howard, hearing this, his face was embarrassed, knowing that I was indeed a bit too excited tonight. If it weren't for Chen Mo to take care of me, I hadn't known how many times I had been killed. Looking at him sitting on the sofa angrily, Chen Mo lightly asked, "You are short of money?" Know that Howard is the largest arms supplier in the United States. Stark Company has a market value of hundreds of millions of dollars. Although the wealth gained from two great families is worth half of his small company, it will not make him so gaff. The research on anti-gravity technology is too expensive, and the company's liquidity has almost been exhausted by me. Speaking of, Howard lifts the head. He looked at Chen Mo with a grimace. "I am now much poorer than you." After all, Howard is not a pure businessman. His interest is more in the research and development of new technologies. He has a lot of energy, and he can do well in the laboratory without eating or sleeping. For a few days, I would not consider the issue of money at all, but the research he did was the most expensive. It is estimated that this time it was confiscated. The game became big, and the company was about to collapse. "I know you brat still has a lot of money, otherwise the mafia will stare at you." Court academician has told me that he is now funding his experiment. Just say, do you want to help or not? Howard said. He raised the cigar he brought from Farod, took a hard sip, and spit it out slowly. "If you don't help, I can only sell shares. When the time comes, there will be a group of troublesome shareholders chatting in my ears all day long." Imagining that scene, Howard looked unwilling, and then looked forward to it. Looking at Chen Mo, Howard is a technology madman. He formed Stark Company only to transform his experimental results and make money for him to continue research. All the shares of the entire group are in his own hands, so he can arbitrarily. Almost all of the company's liquidity was spent, to the point where it had to sell its shares. Chen Mo suspects that later those shareholders of Stark Company came from this way. In Iron Man 1, Tony will be emptied by Obadiah using the board of directors, which is entirely thanks to his father. Dug a hole for him early. Looking at Howard, who doesn't know anything about his son's pitfall, Chen Mo leaned on the sofa. "Then you should sell the shares." Just as disappointment appeared on Howard's face, Chen Mo continued, "I want 50%. Howard, hearing this, eyes shined. He originally planned to get some money from Chen Mo to save the emergency and turn around, but this is not the long term after all. According to calculations, it is estimated that the sale of shares will be sooner or later. Compared with those investors who only see income, selling shares to Chen Mo is completely acceptable to him, and even a good thing. He and Chen Mo usually study black technology together. With his understanding of Chen Mo, money is not a matter of importance in his eyes. His joining will not affect the operation of the company. On the contrary, it also allowed him to have a local tyrant and big benefactor plus like-minded research partners. He doesn't believe that when the research is critical, Chen Mo will not pay out if the money is not enough. My steel suit 34. My steel suit 34. Okay. This is what you said. The company is now worth more than $100 million. You can give me 50 million. Howard was nodded with joy. I can't wait to take a kiss with Chen Mo. We are rich this time, and the research on anti-gravity technology can continue. Chen Mo, hearing this, looked indifferently, said, "Yes, Turn around and let Eddie take over with you. Looking at Chen Mo's serene look, it seems that what I just said is not very much. The purchase of shares of tens of millions of dollars is an ordinary street shopping. Howard couldn't help being curious about Chen Mo's financial resources. Thief leaned forward and asked in a low voice, "To be honest, how much money do you have, or can I sell the company to you?" "Sure, you can send someone to talk to Eddie," Chen Mo said indifferently. As the big boss behind Hydra, money is just a number to him. When creating this identity, Chen Mo prepared dozens of boxes of gold and jewelry for the sake of realism, and took all the belongings with fanfare to take refuge in the United States by boat. In the eyes of the US government, he is an out-and-out invisible rich man. How much money is in his bank account, Chen Mo himself is not quite clear. His finances have always been taken care of by the old steward Albert. Even if it is not enough, there is still good in the vault upstairs. Dozens of boxes of gold bars and jewelry are more than enough to buy Howard's company. If Howard really dared to sell, he wouldn't mind buying it all. I plan to leave the company to my son in the future. Seeing Chen Mo, all those who came could not find out Chen Mo's background but almost took his family business. Lost it. Howard simply repented to have no shame. "You don't have a wife, where's the son?" Chen Mo gave him a blank look, disdainful of his botched excuses. There will be, or you will be the godfather of my son, and your half of the shares will be regarded as a meeting gift for your future godson." After Howard discovered to have no shame, the whole person is much more relaxed, and I simply decided to have no shame in the end. "Howard." Chen Mo looked at him seriously. "Why didn't I find you so to have no shame?" Howard rolled the eyes, just watched. Chen Mo was serious and thought he was going to make an important decision. He was happy for a long time. "I'm the godfather of your son. As for the meeting ceremony, when the time comes, I will naturally prepare the best gift for him. I can't take the shares of your broken company. You still obediently and honestly give me a part-time job." Howard, hearing this, looked towards Chen Mo suspiciously. "I changed my mind," Chen Mo said solemnly. "You can't go back. We just said it. 50 million, 50% of the shares." Now the battlefield in Europe is so fierce, the military's arms orders are too many to complete, so buy the company at this time. You just wait to get rich. Howard thought Chen Mo was angry with his to have no shame, and he planned to regret it and quickly persuaded him. "Are you too embarrassed to say remorse?" Chen Mo glanced at him contemptuously. Howard didn't care about it, as if he was not the one who turned back. "I can pay out the money, but not 50 million. Don't be so stingy. I'll make a joke with you. You just give me some points as you see me, your long sword, shield, and so on are fine." Seeing Howard's unchanging nature, still in that mouthful, Chen Mo's eyes widened, and a gaze full of murderous aura shot over. Howard, shivered, quickly closed his mouth and pretended that nothing happened. He was so familiar with this line of sight. Chen Mo would look at it with this look every time he was beaten. If he doesn't take it seriously and continues to die, he will definitely be a fat beating. Seeing Howard finally realized. "Told you," Chen Mo regained his gaze and continued, "I decided to buy 60% of your Stark Industries group. Can you sell it?" 60%? Didn't I become a part-time worker for you? Don't do it. Don't do it. Howard shook his head again and again. Although he wasn't very concerned about the company, after all he founded it by himself and named it after his last name. "He is true. I intend to leave it to my son in the future." 50% of the two are still on the same level. If Chen Mo accounts for 60%, then I am a little lower than him. Absolutely not. Don't do it, Chen Mo said indifferently. Originally, it doesn't matter how many shares are, and he won't stay in this world for a long time. That's just to help Howard, by the way. It's just that he was irritated by his shameless appearance just now, and he won't be cured. Chen Mo feels uncomfortable. Well, let's discuss it again. Seeing Chen Mo just quit, Howard suddenly softened. He is really short of money now. If Chen Mo doesn't buy shares, he can only sell to those profiteers on Wall Street who only have dollars in their eyes. No discussion, whether to sell or not, in one sentence. Chen Mo looked at Howard's tangled and uncomfortable expression, and finally felt relieved. Looking at Chen Mo's resolute attitude, Howard's heart changed sharply. On the one hand, he was a self-seeking businessman who was insidious and cunning. On the other hand, he was Chen Mo, who used money as waste paper and loved black technology. He finally gritted his teeth. 60 is 60. But the company's name can't be changed. Howard looks depressed when his beloved toy has been taken away by life. Chen Mo is in the mood. Great. Yes, then what should you call me now? Chen Mo nodded, looking at Howard with a playful look. Howard, hearing this gnashing teeth, looked at Chen Mo and squeezed a sentence out of his teeth. Old, bored. In my heart, I kept chanting bandits. Robbers. Profiting from somebody's misfortune. Bully. Howard secretly blamed himself in his heart. How good he had just promised. 50 million. Got it. All the problems have been solved. Now it is good. There is one more boss on the head of unfathomable mystery. That is the company I founded. I was a boss just now, but now I am someone else. Howard's heart is bleeding. Chen Mo was satisfied and nodded. Seeing that Howard was almost tuned, he gave him a sweet date. I don't intervene in the management of the company. You can also use the annual dividends for your research. Howard, hearing this, shines. Also, if you can really give birth to a son, even though you can't get a deal with this broken company, you still can barely make do as a gift to my future godson. Boss is wise. Howard, hearing this, instantly changed his face, with a look of admiration and flattery, making people wonder if the person who just wanted to eat Chen Mo was him. Don't worry, I will give you a son. Howard solemnly vowed, assured. Fuck off. Chen Mo kicked out, kicking Howard to the ground. My steel suit 35. My steel suit 35. Huang Quan moved back and forth several times before finally moving all the cash boxes upstairs. Young master, I did a preliminary count. It was about $40 million. Old Albert didn't care about taking a rest after he came back. First led Wang Kun and the others to move the spoils to the building. Put it on top, and take a rough count. By the way, although he has been exercising all this time and his body is strong, after all, he is still a little bit too old when he is old. After tossing this night, his face is very ugly. Eddie, you are also very tired tonight. Go and rest first. I'll talk about these things tomorrow. Seeing old steward's tired face, Chen Mo said with concern. Two great families controlled the entire Brooklyn casinos, brothels, and wineries. During the period of Prohibition, the profit from selling bootleg wine was an astronomical figure, $40 million. The assets did not surprise Chen Mo. It was Howard's eyes glowing. He didn't expect two mafia families in Brooklyn to have such an amazingly huge asset. The old steward was indeed very tired, so he greeted them and went back to the room to rest. Looking at Howard, who was surprised by the wealth of two great families, Chen Mo couldn't help sighing in his heart that he and the mafia were really guilty. When I first came to this world, I was robbed by gangsters and obtained the first pot of gold from this world. Later, the travel expenses of the first step plan were also contributed by the mafia. Finally successfully completed the plan and took control of Hydra. This time they simply killed two great families and used their accumulated wealth of immense wealth to acquire shares in Stark Industries and became the company's largest shareholder, the new boss of founder Howard_Stark. The mafia has become his little vault. Chen Mo really doesn't know if he should be grateful to them. But it doesn't matter, he has already killed them anyway, maybe he was born with them. Nemesis. Chen Mo turned his head and looked towards Howard, who was robbed of his family business. He was now showing a look of yearning, thinking about how to spend the large sum of money that Chen Mo invested in. Several old equipment in the laboratory were all replaced with new ones. The latest experimental instruments and equipment that were not available for purchase before the money were all bought. The rare metals, precious metals and other raw materials needed for the experiment purchase a batch by 100 kilograms first for each kind. It's a little bit less, so let's just get a ton. Only a few million, not expensive. Use it first, buy it when it is not enough. What should I do if I ran out of money? Isn't there still Chen Mo, the super rich and largest shareholder? At worst sold the company to him, and finally returned to my son anyway. Howard's selfish calculations slapped. Howard has never felt that he is so rich. Although his Stark Industries has a market value of hundreds of millions, most of them are fixed assets, and the real liquidity for him is less than 10 million. Compared with the huge consumption of black technologies such as anti-gravity technology, this little money is nothing at all. If he is really allowed to open up, it will cost him money like water and lose his family every minute. Karma. This time is the critical time when the experiment is going on. The anti-gravity technology finally has a breakthrough, and it is confiscated for a while, and the ruin is lost. Looking at Howard, whose saliva is almost flowing out, Chen Mo helplessly shook the head. This money fan. Second day, all underground forces in Brooklyn received a shocking news. The two major mafia families in Brooklyn were blood-washed last night, and the entire headquarters blood flowing into the river, without a living mouth. The two great families, which ruled the entire Brooklyn underground power for several decades, completely perished. Many people felt unbelievable when they heard this news, and even thought they had heard it wrong. And when they learned that the dojo that killed two great families was the culprit, everyone was silent. They thought of the Mad Dog Tony and the legend of the mysterious dojo master Chen Mo. How strong is this man? Is he still human? When more detailed information was placed in front of them, everyone couldn't help but sweat in a cold sweat, and at the same time secretly thanked that they did not provoke him. Last night, more than 100 members of the mafia in Brooklyn were killed. According to witnesses, there were only 7 people on the other side, and there were no casualties in the entire battle. What happened late can be said to be a side-to-side massacre, and the amazing battle strength displayed by the dojo people shocked them. They asked themselves if they were attacked last night, the result would not be any different, and they couldn't help but be deeply jealous of dojo. It is really unimaginable. How did they use the power of trifling 7 people to destroy 2 great families with hundreds of elite gunners? And what made their hearts twitched is that dojo came out this morning, asking the leaders of all forces in Brooklyn to attend the meeting at the headquarters of the Xian family in the original road at 7 o'clock tonight. If it is not out of date, take responsibility for the consequences. With the lessons learned from 2 great families, even if they are reluctant in their hearts, they dare not go. I can imagine, if anyone dares to ignore dojo's rumor and does not attend the meeting tonight, then the bloody night last night will be staged again. Besides worrying about the content of the evening meeting, they didn't dare to resist at all. That night, the Lucian family headquarters. Frank and Anderson met at the door. The two were considered old partners. They used to fight when they were young. Later, when they got older, they became good friends. Facial expression grave, with faint anxiety in his eyes, the two were nodded to each other, did not speak, turned and walked in side by side, 2 twisted iron gates lying quietly on the lawn, telling the scene that happened here last night. The two looked deeply at the door that was destroyed by some inhuman force and walked into the hall. As soon as they walked in, they smelled a light blood-reeking chi in their noses. The luxurious hall in front of them was densely covered with bullet marks, and the bright marble floor faintly revealed a trace of blood. Walking on the stairs, the bloody breath becomes more intense. Obvious blood stains can be seen in the gaps between the stairs, and the stone handrails on the side are completely destroyed. Many of the columns are directly after the knockout, the rest is incomplete and full of cracks. The two of them stepped heavily on the steps and walked upstairs. The complicated two could not help but turn their heads and glance at each other. In the eyes of each other, they saw deep fear. Retracted their gazes, the two of them stopped thinking, went up to the second floor, and directly opened the door of the conference hall. They used to come to meetings frequently to discuss affairs, distribute benefits, and resolve conflicts, but at that time, the owner here is fraud. Thinking of this, the two could not help feeling like if the rabbit dies, the fox grieves. My steel suit 36. My steel suit 36. In the conference hall, the leaders of Brooklyn's large and small forces are almost there. The large and long solid wood conference table is full of people on both sides, but the room is unusually quiet. The air seemed to be a bit stagnant, no one spoke, the atmosphere was very depressing. Frank and Anderson glanced at each other, each found a place to sit down, glanced at the empty chair above. The two eyes shrank, and fell silent. The clock in the corridor rang 7 times, and the two Franks who were thinking were awakened by the bell. It was 7 o'clock and it was time. Frank looked up at the leaders in the conference hall. After they arrived, several people came in one after another. After looking carefully, Frank found that all the leaders of Brooklyn were already impressive. No one was absent here, and the deterrence of destroying 2 great families in one night was not weak. A steady sound of footsteps sounded in the corridor outside the conference hall. "Here it is." Everyone in the room couldn't help but feel shocked. All turned their heads and looked towards the gate of the conference hall. Soon, 2 heavy solid wood doors were pushed open, and a tall Chinese young man in a black suit walked in with a thick baleful chi. As if walking out of the sea of blood on the corpse mountain, the boundless slaughter chi was revealed on his cold face. With his appearance, a powerful and cold imposing manner instantly enveloped the audience. Everyone in the field only felt breathing stagnant. Under the pressure of this powerful imposing manner, even breathing difficult. A group of power leaders couldn't help but be shocked secretly. They are indeed the fierce madmen who wiped out 2 great families overnight. The kind of ominous fiancé who is not hungry and prestige is frightening. Chen Mo walked to the chair at the top of the conference table with a cold face and slowly sat down. Old Albert, who followed him, walked to his side and stood with his hands down, dressed in a grey suit, a gentleman. The grey hair is neatly combed behind his head. His eyes are calm and calm. Everyone found out about Albert's existence. Just now, their minds were all captured by Chen Mo's imposing manner, and they didn't find Albert, who was behind him, for a while. Chen Mo sat proudly in the first place, with a pair of knife-sharp eyes sweeping toward the people in front. Everyone here was swept by his sharp gaze. They all felt cold. Their hearts seemed to be fiercely grasped, and bowed their heads involuntarily, avoiding Chen Mo's sight. The leaders of the various mafia forces in Brooklyn are sitting at the conference table. Don't look at them in suits and ties. They look like a gentleman. In fact, they are all holding swords and guns and stepping on them. The bones were spelled out step by step, and everyone's hands were stained with blood. But compared with Chen Mo's heavy and violent ominous fiancé, the imposing manner on them is not worth mentioning. The gaze swept across the audience. No one dared to look at him. Nodded in his heart, Chen Mo retracted his sight, and said slowly in a cold voice, "Everyone is here. It seems that no one broke the appointment." Chen Mo's voice sounded. Everyone raised their minds and listened carefully. They wanted to know, "Chen, why did Mo approach them?" Now the answer is finally about to be revealed. "Very good, it saves me a lot of effort." Chen Mo's cold and flat words were full of murderous aura in everyone's ears. Sure enough, this killing star intended to take action against those who could not come. People who had previously hesitated to come, couldn't help but secretly rejoice in his heart, and almost killed himself. Last night, I won't say more. The era of 2 great families ruling Brooklyn is over. From now on, Brooklyn's underground forces will be controlled by Dojo. Chen Mo said. He raised his eyes and looked towards the dozens of power leaders sitting on both sides of the conference table. Underground forces have always been respected by powerhouses. In the past, 2 great families were the strongest, so they all depended on the 2 families and were ruled by them. Now that 2 great families are killed, a new ruler will inevitably come into being. Most people are mentally prepared for this. Not at all. What is too big a reaction? They are self-aware of their own power and know that they don't. Strength governs the underground forces in Brooklyn. However, 2 people raised their heads quietly. Their eyes met. A certain cryptic meaning was contained in it, and then they lowered their heads as if nothing had happened. Chen Mo caught this scene in his eyes, with a sneer in his heart. Do you have any objections to this? Faced with Chen Mo's indifferent question, a group of mafia leaders below shook their heads, for fear that the answer was slow and Chen Mo would remember. After autumn, settle accounts, including the 2 strangers just now. They are also following everyone to respond. Very well, then Albert will tell you about the new rules. After Chen Mo leaned back in his chair, He handed the scene to the old steward. The mafia leaders below all cast their sights on the old man who had been standing by since he came in, his eyes full of scrutiny. The old Albert, standing next to Chen Mo, hearing this, took a step forward, glanced around calmly, and said slowly with his low and peaceful voice, "Since you are willing to accept the leadership of dojo, everything must follow the new rules. Many things in the era of two great families need to be changed. Let's start with the precepts of the organization." In the past, the mafia had 7 precepts, but many times they were useless. Not at all was strictly enforced. Now, we have made some changes to it. Speaking of this, old Albert took out a piece of paper from his left pocket, opened it gently, and then took out a pair of square tortoiseshell glasses from the inner pocket of the suit at a moderate pace. Put it on, then lifted the paper to my eyes and read it. The 7 Commandments of the Family. Article 1, have a strict tone and be tight-lipped. Article 2, organizational interests are higher than personal interests. The overall situation is the most important. Article 3, completely obey orders. Orders from superiors and subordinates must be unconditionally obeyed, and must not be disobeyed. Article 4, absolutely loyalty, no betrayal or surrender. Article 5, strict confidentiality mechanism, no secrets of the organization can be told to family members. Article 6, no private action, kidnapping and other crimes cannot be carried out without the consent of the organization, and indiscriminate killing of innocents is strictly prohibited. Article 7, brothers are more than one, and brothers cannot kill each other, and it is strictly forbidden to fight in the nest. Albert paused when he read here, looked at the mafia leaders with different expressions below his eyes, and continued. Everyone must strictly abide by the above 7 family precepts. The former sloppy, chaotic, reckless state of treating the precepts as nothing will be completely ended from today, and all those who violate the family precepts will be subject to severe punishment. If the circumstances are serious, put to death directly. My Steel Suit 37. My Steel Suit 37. Ignore the faintly agitated people below, Albert continued. In the future, your way of doing things will also be changed. The old steward told Chen Mo's rules and requirements one after another. Smuggling, casinos, nightclubs, etc. can continue to be done, and protection fees can continue to be collected, but as long as the other party pays the protection fees, we must guarantee the interests of the shopkeepers and solve their problems. And those who cannot go to the table, extortion, theft, robbery, forced prostitution, human trafficking, etc. will be strictly prohibited. Anyone who is found to be engaged in the above activities will be punished by the family. Following Albert's description, the faces of everyone present became more and more exciting. Finally, someone below couldn't sit still, and saw Chen Mo leaning in a chair with his eyes closed. Only the old Albert with hair grey-white was talking. The 2 people who had just made private eye contact looked at each other again at a glance. One of them stood up. We are the mafia. We rely on these dirty activities you said to make money. Now you want us to stop with a word. Brothers are afraid they will not agree. As soon as he said his words, the court suddenly became quiet. Everyone turned their eyes to Chen Mo and Albert. Frank turned his head and glanced at Anderson. The expression in their eyes was very solemn. Sure enough, they are still not reconciled. 2 great families were destroyed, and the happiest ones are Harris and Walker. Their power is apart from 2 great families. The strongest. As soon as they received the news, both of them were to be wild with joy, and they were ready to summon manpower to kill each other's biggest competitor in one fell swoop, seize the power of Brooklyn, and become the new underground king. As for Dojo, the 2 people who were dazzled by power took it for granted that they must have sneaked into the headquarters of 2 great families late at night by virtue of their agility, and assassinated by a sneak attack, or they couldn't explain it at all. How did only 7 kill 2 great families unharmed? Hundreds of people. At the beginning, the Mad Dogs Tony and the gang were assassinated by dojo owner Chen Mo sneaking into the night. The 2 concluded that the people in dojo must be top killers. At the same time, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts that 2 great families were too careless. They ruled Brooklyn safely and steadily for many years, and their defenses have been slackened to such a degree. They had already known this. They hired one, criticize the killers, sneak in and kill them. Isn't you already dominating Brooklyn now? And when they learned that Dojo was convening all the leaders of Brooklyn for a meeting tonight, both of them were taken aback. The last time Dojo killed the Mad Dog Tony, there was no movement at all. He has been obediently and honestly guarding Dojo and living a life without any disputes. Why is this a modifier? Are they also coveting the seat of the underground king of Brooklyn? Walker and Harris, who felt that their cakes were being watched by others, were uneasy. Although there were only 7 people in Dojo, it was a huge threat. After all, they did not understand how strong Dojo really is. At noon that day, Walker found Harris, the two rivals, and came together under the threat of Dojo. The two hit it off and agreed to take this opportunity to jointly kill the people of Dojo, and then, like the original two great families, jointly control Brooklyn. Of course, all this is just an agreement between the two people. As for what they think in their hearts, no one knows. Since Chen Mo entered the conference hall, the two have been looking for opportunities to make trouble. After listening to Chen Mo's new rules, the two finally decided not to perform. They believe that other people must also be very dissatisfied with these messy shit rules, and it is time to take action now. As for Chen Mo, although his baleful chi is indeed full of oppression, it makes them feel pressured, and has a stronger estimate of Chen Mo's strength. But the power temptation of the underground king makes them ignoring all threats. The pistol at the waist gave them confidence. They are still laughing at Chen Mo for being so big and allowing them to enter with a gun. Does he think he can escape bullets? How naive! But this is good. It saves them a lot of things, and they will kill Chen Mo directly, which will surely shock the audience. You must be the first to take the shot. But you can't be preempted by the opponent. Not to mention the little 9 in the hearts of the two of them. Albert had too much reaction to Harris' sudden eruption. Not at all. Took a light look at him, and then asked everyone present, "Is there anyone else who thinks so?" The group of people below sat quietly and no one spoke. Walker stood up with a smile when he saw it, and said proudly, "Brooklyn is the territory of our mafia. We should decide what to do." Albert ignored Walker again, and continued to ask, "Is there anyone else? The two of us are enough." Suddenly preparing for a long time, I was treated so casually and felt contemptuous in the eyes of the two. Severe expression flashed. He directly took out the pistol hidden in his waist and pointed it at Albert and Chen Mo, who was sitting in the first place. Chen Mo, who had been sleeping on the chair with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Cold light flashed in his eyes, and surging murderous aura overflowed. "Is this your support?" Looking at Chen Mo's sharp eyes full of killing intent, the two holding guns felt a little chill in their backs, but felt the hands. The metallic feel of the gun and the heavy weight made the two feel at ease. The master of this dojo is really not simple. Where did the murderous aura on his body come from? He almost frightened him just now. The two who recovered their confidence pointed their pistols firmly at Chen Mo. Harris looked at Chen Mo, who was still sitting on the chair with a cold face, and said mockingly, "I know you are very good, but can you stop the bullet? I don't know if you are confident or stupid. You are not even defensive. Let us come in without even searching the body. You look, now I just need to pull the trigger and I will kill you immediately," said. Harris moved the muscle and pointed it straight at Chen Mo's brow. "You can try." Chen Mo's face doesn't change looking at him. His voice said coldly, "Ha ha, act recklessly. Now it's still stiff. Can you still avoid bullets? Okay, since you are courting death, then I will fulfill you and die for me." Harris was ready to pull the trigger and kill Chen Mo. Not only did he eliminate the biggest threat to rule Brooklyn, but he could also shock everyone present and make them obedient. The old Albert on the side did not rush forward this time and stood in front of Chen Mo, but stood there calmly, waiting for a good show. "My steel suit 38, my steel suit 38, peng." Harris pulled the trigger with a grinning face. The bullet burst out of the gun, and shot at Chen Mo's eyebrows at a speed that naked eye could not catch. The powerful boss and Harris' spear art are not weak. In Chen Mo's eyes at this time, everything seemed to slow down. The bullet that was shot in his eyes rotated a little closer. Chen Mo tilted his head, and the bullet flew by his ear and passed through the back of the chair, shot into the wall behind him. With his neck back straight, Chen Mo looked towards Harris with disdain. His grinning smile was still on his face, but the pupils of his eyes shrank suddenly, and then he became horrified. One after another cold sweat slipped from his forehead, and the hand holding the gun began to tremble. Walker on the side was still regretting being robbed of the limelight by Harris. Seeing that Chen Mo was about to be killed by Harris, he couldn't help thinking about how to deal with it next time, or just take advantage of it now Harris was killed directly. Who would think that as soon as the gun shot, Chen Mo tilted his head and miraculously escaped the bullet. Walker, who came back to his senses, saw a ghost expression on his face, and couldn't help wondering whether he and Harris made a wrong choice this time. The leaders of the forces who have been sitting still in the field, intending to watch the changes, are also shocked by the magical scene that suddenly happened in front of them. Everyone is horrified. Can really avoid bullets, this is beyond their cognitive limit. In the conference hall, after this gunshot, suddenly fell into a dead silence. At this moment, a fierce gunshot suddenly sounded outside the window, awakening everyone who was in shock. Harris and Walker looked at each other, a very strong bad feeling rise in their mind. The two could not help turning their heads and looked towards Chen Mo. Not only did I let the two of you come in with guns, but I also let the manpower you brought to hide smoothly in the opposite alley. Chen Mo looked at the panicked two people with indifference. The voice said slowly, "How do you know?" Harris and Walker looked horrified. They didn't realize until then that all the actions they thought were hidden were exposed to Chen Mo's sight. All the actions are all controlled by him. You have agreed. With the sound of the gun, all the people hiding in the alley rush in and take control of the whole situation. Kill me. You suddenly start trouble, kill each other, and then subdued other forces, in one fell swoop to control the underground kingship of Brooklyn. You! Unexpectedly. The two were frightened by Chen Mo's words. He not only knew they were hiding the manpower and the agreed secret sign, even knew their final secret plan well, which made them feel like they were stripped naked and standing naked in front of Chen Mo. He knew all the secrets. The gunfire outside the window rang for a while, and then stopped. Harris and Walker secretly prayed in their hearts, hoping that their men would appear in front of them for a while, so that they would have hope of a comeback. Unfortunately, everything is a luxury. Not long after, the door of the conference hall was pushed open. A sturdy Chinese man in a black combat uniform walked in with an automatic rifle on his back. Han King walked to Chen Mo's side, loudly said, "Hall Master, all the hidden enemies have been wiped out. No one was injured." Han King's words completely shattered the last hope. Waving a hand to let Han King go out, Chen Mo frowned and looked towards the two people who still raised their guns at him. Although their hands were shaking constantly, they didn't mean to let go. Lost the outside manpower, the guns in their hands have become their only support. But after experiencing the scene where Chen Mo dodges bullets just now, the guns in their hands look more like a joke. No deterrence at all. Still put up a desperate struggle. Finally, the two chose to explode under the pressure of Chen Mo's imposing manner. Instead of waiting to die, it is better to give up a fight. There is a chance of a comeback. Unfortunately, they are still a step slower. As soon as the ruthless look in their eyes appeared, before their fingers had time to pull the trigger, Chen Mo had two guns in his hand instantly, and two guns sounded almost simultaneously after the sound. The two appeared a blood hole on their foreheads. The corpse that lost support slowly fell, and two pistols fell on the conference table, as if mocking their overestimate one's capabilities. Sitting on the side of the two of them, several leaders were sprayed with splashes of blood and brain, but sat firmly on the chair motionless, letting the cold sweat on their foreheads mixed with blood and brains to slowly flow down. Chen Mo finished all this and leaned back on the back of his chair again, closing his eyes again. Albert glanced around, raising his hand to straighten his glasses. "Okay, now there is no objection, let's continue." Everyone below quietly listened to Albert's statement, as if nothing happened just now, just underfoot. The blood flowing slowly over reminds them of the demise of the two great influences in a short time. Frank and Anderson are the most calm in the field. For them, it doesn't matter who is in charge or who is in power. They are getting older and just want to maintain their current state, and the family live together well and spend their old age peacefully. Even if Chen Mo puts forward some harsh rules, it is not unacceptable. Who makes the fists big, but to act low-key, make less money, maybe it is a good thing. Do more bad things, nothing to end, such as the two lying on the ground. However, Albert's next words really surprised them. While restricting them from carrying out some criminal behaviors that affect badly, Chen Mo also pointed out a new development direction for them. In the future, Dojo will fund and lead them into new industries. Construction, transportation, food, clothing, animal husbandry, restaurants, real estate, and many legal industries have a lot of room for development. You can easily make money while sitting in the office, so why bother those little troubles, disgustingly dirty activities? At the beginning, although everyone was deterred by Chen Mo's very ruthless behavior and the huge imposing manner on his body, he was on the surface, but it was only a little scared, and he was far from bowing his head. To the extent that they are obedient, what really wants them to obey willingly depends on strength and interest. And what Chen Mo just revealed, their fundamentally unimaginable strength makes them no longer have the idea of resistance. At the same time, the magnificent development blueprint that Albert gave them also made them fascinated. The two-pronged approach of power and interest allowed Chen Mo to firmly grasp their hearts and truly completely control the underground forces in Brooklyn. A new family was born in this sinful land. My Steel Suit 39. My Steel Suit 39. In fact, after killing two great families, Chen Mo originally planned to wipe out all the mafia forces in Brooklyn. It's just that, even if he wipes out Brooklyn's underground forces, it won't be long before new forces will be born on this land, grow, fight, and eventually produce a new leader. Everything will not change. Brooklyn is still a city full of crimes, chaotic law and order, frequent crimes. In this case, Chen Mo simply decided to control the underground forces of the city by himself and solve this problem once and for all. Although this is just a random act of his whim, who knows what changes this world will bring to this world in the future. The meeting soon came to an end. Albert finished explaining the rules and plans formulated by Chen Mo, stepped back and stood back to his original position. Chen Mo on the chair also slowly opened his eyes. He really didn't bother to talk with these people. Fortunately, the old steward was there, which saved him a lot of things. After experiencing the changes just now, everyone below has already set their minds at this time, looking at Chen Mo in awe, waiting for him to speak. I won't say more nonsense. From now on, Brooklyn will only have one family, and that is the Seven Rings Gang. Chen Mo remembered, and was later taken by Opadra used. The organization that kidnapped Tony Stark was called the Ten Commandments Gang, and Chen Mo, who was too lazy to name his name, decided that the gang would be called the Seven Commandments Gang in the future, so that they could remember the 7 commandments of the family and strictly observe the rules. Yes, Godfather. Everyone underneath responded in unison. Chen Mo slightly nodded, stood up and walked to the wall of the conference hall. On the wall in front of him hung a thick and solid medieval tower shield that was full of height. I will not be here for a long time. In order to prevent you or your future successors from forgetting the rules I set, I will leave you a gift. Chen Mo suddenly punched the tower shield as he said. The speed of his fists was amazing, and the continuous shadow of the fists made everyone dazzled. Dong. 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 The interval between the 7 beeps is extremely short, and the rumbling sound that is almost connected in one piece sounded. Everyone while the eardrum was shocked. I felt that the whole room was vibrating. Chen Mo turned around and led Albert out of the conference hall, leaving behind a room of dumbfounded Seven Rings Gang's new bosses looked at each other in blank dismay. On the thick and heavy tower shield made of a whole piece of steel plate, there are 7 more deep fist marks, and the shape of the fist is clearly visible. After experiencing the scene where Chen Mo dodges bullets, Everyone present has a certain ability to accept Chen Mo's inhuman strength. After a moment of consternation, they came back to his senses and stood up one by one. Go, want to take a closer look. However, as soon as the people in front walked to the tower shield, the wall with the tower shield shook suddenly, and densely packed cracks appeared on the wall around the tower shield. The nearest few people hurriedly backed up when they saw this. Just a few steps after exiting, the swaying wall collapsed, revealing a large hole more than 2 meters in diameter. There was smoke and dust in the conference hall for a while, and after a while, when the smoke and dust dissipated slightly, everyone gathered around again. The bricks that fell from the wall were piled up under the wall, but none of them were intact. They were all shaken to pieces by Chen Mo's fist strength just now. The one-faced tower shield was lying quietly on the rubble. On the shiny silver surface, 7 clear fist marks were deeply printed on it. 7 rings. At this point, the Brooklyn Underground Forces are unified, a brand new powerful organization. 7 rings, in the days to come, firmly control the underground forces in Brooklyn and even New York. And their gang's logo, a medieval tower shield with 7 fist imprints on one side, was solemnly placed in the Elder Conference Hall, the core of the gang. At the end of 1943, Brooklyn China Dojo. Chen Mo was holding a coffee cup, leaning comfortably on the large sofa in the living room, drinking a sip of fragrant coffee. Still the familiar taste. Chen Mo only felt extremely satisfied and relaxed. After half a year, finally drank the coffee made by old Albert himself. Howard, who was sitting across from him, gave him a blank look. I seriously suspect that you are coming back in a hurry for this cup of coffee. You guessed it. Chen Mo, without raising his eyes, he sank comfortably in the sofa without moving. But it's really good. I very much agree with your decision, Howard said, leaning against the sofa with the cup, lifting the cup from time to time and taking a sip. The old Albert on the side looked at the two slumped on the sofa, shook the head helplessly, but there was a kind of loving smile on his lips. Since he came back, Chen Mo took them into the dock to rescue people, clean up the 2 great families, and regain the underground forces. He was not idle for a moment. Everyone was very tired. Now the dust settles. Finally I can take a good rest. Quiet time always passes quickly. The 2 finished drinking a pot of coffee and finally sat up from the sofa. You have solved it here, should we do business? Howard looked at Chen Mo and asked seriously. This time Chen Mo and Howard are back together. In addition to solving the mafia's threat to Dojo, there are 2 important things to do. One of them is to invite the maker of the Vibranium Shield, Myron Markle and Corticodemetian, to join SHIELD to develop super alloys. Chen Mo is very interested in legendary Edman alloy. If you guessed it correctly, it should have been invented by Markle and Corticodemetian. Chen Mo analyzed that the material of the Vibranium Shield he used should be primordial Edman alloy, which is the strongest of all Edman alloys. Unfortunately, it was formed in another experiment accident, so only this one. The steel claws and within the body skeleton of the Vajra Wolf in the X-Men failed to replicate the primordial Edman alloy, and the real Edman alloy produced has slightly lower performance than the primordial Edman alloy, but can be manufactured on a small scale. Although the bulletproof armor currently used by Chen Mo is made of the best performing special bulletproof alloy, it has gradually been unable to meet Chen Mo's need for defensive power. Although weight is not a problem with Chen Mo's strength and physical strength, too high thickness will affect the flexibility of the action. The bulletproof armor made of current materials can resist pistols, rifles, and even ordinary calibers. The machine guns are not a problem, but once faced with heavy machine guns and anti-aircraft guns, the defensive power is somewhat insufficient. Chen Mo urgently needs a more powerful material to make a new bulletproof armor that can provide sufficient defensive power. I heard Howard's reminder. Chen Mo nodded. We will leave tomorrow morning. My Steel Suit 40. My Steel Suit 40. Second day. Under the leadership of Howard, the 2 came to Markle's Corticodemetian's laboratory, which was also his home. Since the accidental manufacture of the primordial Edman alloy shield, Corticodemetian has always wanted to replicate that process again and find a way to make primordial Edman alloy. Unfortunately, no matter how he tried, he could not restore the accident again. The experiment was stalled for a while. After consuming a lot of precious vibranium raw materials, no results were produced. The government finally interrupted the project. Kortaka returned home with deep unwillingness. The process of inviting Kortaka went well. Mark Lyon Kortaka is a pure scientist and has no interest in foreign objects. He was fascinated by the research of special alloy materials, and after accidentally making the sound-absorbing steel shield, he was even more enchanted. All his thoughts were on the research of Edman alloy. Even if the project was terminated by the government, he still did not give up and continued his research on Edman alloy in his home. Unfortunately, limited by the rarity of vibranium, it was difficult to obtain by his personal ability, and the experiment was once difficult to carry out. An old friend Howard came forward as a guarantee, after Chen Mo promised to provide enough vibranium as experimental materials. Markle Kortaka readily agreed to the invitation to join SHIELD. At the same time, Chen Mo also found something interesting. Kortaka laboratory, which is the living room of his house, hung a room of shields, almost exactly the same as the vibranium shield he used. Faced with Chen Mo's doubts, Kortaka smiled and gave an explanation. It turns out that Kortaka was a hobby fanatic of cold weapons in the Middle Ages. The reason why he was engaged in the research of metallurgical materials was originally because of his strong interest in cold weapons, hoping to develop stronger materials and make more powerful weapons. Of all the cold weapons, he is most obsessed with the round shield. In his opinion, the circle is the most perfect and strongest shape. The round shield can block, hit, throw, attack and defend. Oneness is his perfect weapon in mind. The materials to be researched and manufactured always need a mold, so he simply designed a round shield with a perfect dynamic shape and made all the experimental materials into a shield. Hanging on the wall as a decoration is also very good. Mark Lyon Kortaka looked at the round shields hanging all over the room and said proudly. Chen Mo thought to himself, scientists' strange aesthetics. Mark Lyon Kortaka has no family. The experiment is all he has, and after agreeing to join SHIELD, he will pack his things. Moved directly into the secret laboratory. Hidden deep in the secret laboratory of SHIELD underground in Brooklyn, Chen Mo and Howard met Erskine Kortaka who had not seen them for a long time. What made the two of them startled was that Kortaka who stood in front of them became a lot younger. Originally in his 50s, Erskine Kortaka, whose hair was a little grey and slightly old, looked only 40 years old at this time. He was tall, ruddy complexion, and had grey hair turned into black. The whole person looked very energetic. If it weren't for the familiar face and the kind smile on the face, the two almost thought it was someone else. Kortaka, what are you? Howard leaned forward and looked up and down carefully. Kortaka mysterious smiled. Don't worry about these first, don't you introduce it to me? Then the two of them thought of Kortaka, sighed Mark Lyon. After some introduction, Mark Lyon Kortaka officially joined the SHIELD secret laboratory. Erskine Kortaka took him to settle just now, and Markle Kortaka urged Chen Mo to get vibranium quickly. He wants to conduct experiments immediately, after a lot of experiments in previous government projects, and after coming back, Kortaka made unremitting research on his own. And the research and development of Edman alloy has already had its eye on it. It was already about to succeed, but unfortunately there was no raw material. After all, with Kortaka own power, it is extremely difficult to obtain even a small piece of vibranium. But when there is no vibranium, Kortaka is not idle. With reference to the sound-absorbing steel shield, which is the metallographic structure of primordial Edman alloy, after years of research and experimentation, a performance has finally been developed. Super new alloy, although incomparable with primordial Edman alloy and not indestructible, it is much stronger than the current best special alloys, with high hardness, toughness, corrosion resistance and impact resistance. All aspects are excellent. Moreover, this alloy does not require vibranium and can be manufactured with existing materials. Although it is very expensive due to the higher proportion of rare metals in the composition, it is more expensive than primordial Edman alloy. The cost is much lower and easier to obtain. It will not be restricted by raw materials. As long as the funds are sufficient, it can be manufactured on a large scale. Mark Lion Corticodemetian named this alloy Alpha Alloy. Chen Mo is very interested in this new type of alloy. This is a surprise. This alloy can be used in many aspects in the future. But what he values most is Edman alloy, which is the real strongest alloy. From the day when he got the vibranium shield and learned of the existence of Mark Lion Corticodemetian, Chen Mo asked Colonel Phillips to collect vibranium with all his strength. The funds were collected by him. In addition, Hydra was also secretly collecting it. Looking at Corticodemetian eagerly in front of him, Chen Mo smiled helplessly, and had to put down his plan to find Corticodemetian Erkins. Well, Corticodemetian, vibranium are all stored in the warehouse. I will let people pick it up. The vibranium collected by the Strategic Science Reserve in the early stage was already a few days ago. All were sent to the secret laboratory. No, I'll get it by myself. Corticodemetian is now eager to see how much vibranium Chen Mo has prepared for him. In the past, in order to get even a small piece, he didn't know the cost to as many twists and turns. I hope that Chen Mo will prepare enough vibranium for him. Although he has already had his eyebrows, it is still the last step away from real success, and I don't know how many experiments will be needed for this last step and how much precious it will cost. Vibranium. Secret laboratory, valuable material warehouse. Mark Lion Corticodemetian looked at a box full of vibranium in front of him. With a total of tens of kilograms of vibranium, his face flushed with excitement and his hands trembled. Very good. Enough. With these vibranium, I will definitely be able to make real Edman alloy. Mark Lion Corticodemetian immediately invested in Edman alloy is under research. Seeing that nothing happened to himself, Chen Mo finally had time to find Erskine Corticodemetian. In addition to dealing with Dojo and Marklam Corticodemetian when he came back this time, there is another important reason. Corticodemetian reported that significant progress has been made in serum research. When Chen Mo found Erskine Corticodemetian, Howard was already there, but he was unhappy. Seeing Chen Mo, Howard complained directly. "Why did you come? Waiting for you for a long time. Corticodemetian has to wait for you to come before you can say it." Corticodemetian slightly smiled. "Important things, of course, and the others will be announced when they arrive." My Steel Suit 41. My Steel Suit 41. Corticodemetian, what is going on? Chen Mo asked seriously. "Remember the advice you gave me before going to Europe?" Corticodemetian asked Chen Mo while looking at him. "Are you talking about improving the Super Soldier Serum to increase the enhanced success rate?" Chen Mo remembers that at the beginning, whether it was the original serum before the improvement or the enhanced serum he and Steve injected, in animal experiments, not completely successful. Although the body of the test animals was successfully strengthened, without exception, during the experiment, they all seemed to endure tremendous pain, struggled desperately, and soon lost consciousness and fell into a coma. Death. The examination after the test found that their brains were too intensely stimulated, which exceeded their tolerance limits, resulting in brain death. They analyzed that this was because the strengthening process had changed the body too drastically, which brought severe pain. Later experiments also proved this. Therefore, the existent fortified serum has extremely high requirements on willpower for the person receiving the fortification. Once they cannot bear the pain of the fortification, they will fall into a coma just like the animals in the experiment and eventually brain die. So Chen Mo suggested Corticodemetian to improve the serum to make the strengthening process gentler and reduce the pain during the transformation, so as to reduce the need for willpower and increase the success rate of the strengthening. It now appears that Corticodemetian should have succeeded. "Yes, I did the research in the direction you said and found that there is indeed the possibility of improvement. According to some theories you put forward, I conducted research and experiment again, and finally successfully developed an improvement-type serum. Kortakadamishan smiled proudly. The animal experiment was a perfect success. Although I struggled violently during the reinforcement process, I did not fall into a coma. Everything was normal after the experiment. Chen Mo looked at Kortakadamishan in a tone of voice, affirmatively asked, "So you used yourself to conduct human experiments?" "Yes, I succeeded. Didn't I?" Kortakadamishan carefree smiled. Chen Mo shook the head helplessly. "In fact, the normal procedure is to experiment with death row prisoners or volunteers first. After all, there are certain risks in experiments. Scientists use their own experiments. Once they fail, the entire project will end. But Kortakadamishan is too kind. If it weren't for the orders of superiors and the success of Red Skull, Kortakadamishan would not let Steve conduct experiments." "Kortakadamishan, I hope this kind of thing will not happen again," Chen Mo said with a serious face. "You are the core of the entire Super Soldier plan and the most important core member of our shield. Once an accident occurs, the consequences will be unimaginable." Kortakadamishan not at all because of Chen Mo's he was angry, but smiled gently. "Yes, my commander." At this moment, Howard suddenly looked up with glare. "Kortakadamishan, can I also receive reinforcement?" Howard said. The saliva is almost flowing out. Thinking of Chen Mo's strong physical fitness, Howard can't wait now. Just strengthen, and then turn over to the surf to sing, and return all the bullying in Chen Mo. When I think of Howard, I'm a bit eager to have a try to see Chen Mo's expressions all. "Yes, but I forgot to say that because the improved serum improves the strengthening process, the strengthening effect is much weaker than the original and enhanced type. The physical fitness after strengthening is probably normal. The advantage is that there is no need to irradiate life rays. As long as you supplement enough nutrients, you can directly inject the serum to complete the fortification." Howard hearing this was frustrated, thinking about it again. Even if Steve passed by, the enhancement of the enhanced serum is not Chen Mo's opponent. "Don't dream of it anymore. You can't think of turning over in this life." Feeling Chen Mo's abusive eyes, Howard wants to cry without tears. At this time, Kortakadamishan suddenly said, "Also, the lifespan and body freezing issues you mentioned to me, I also did a special study. After the body is strengthened, the cell activity is extremely strong. After freezing, the body's metabolism tends to stagnate, but after thawing, the cells can quickly resume activity, and during this period, life is almost static. That is to say, the idea you proposed to stop the body from aging through freezing is feasible. In addition, I did ignore the lifespan issue before. Serum strengthens the incarnation body at the same time. It also enhances the life force of the cells, and greatly slows down the senescence of the cells. You and Steve were the only ones who had successfully received the enhancement. They could not be used as a reference at all. After the improved serum was successful, I made a special effort. After conducting animal experiments, it was found that the lifespan of animals enhanced by serum is indeed greatly extended. The changes that have occurred in me also prove this." Howard hearing this, an instant energetic again. "Then what are we waiting for?" "Kortakadamishan, strengthen me now." The strengthening process of the improved serum is very smooth. Although the painful Howard screamed, he successfully completed the reinforcement. Getting off the lab chair, Howard carefully felt the changes in his body. The body that was originally lacking in exercise seemed to be full of inexhaustible strength, and a strong punch brought a hoo-hoo break. Howard was so excited that he tentatively jumped on the spot again, and he jumped up to a height of 2 meters, so scared that he almost fell to the ground when he fell. The happy Howard impatient ran to the mirror to see if he had become tall and strong like Chen Mo and Steve. Obviously, the result made him a little disappointed. Although the improved serum is equally effective, it can achieve 3 times the physical fitness of ordinary people after strengthening, and it is very powerful in all aspects such as strength, agility, and endurance. But perhaps due to not at all breakthrough of the limit of the human body, the changes in the body are not too great. From the outside, it is just a bit taller and stronger than before, and not as huge as Steve. Change. Looking at Howard a little disappointed, Erskine Court Academician slightly smiled and stepped forward and patted his shoulder. "Didn't you find it?" Howard didn't respond. "What did you find?" Court Academician pointed to his brain. Howard feels it with heart, and the color of surprise blooms in his eyes. "Oh my God, my brain thinking too fast, and my memory. God, this feeling great." Looking at Howard, who was yelling excitedly, Chen Mo couldn't help but roll the eyes. Too good for nothing. Erskine's Court Academician was just laughed when he saw it. He himself had just strengthened his success. After experiencing the tremendous improvement in brain thinking, analysis, and memory, he did not perform much better than Howard. "We should all thank you," Court Academician said to Chen Mo with a serious face. Watching Chen Mo open his mouth to speak, Court Academician interrupted him with a wave. "In my opinion, the value of the improved serum is unlimited. It allows us ordinary persons to receive reinforcement. In addition to the enhancement of physical fitness and lifespan, the most important thing is that it strengthens the brain and brings great help to our scientific research. During this period, many problems that have troubled me for a long time have been solved by one after another, and various experiments and studies have also been solved. Become handy. Everything seems to be very simple. You know what this means to a scientist, and what it means to this world." My Steel Suit 42. My Steel Suit 42. Chen Mo hearing this nodded. "An excellent scientist has a super brain, just like a game with a plug-in. The difficulty of research is greatly reduced, and a large number of results must emerge, bringing technology significant changes, and great progress in the entire world. So, no matter it is me, S.H.I.E.L.D., or even the whole world, I should thank you." Chen Mo blushed a little when Court Academician said, "Court Academician, you don't say this. These all are your own credit. The serum was invented by you. I just made a suggestion. Without you, there would be no enhanced serum, and there won't be today's improved serum. Maybe even myself was killed by Hydra's spies," Erskine Court Academician exclaimed. If it weren't for Chen Mo's reminder and suspended animation suggestion, the spy who suddenly appeared in that experiment would kill him. Court Academician also saw Howard's enhancements just now. Thinking of himself, he was a little excited. Chen Mo is really overwhelmed. He does everything with his heart. Although everything he does is good for Court Academician and them, it is more or for himself. Court Academician suddenly said what he said. Great. He really felt a little awkward. Seeing Howard was still intoxicated there, he stepped forward and took him away. Court Academician, let's go back first, and come back another day. Court Academician shook his head helplessly behind him. A gentle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Howard, who was dragged away by Chen Mo, originally tried to struggle, but was easily suppressed by Chen Mo's overwhelming power, and had to give up resistance in despair. Obediently followed Chen Mo back to dojo. After that, he simply stayed at dojo and stayed around Chen Mo every day to teach him fighting skills. According to Court Academician of Markeln, the research on Edman alloy is likely to yield results in a short time. At this time, the European war is at a stalemate, and the rebellious Hydra base has no new actions for the time being. Chen Mo didn't rush back to Europe, waiting leisurely for news from the laboratory. At dojo, Chen Mo finally came back to quiet for a few days. He really couldn't stand his entanglement, so he had to start practical teaching for him as he wished. Despite having 3 times the strong physical fitness of ordinary people, Howard still suffers in Chen Mo's hands. Every day all abused bloody nose and swollen face. Fortunately the body has a strong recovery ability, and it became again on second day. Lively dragon and animated tiger. After the brain is strengthened, Howard learns very quickly, and gradually he can also take a few tricks in Chen Mo's hands. Of course, when Chen Mo keeps his hands, it would really be life and death battle, fighting. He can't escape being killed by Chen Mo. On the other hand, Mark Klein Court Academician's research is progressing very smoothly. Without vibranium, the ability of Court Academician to independently develop alpha alloys with far superior performance to existing alloys is beyond doubt. Now that there are sufficient raw materials, the development speed of Edman alloy has exceeded Chen Mo's expectations. Although primordial Edman alloy, which is the material of the shield used by Chen Mo, was not successfully copied. Cortical Dimension still created a kind of alloy with slightly inferior performance to primordial Edman alloy, but the same hardness beyond imagination, indestructible superalloy. It is also the most widely known in the Marvel world. The real Edman alloy. Although he is not likely abused every day, Howard is still stuck in Chen Mo's dojo, with a panda eye, wearing sunglasses, and Chen Mo together, just a few days later came to the underground secret laboratory again. A bright silver metal shield, exactly the same as Chen Mo's vibranium shield, was placed in front of the two of them. Looking at the familiar round shield in front of them, Chen Mo and Howard looked at each other in blank dismay. They couldn't help but think of the round shields in the living room of Cortical Dimension's house in Markland. As for Cortical Dimension's propensity to make shields with precious materials, Chen Mo really doesn't know what to say. The Edman alloy and primordial Edman alloy have one common characteristic. They initially remain liquid at a temperature of 1500 degrees Fahrenheit, and can be processed at will. Once they solidify, they will become indestructible. Even at a high temperature of 500,000, there will be no signs of melting. So once the Edman alloy is formed, it can no longer change its shape, nor can it be destroyed by any external force. It has the same indestructible attributes as the primordial Edman alloy. This Edman alloy was made into a round shield by Markland Cortical Dimension again, so it can only be used as a shield and cannot be recovered. But this is also just right. But you can give this shield to Steve. I took the primordial Edman alloy shield that should have belonged to him, so I had to find him another weapon. This shield made of real Edman alloy, although slightly worse than the one in your hand, does not have the ability to absorb kinetic energy and neutralize all attacks, but it is made of hard material. And the indestructible characteristics are enough to resist all current attacks, and enough to use. After all, there is no too powerful enemy in the world now. Steve, who has been strengthened by serum, once he has the Edman alloy shield, he is basically invincible, except for the nuclear explosion. Nothing could threaten him with a devastating blow. Not to mention the two people's condemnation of Cortical Dimension reckless waste of natural resources, who suffered from severe obsessive-compulsive disorder. After some tests, Edman alloy showed no weaker than primordial Ed. Chen Mo is very satisfied with the super performance of Man alloy. He didn't expect that the real Edman alloy can be successfully developed so quickly, because the hardness of Edman alloy has exceeded the limit measured by the instrument. The indenter of the hardness tester can't help it at all, so Cortical Dimension simply and rudely carried out the defensive power test directly. Knives, guns, grenades, and rockets take turns in battle. The hacking of various cold weapons and the continuous firing of large-caliber machine gun bullets cannot cause any damage to it. The marks on the surface after being hit by a bullet are all disappeared with a swipe of the hand, and the surface of the shield is still as bright as new without leaving a trace of scratches. The close detonation of the grenade and the bombardment of rockets only blackened its surface, and the shield body did not deform a little. Markland Cortical Dimension tried almost all the weapons that can be found in the laboratory. This Edman alloy shield perfectly withstands all attacks, and it is always intact. If it weren't for the lack of tanks in the underground laboratory, Cortical Dimension would even try to use an armor-piercing bullet. However, Chen Mo has no doubt that even in the face of armor-piercing shells, Edman alloy shields can still be easily taken over. You must know that Edman alloy is the strongest that can't even be destroyed by a nuclear bomb. Metal. However, compared with Chen Mo's shield, it is still different. My Steel Suit 43. Compared with Chen Mo's only primordial Edman alloy shield in the world, Edman alloy is not much weaker in hardness and self-defensive power. The only difference is that the real Edman alloy does not have the ability of primordial Edman alloy to absorb kinetic energy and neutralize all attacks. It cannot be hardwired to Thor as in the Avengers movie. The hammer's attack was unharmed. If the attack is too strong, although the alloy itself can withstand the attack, the power carried by the attack will be transmitted. The consequence is that the people behind the alloy will be hit by a powerful force, fly, or get injured. Even so, Edman alloy is already strong enough, and the overwhelming majority attacks on the battlefield are sufficient to deal with it safely. Even close-range explosions and shell attacks cannot protect Edmund Alloy. Down. How much damage the powerful body strengthened by the serum causes. Cortical emission. We have seen the defensive ability of Edmund Alloy, and it is indestructible. Isn't it time to test the attack power? Chen Mo asked Markle Cortical, who was still wondering if he wanted to get a tank. Cortical, hearing this, was taken aback. Attack power? As long as the strength is strong enough, this shield can explode the tank by throwing it out. Chen Mo and Howard looked at each other helplessly. Cortical was poisoned too deeply. Chen Mo wondered if they didn't stop him, he would make all vibranium round shields and hang them on the wall of the laboratory. The buckler I designed has a perfect aerodynamic shape. It can move in the air with minimal wind resistance and can ensure that the throwing route will not deviate. This Edmund Alloy shield has super hardness and toughness, coupled with its natural concentric rigidity, making it a perfect throwing object. It will only lose minimal angular momentum when it comes in contact with a solid object. After long-term training, the user can throw the shield to penetrate the target, or control the shield to return to the user after multiple rebounds. Listen to Cortical words unbelievably explaining. Chen Mo felt big for a while. He can now conclude that Cortical really intends to make all the alloys into shields. Imagine a group of Special Forces soldiers rushing forward with their shields neatly. Chen Mo quickly shook the head. He must be stopped. Chen Mo glanced at Howard, who rolled his eyes behind his sunglasses, put his hand in his arms, and slowly pulled it out. A cold light, two-handed rider head sword appeared in Chen Mo's hands. Cortical, who was still babbling, and Howard, who looked up at the sky, were attracted by the cold light of the blade at the same time. They turned their heads, and then both became dull. Isn't this the magical longsword you seized from Hydra Base? Howard had a devilish expression on his face. Where did you get it from? On the side of Howard, I asked Chen Mo while looking up and down, trying to find out where he got it from. On the body. Chen Mo casually said. Impossible. Why didn't I find you carrying such a long sword along the way? Howard didn't believe it at all. This is called the Tibetan sword technique, and you don't understand it. Chen Mo took out the spirit of a fool, then ignored him, and turned to Mark Lion Cortical with a sword. The hidden sword technique? Is it the magical Chinese kung fu again? Howard really believed it, and muttered to himself. When he looked up, he suddenly found that Chen Mo was walking towards Cortical with a sword. Remembering the past annoyed at Chen Mo, he was chased by him holding a sword. He couldn't help turning pale with fright, and hurriedly ran up to stop Chen Mo. Don't be impulsive. Cortical is nagging a little, and the idea is rather strange, but you can't cut him. Howard persuaded, and then reached out and grabbed the long sword. Come on, give me the sword, let's talk about something. As soon as his hand was about to touch the hilt, a strong surge came and Howard was caught. Chen Mo kicked away. Ignoring Howard's broken sunglasses, Chen Mo handed the long sword to the Cortical of Mark Lion with a panda's faint look in his eyes. From the moment Chen Mo took out the long sword, Cortical was attracted by all his eyes. He took the long sword handed by Chen Mo. It was obviously heavier than steel. Shen almost didn't hold it, and at the same time couldn't help but jump in his heart. Cortical, who has studied metal for half a lifetime, can conclude that the material of this sword is absolutely unusual. When I started to look carefully, the style, pattern, handguard, and weight, the more I look at Cortical eyes, the brighter his eyes, his complexion gradually reddening, and the hand holding the sword trembles slightly. Is this the sword? Cortical looked towards Chen Mo, looking forward to it. Chen Mo nodded. Cortical stroked and knocked, and then suddenly turned and walked to the side of the test machine gun. Chen Mo didn't stop. Cortical walked to the machine gun and raised long sword moved towards the barrel with both hands. The whole gun was cut like butter with a hot knife. The tube was easily cut off without any hindrance and hardly any sound was made. Ding dong. The broken barrel fell to the ground, The cut was flat and smooth as a mirror. That's right. It must be the legendary sacred sword. Looking at Kotokudomeshin holding a long sword in madness, Howard leaned forward with jealousy. By Chenmo. Why can Kotokudomeshin touch? I can't touch it. Since Chenmo seized it from the Hydra base under the pretext of using this sword, Howard had no idea about it. I have personally seen it's no stronghold. One cannot overcome its powerful ability, and don't get it in the hands to study and study how to be willing. Unfortunately, Chenmo didn't let him touch at all. When I was fine, I often pestered Chenmo to get the sword. I was annoyed by being entangled. Chenmo glared his eyes and drew the sword, and he ran away dingy. Howard has a deep resentment towards Chenmo. He took away my treasured shield, not to mention I would like to borrow your sword to study it and not give it to me. He even drew his sword to scare me. The sharp point of the sword swept across the back of the neck with a forcing chill, and the cut tie slipped from the front of the chest. The feeling was uncomfortable. Howard said that his little heart could not bear it, and his tie was even more uncomfortable. Get up. Although you know that sword art is superb, it is scary. Okay? In the face of Howard's envy and unwillingness to question, Chenmo relentlessly fought back. Kotokudomeshin can make Edmund alloy, can you? Kotokudomeshin can see the origin of this sword at a glance, can you? Howard is speechless for a while. Don't forget, you got your shield from me. Show me your sword. What's the matter? You seem to have forgotten, that shield was also made by Kotokudomeshin. But Chenmo. Howard gave up altogether, panting with rage, and turned to Kotokudomeshin. Kotokudomeshin, do you know this sword? Mark Lion. Kotokudomeshin has a serious nodded face. Well, if I read it right, this sword should be the last saber of King Arthur in the legend, the sword of the king. Kotokudomeshin, as a medieval called the hobbyist who is a fanatic of weapons, has done in-depth research on those legendary weapons, and he is 90% sure that this sword is the broken steel sword. Howard's eyes flashed when he heard it, and he wished to snatch the sword from Kotokudomeshin, but under Chenmo's murderous aura gaze, he wisely chose to give up. Kotokudomeshin, what do you think of using Edmund alloy to make a king's sword? Chenmo asked sensibly. Kotokudomeshin, hearing this, is bright. My steel suit 44. My steel suit 44. The hobby, a cold weapon who was stuck in obsessive-compulsive disorder, was finally split into his rigid brain by the legendary weapon taken out by Chenmo. Yes, how can I didn't expect it. With the super performance of Edmund alloy, the weapons produced must be extremely powerful. Not even weaker than those legendary weapons. Edmund alloy longsword plus shield, 1 offense and 1 defense, it's perfect. Kotokudomeshin was excited after he said it. He took the longsword and ran into the laboratory, preparing to make an Edmund alloy longsword imitating the sword of the king. Chenmo and Howard looked at each other, and they were relaxed in their hearts. The production of longsword not at all took too long. The various equipment in the laboratory is very complete. Kotokudomeshin quickly used the sword of the king to make a new set of molds, which will reconfigure the liquid the Edmund alloy is poured into the mold. After cooling down, the steaming mold was slowly opened, and a two-handed rider head sword emitting charming silver rays of light appeared in front of them. Mark Lion. Kotokudomeshin took out the long sword, fascinated by his eyes, as if admiring the most perfect artwork completed by himself, stroking it carefully. The shape of the long sword is exactly the same as the sword of the king, but due to the different materials, there are still many differences between the two. I don't know what material the meteorite used to make the king's sword. The density is very high. The whole sword is very heavy, weighing more than 10 kilograms. The weight of Edmund alloy is about the same as ordinary steel. The long sword made with it is much lighter than Chenmo's sword of the king. The Kotokudomeshin can be picked up relatively easily. Moreover, the sword of the king gives people a chilling feeling. The rays of light on the blade are so sharp that it seems to cut all obstacles. Edmund alloy does not have this feeling. After getting the Edmund alloy longsword and Kotokudomeshin's appreciation, the impatient once again came to the cut machine gun. The longsword, weighing only a few kilograms, was strongly lifted by Kotokudomeshin, and the same sword was cut down. The remaining section of the barrel was cut again, and the cut was equally smooth. but Court Academician's expression is a bit strange. No. Chen Mo's keen eyes clearly noticed the abnormality of Court Academician, and also heard what Court Academician said. What's wrong with Court Academician? The frowning and contemplative Court Academician hearing this looked towards Chen Mo. It's hard to say, although two swords can easily cut off the barrel, but I feel that it seems a little different, but I can't tell you the specifics. Speaking of, Court Academician suddenly lit up, and handed the Edmund Alloy longsword to Chen Mo. I almost forgot. You are an expert in this area. Come and try it. Chen Mo took the longsword, and it was indeed much lighter than his own sword of the king. With a light wave of the machine gun on the ground, the remaining section of the barrel was easily cut off. Only when the blade passed through the barrel did Chen Mo feel a slight resistance. The heavy weight made Chen Mo feel more comfortable when he replaced the sword of the king. Now he slashed directly at the body of the machine gun. The sword light flashed, and the whole machine gun was cut flat, completely become a pile of scrap iron. Feeling the feeling when the machine gun was cut just now, Chen Mo found that he had looked down on this legendary sacred sword before. It used to be very tenacious and sharp, and no stronghold one cannot overcome in battle. Even the barrel of the tank can be easily cut off. It should not be weaker than the legendary Edmund Alloy, but now it really has. In contrast, Chen Mo discovered that this sword is out of the ordinary. Different from the Edmund Alloy longsword, the slight resistance can be felt when the barrel is cut. When the sword of the king passes over the barrel of the gun, Chen Mo does not feel the slightest obstacle at all, as if the target is not the gun body, but the air. Tell Court Academician of his feelings. Court Academician couldn't help but get very interested and returned to the lab again with two swords. After careful inspection and research, Court Academician finally discovered the secret of the sword of the king. It is indeed a legendary sacred sword. I think the Edmund Alloy I invented can be regarded as the strongest metal. Didn't expect that to be even more magical. Mark Klein. Court Academician couldn't help but sigh. It turns out that the sword of the king also has a hidden attribute. When swinging at high speed, the surface layer of the blade part will produce a special iron layer with high-frequency oscillation. When the object is cut, the molecular structure of the contact position of the object will be destroyed instantly, thus easily it cuts open, and there is no resistance at all. Court Academician even specially produced an Edmund Alloy plate, which was tested by Chen Mo himself after obtaining Chen Mo's consent. As for worrying about damage to the longsword, it is completely unnecessary. After the Court Academician test, the hardness of the sword of the king is not weaker than that of Edmund Alloy. Even if it cannot be cut, it will only be bullets. Just open it, and there will be no damage. Chen Mo looked at the fixed Edmund Alloy plate and slashed down with a sword in both hands. Different from the lack of resistance when cutting off the machine gun before, when the long sword touched the alloy plate this time, Chen Mo could clearly feel the sense of blockage from the blade. Nevertheless, Edmund Alloy was still cut in by the sword blade, and was chopped in half by longsword with a piercing sound of stab. Although the atomic structure of Edmund Alloy is very stable, it still cannot withstand the high-frequency oscillating iron destruction on the surface of the blade. This reminds Chen Mo of Edmund, who was chopped off in Vajra Wolf 2, Alloy Claw Blade. This. Howard looked stunned. The Edmund Alloy, which was still indestructible in his mind just now, was cut by Chen Mo's sword of the king. And Markle Court Academician, who should have felt lost, was excited at this time, staring at the long sword in Chen Mo's hands with red light. The sword of the king was made by Avalon in the Elven Kingdom. Its blade cuts iron like mud, and the blade emits rays of light more dazzling than the sun. After the sword in the stone is broken, under the guidance of the great magician Merlin, King Arthur obtained it from Goddess in the lake. I don't know how much legendary things are true, but I feel that there are many secrets in it that have not been discovered. Speaking of which, Court Academician looked towards Chen Mo with a longing look. Can I study this sword for a while? Howard, next to Edmund Alloy, came back to his senses in astonishment when he heard Court Academician's request. He had an expression of impossible expression on his face. He knew how precious Chen Mo was to this sword. He couldn't even touch it. Stingy. To die, How could it be possible for Court Academician to study it? Chen Mo's reaction was beyond his expectations. Yes, Chen Mo nodded, actually agreed to Court Academician's request. I also have a feeling, it is not as simple as what we see. Chen Mo gently stroked the sword with his hand, and said slowly. Looking at Howard's face in disbelief, Chen Mo was coldly snorted with disdain. The reason why he refused to let Howard touch him was because he knew Howard was only out of curiosity, and to study it was just to satisfy his curiosity. Chen Mo didn't want his favorite weapon to be used by Howard, this idiot, to cut fruit. My steel suit 45, my steel suit 45, and Markle Court Academician is different, not to mention his knowledge and love of medieval weapons. Let Chen Mo feel relieved to give him the sword of the king. The most important thing is that Court Academician, who created Edelman Alloy's proficiency in metal materials, may be inspired by it and develop a new type of superalloy, which is comparable to Howard's. It makes more sense to play. Chen Mo was able to promise. Court Academician was very happy. He was very clear about the value of the sword of the king, not to mention its sharp, tenacious, cutting iron like mud and hidden powerful attributes. The identity of the legendary King Arthur's sacred sword alone is already a priceless treasure. I believe that countless rich and nobles, especially the British royal family, are willing to get it at a great price. Don't worry, it won't be too long. I promise to return the king's sword to your hand intact and undamaged in at most a week. Court Academician promised with a serious face. Nodded. Chen Mo took another drawing from his arms. Court Academician, have time to make these things for me. Court Academician looked at the result drawings. This is? Howard's curious probe came up. Isn't this the bulletproof armor you designed? But there is something different. Chen Mo nodded. Yes, I have made some improvements based on the characteristics of Edman alloy. The overall thickness of the armor has been reduced a lot. I have also optimized the armor design of the joints and other movable parts, which is more flexible than before. It doesn't hinder the movement at all. Markle Court Academician carefully read the drawings and looked towards Chen Mo with admiration. It is a perfect design, with more than 100 armor plates cleverly combined. It provides a full range of defense without affecting the activity. There are ready-made drawings, which can be made very quickly, and we are guaranteed to do it for you in a week. Chen Mo and Howard returned to dojo and continued to live a leisurely life of lord. From time to time, they abused Howard by practical teaching, and they had a good time. Soon, a week later, Chen Mo came to the underground laboratory again, and Howard, wearing sunglasses, was still followed behind him. But this time there was a pair of panda eyes behind the sunglasses. When I came to Markle Court Academician's laboratory, Court Academician, who was busy, pointed to a corner and motioned Chen Mo to go first. An eye-catching black battle suit hung on the shelf in the corner, and the sword of the king was also placed aside. According to the drawings provided by Chen Mo, Court Academician made hundreds of alloy armors of various shapes from Edman alloy. These Edman alloy armors are painted black and are inlaid on the combat uniforms made of the latest elastic bulletproof materials. The slightly protruding hard armor is like a piece of muscle and fits the combat uniform. Chen Mo directly put on the battle uniform, moved it gently, and felt it carefully. The combat uniform itself is very elastic and comfortable to wear on the body. Pieces of armor are designed according to Chen Mo's figure, which perfectly fits the curve of the body's muscles. Even during exercise, there will be no any obstruction and discomfort. In view of the strong defensive power of Edman alloy, Chen Mo has reduced the thickness of the armor plate, and the overall weight is much lighter than the original bulletproof steel plate. It has no effect on Chen Mo. A tiny gap is reserved between the armors, which ensures defensive power without affecting flexibility. The original strong muscles are covered with a streamlined carbide armor, which seems to have added a layer of hard muscles, which protects all the vital and important parts except the head. Full of science fiction. With Chen Mo's cold face, it is extremely oppression and deterrent. Howard watched from the side with eager eyes, a pair of black panda eyes behind the sunglasses, staring at Chen Mo's armored combat uniform, his saliva almost drained. Ignoring Howard's hot eyes, Chen Mo picked up a separate alloy armor mask strap on the shelf. It's a face mask. It's actually more like a helmet. It completely wraps Chen Mo's head and neck, revealing only a pair of sharp eyes. The underside of the mask is connected to the armor on the body, like a hole. The neck of the ingenious armor design ensures the flexibility of head rotation. This time, Chen Mo's head, chest, abdomen, back, arms, thighs, calves, knees, and even hands and feet. Every part of his body is covered with dark armor. Smooth the black armor surface reflects cold rays of light under the light, and the whole person is like a murderous aura overflowing steel war machine. The court academician on the other side finally finished his work and walked over. Perfect design. This is simply a work of art. Mark Lyon court academician couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw Chen Mo wearing the alloy armored battle suit. Although this armored combat suit was made by him according to Chen Mo's design drawings, it is a different feeling to wear on Chen Mo at this time. Chen Mo's body is tall and strong, his streamlined muscles are solid and powerful, and his whole body presents a perfect golden ratio. He wears an alloy armored battle suit tailored to his figure, set against the dark armor. The whole body seems to be full of extremely powerful strength, looks mighty and domineering, with great visual impact. Chen Mo is also very satisfied with this alloy armored combat suit. With it, his survivability has been improved again. Whether it is a battle on the battlefield or the fall that he faces after returning to the real world, Chen Mo was confident to deal with the accident. Take off the mask. Chen Mo is satisfied with court academician nodded. It's perfect. Court academician worked hard. Court academician smiled and waved his hand. Don't follow, I'm polite. Chen Mo slightly smiled, picked up the long sword on the side. Dark armor with silver long sword, indescribably mighty and handsome. How is the research going? What gains? The harvest is not small. It is very inspiring for my next research, but unfortunately, I didn't find it more secret. Court academician said regretfully. Don't worry, if you have a secret, you will find out sooner or later. It will be a surprise. Chen Mo smiled indifferently. Court academician hearing this said with a smile, "Ha ha. You are right, maybe it will be a big surprise." You sure you want to do this? In the test field of the underground laboratory, Howard wearing sunglasses touched the cold and ferocious heavy machine gun in front of him, and looked towards the muzzle with a little twitching. Chen Mo, who was covered in cool black armor, asked uncertainly. Get the new Edmund alloy armored combat suit. Chen Mo naturally wants to try its defensive power. If there is no machine gun in the laboratory, he would not choose this 12.7 mm caliber for the heavy machine gun. Based on his knowledge of Edmund alloy and the alloy armor he designed, it is not a problem to block bullets safely. He mainly wants to feel the feeling after being shot and test the armor's cushioning of kinetic energy. Faced with Howard's nervous inquiry, Chen Mo, who was wrapped in bright black alloy armor, slowly nodded, and a low voice came from the armor. Get started. My steel suit 46. My steel suit 46. Getting confirmation from Chen Mo, Howard swallowed and slowly pulled the trigger with his finger. I looked up towards Chen Mo and found that he was still standing motionless steadily. He didn't mean to stop at all. Finally he was cruel, gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger. Da. The rapid and loud gunfire sounded, and the dense bullets rushed out of the muzzle accompanied by fire, and instantly hit Chen Mo's chest. The continuous bullets hit Chen Mo's body with sparks, but Chen Mo's body was only slightly vibrated, but the feet did not move a minute. Only the sound of the bullets from ding ding dong dong hitting the alloy armor constantly sounded. When the gunfire stopped, Chen Mo, wearing an alloy armored combat suit, still stood in his original posture. On the ground in front of him, densely packed bullets dropped all over the place, and the armor on his body was intact except that some paint had fallen off, exposing the shiny silver alloy surface below. After finishing the bullet, Howard stared dumbfoundedly at the silhouette standing in front of him. It was really unimaginable. Under the continuous hit of the 12.7 mm heavy machine gun bullets that could break the body in two, he was wearing alloy. The armor Chen Mo is completely fine. Be aware that even if Edmund alloy can block bullets, the huge kinetic energy carried by bullets will still be transmitted to the body, and its formidable power is not much weaker than simple bullet penetration. In fact, this is exactly what Chen Mo wants to test, and the result is obviously successful. After the bullet hits the Edelman alloy armor, the bullet cup armor blocks it, and the kinetic energy it carries is distributed to the entire armor plate, and then acts on the muscles that perfectly fit the armor. Chen Mo's carefully designed armor completely according to his body data will perfectly spread the impact. With Chen Mo's enhanced skeleton and muscle strength up to 6 times that of ordinary people, it is not a problem to withstand the impact after being dispersed. So the moment the bullet hits, Chen Mo only feels the armor at the shot. There was a shock, a force came, and even if it was absorbed by the firm muscles, there was no pain. It has to be said that the perfect design of alloy armor combined with the indestructible Edmund alloy makes the armored battlesuit defensively effective. Chen Mo is very satisfied with the test results. The 12.7mm heavy machine gun bullet that can penetrate 1 cm thick steel plate is almost the strongest formidable power among individual weapons. The famous Barrett Heavy the sniper rifle also uses 12.7mm bullets. Except for the rate of fire and accuracy, the formidable power is almost the same. The next grenades also failed to shake Chen Mo under armor protection. Although the explosion effect was stronger, the impact force per unit area was when the explosive shrapnel and flames were completely blocked by the armor, not as big as a heavy machine gun bullet. With this armor, Chen Mo can basically ignore all current individual weapon attacks. Even if it's a cannonball, Chen Mo estimates that hard resistance is not a big problem. At most it will be injured by the impact. But there will be no mortal danger. Of course, the premise is that you can lock and hit him. With Chen Mo's super keen perception, it is basically impossible to achieve this. Too tough. You are a humanoid tank now. Howard's Black Panda's eyes flashed with starlight, and his tone was full of admiration and envy. Would you like to try? Chen Mo took off his armor mask and asked faint smile when he looked at Howard, whose eyes were glowing. Howard, hearing this, I was overjoyed, and when I was about to be nodded, I listened to Chen Mo's voice. We haven't tried the rocket launcher yet. Howard shook his head quickly and said righteously, no need. I'm a scientist. By the way, your armor is out of paint. Take it off quickly. I'll fix it. After coming out of the underground laboratory, Chen Mo returned to dojo. Edmund alloy armored battle clothes were directly worn by him in the suit. It looks stronger on the outside. No one would have thought that there would be a magical battle that can withstand shells and explosions. Clothes. In addition to the alloy armored combat suit, Chen Mo also took away the shield made of Edmund alloy and the imitation king's sword. Apart from this, and 10 improvements prepared by Erskine Court Academician type serum, but the most valuable are the 2 formulas in his mind. Complete formula and formula of Super Soldier Serum and Edmund alloy. In other words, even if Chen Mo returns to the real world in the future, he can create Super Soldier Serum by himself. This will play a very important role in his future power building in the real world. Said it gave him a strong hole card. And the formula of Edmund alloy is also extraordinary. As long as you bring enough vibranium back to the real world, Chen Mo can synthesize Edmund alloy according to the formula, so as to make the weapons you want at any time. Equipment. After all, once Edmund alloy is formed, it cannot be processed again. If you want to use Edmund alloy to make new equipment, mastering the alloy formula is an indispensable prerequisite. Erskine Court Academician trusts Chen Mo very much after all sorts of things. As he said, without Chen Mo, he might have died in the hands of Hydra spies, let alone create enhanced serum and improved serum. So, when Court Academician handed over the 10 sets of Chen Mo serum, he also handed over the complete formula and formula of all 3 Super Soldier Serums to Chen Mo. And Markle Court Academician, not to mention, Chen Mo was originally his boss. He recruited him and provided him with a large amount of vibranium that he could not imagine, so that he could Edelman alloy was successfully developed within time. Giving the research results to the boss, Mark Line Court Academician feels that as it should be by rights, they have provided that many precious resources for you to research. If you don't have the results, you don't want to submit them quickly. Is boss chasing and cutting with the sword of the king? Not only Edmund Alloy, Court Academician is not selfish. Even when he did not have vibranium before, the formula of alpha alloy he developed with conventional materials was also given to Chen Mo. What does the formula do to him? As long as the boss is happy and prepares more vibranium for his experiments, it is better than anything. Mark Line Court Academician was inspired by Chen Mo's Sword of Kings and found a new research direction. After giving the formula to Chen Mo, he only asked Chen Mo to provide him with more vibranium. He once again focused on the new experiment. Even though the alloy formula was available, Chen Mo did not let Court Academician go. Before leaving the laboratory, Chen Mo gave Court Academician 2 drawings, one of which was the drawing of the flying knife he used. Chen Mo believes that the formidable power of the flying knife made of Edmund alloy in his hands is definitely much stronger than that of armor-piercing projectiles, and it is not a problem to shoot through tank armor. Another set of drawings is an armored combat suit designed according to Steve's figure. Chen Mo intends to give him a surprise for the American Captain Discipline, who is still a star. My Steel Suit 47. My Steel Suit 47. Howard is deeply jealous of Chen Mo's luxury. He knows the value of vibranium very well. Even he, the largest arms dealer in the United States, the chairman of Stark Industries, is not willing to use such luxury. But Chen Mo is for fighting. He is the commander of the Special Forces. Steve will also be an important fighter for S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future. Howard has no other way but jealous. Who makes him not a fighter? Give him this scientist, who is responsible for the support of logistics technology and equipment, to equip him with such equipment. Is it possible that wearing a metal armor battle suit for experiments? The reason is that the experiment is too dangerous to prevent explosion. He is not studying bombs. If he dares to come up with this reason, Chen Mo will definitely let him know what the real danger is. It's not that Howard didn't consider joining the Special Forces altogether, but it's okay to let him occasionally fight with Chen Mo behind Chen Mo and have a good time. It really made him brave the bullets to fight the enemy on the battlefield every day. Still prefer to stay obediently and honestly in a laboratory to study his black technology. Chen Mo doesn't feel much about this. With Hydra's power, money is just a number to him, and these vibraniums are just rare materials in his opinion. He had long asked Hydra to secretly collect vibranium. According to the formula of Court Academician, after manufacturing it into Edmund alloy, it was enough to build a war chariot. So as a rich man, Chen Mo, the big boss behind the scenes, feel confident to use vibranium, which Howard thinks is extremely precious. The composition ratio of Edmund alloy is very different from the primordial alloy used in Chen Mo shield. Although the specific ratio of primordial Edmund alloy is not known, it is only the weight of ordinary steel 1/3. It shows that the content of vibranium is extremely high, and Edmund alloy is different. Its weight is about the same as steel. According to the proportion in the formula given to Chen Mo by Court Academician, the content of vibranium is less than 10%. In other words, dozens of kilograms of vibranium in the secret laboratory can produce several tons of Edmund alloy, which is enough for Chen Mo to squander. Not to mention Hydra, with its powerful power all over the world, collecting there are only more vibraniums. Chen Mo's idea of building a war chariot is not just talking. He really intends to use Edmund alloy to make himself a super war chariot. I don't know if Howard will vomit blood in anger. In a few days, the new alloy armored combat suit and the 20 throwing knives required by Chen Mo will be ready. Chen Mo and Howard should also return to Europe. Before leaving, Chen Mo summoned the dojo crowd in front of him. After leaving this time, Chen Mo is not going to come back again. After dealing with the issue of Hydra, Chen Mo intends to return to the real world directly, and all the men in dojo must make arrangements. There is no problem with the loyalty of several people, and Chen Mo will naturally not leave them alone. Looking at the few people standing in front of him, Chen Mo spoke slowly. You have followed me for a long time, and I can see the performance of until now. This time after I left New York, It was a long time. I will not come back again. You can choose to go to Europe with me, or stay here to take care of the underground forces in Dojo and Brooklyn for me. Of course, these two choices will not be calm. It can even be said to be very dangerous. Fighting and killing will become the norm. So if anyone doesn't want to live this life and wants to leave, I can also give him a large sum of money, enough for the rest of your life. A prosperous life. Raising his hands to stop the few people who were ready to speak with anxious expressions, Chen Mo continued. One thing, I want to explain in advance, whether you are going to Europe or staying to take care of Dojo. You will all be exposed to some of the secrets behind me, so once you choose, you can't go back. You'd better consider clear. Chen Mo's tone barely fell. Han King said quickly. Of course we are going with Hall Master. Yes, Hall Master, wherever you go, we will go. Hall Master, you saved the life of my wife and child, and I will leave it to you. I'm going to Europe and fight with you to kill the enemy. Without exception, all four chose to leave with Chen Mo. Don't say that Chen Mo is kind to them. It is human instinct to follow the powerhouse just because of Chen Mo's strength and mysteriousness. More importantly, Chen Mo is too good to say to their subordinates. He usually treats them not badly. After Wang Kun's wife-child was kidnapped, he personally sneaked into the trap set by the other party. Surrounded by 10 gunmen, they rescued the mother and son alone and wiped out all the forces that bound them. Subsequently, the two great families who were planning to promote this matter were completely eliminated, eliminating all hidden dangers for them. There is a boss who cares about and cares for his subordinates so much. They have made up their minds a long time ago and they have decided to follow Chen Mo in this life. Not to mention old Albert, if he had not met Chen Mo, he might have been curled up in a cold and dark corner of the streets of Liverpool, and died lonely and sadly in the cold and hunger. When he has accepted this dead and desperate life and waited peacefully for his life to pass away, it was the young man in front of him who brought hope to his lonely and gloomy life, leading him to start a period of time, a new and sunny life. The old Albert, who has long looked down on life and death, just wants to use the rest of his life to return Chen Mo, follow him, take care of him, and protect him until the end of his life. Because from the day I met Chen Mo, every day is extra, brand new, and full of hope, and all this is brought by Chen Mo. Similarly, Chen Mo has always trusted and valued the old Albert. Although he is a steward in name, Chen Mo actually regards him more as a friend and relative. Although he did not speak out, Chen Mo knew that there was no doubt that Albert would choose to leave with him. The eyes of the two intersect, and a tacit understanding arises spontaneously. There are many things that need not be said. Lightly nodded, Chen Mo's sight slowly swept across the faces of Huang Quan, Han King, Luo Zhen, and Wang Kun. From their eyes, Chen Mo read of sincerity, gratitude and respect. Until now, Chen Mo is very satisfied with the performance of the four of them, and has always treated them as confidants. They did not disappoint Chen Mo. No one wants to stay in charge of Brooklyn. No one of the underground forces chose to leave with a huge sum of money. Neither power nor money shook their loyalty. They chose to continue to follow Chen Mo without the slightest hesitation. Under Chen Mo's keen perception, no one could deceive him. Obviously, they were all sent sincerely. Although he is satisfied with their choice, Chen Mo still has to choose someone to stay in New York. The newly established Seven Rings Gang needs to be controlled. The future of New York is very important in Chen Mo's plan. One Ring. When Chen Mo comes back next time, the Seven Rings Gang, which was developed according to Chen Mo's plan, may play an unexpected role. My Steel Suit 48. My Steel Suit 48. Although there are Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., but 70 years is a long time. No one can predict what will happen between them, and no one can guarantee that everything will develop as expected, so Chen Mo decided to do more preparations. The formation of the Seven Rings Gang and the control of the underground forces in Brooklyn was Chen Mo's temporary intention. Unlike Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., Chen Mo finally mastered it after careful planning and layout. The two are bright and dark. Behind them are the and the Allies, the two major participants in the Second World War, which affected most of the Earth, are the two strongest in the world. Group as Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., which master the strongest high-end battle strength of the two major groups. The strength of the two organizations is undoubtedly extremely large. Compared with them, the Seven Rings Gang masters the little Brooklyn Underground power. It's as weak as a child, but who can say exactly what this child will grow into in the future? Although the four want to continue to follow Chen Mo, the Seven Rings must be in charge. Slowly scanning around, Chen Mo gently nodded. If you are willing to continue following me, I will not treat you badly, but one of you still needs to stay and develop the 7 precepts for me. In the future, I will use it. The four looked at each other in blank dismay. Although they can control a large force by staying, they are not attractive to them. They are still more willing to continue to follow Chen Mo. They are all pure warriors. They are pursuing the improvement of strength and martial Dao's diligence. They don't have much desire for material things. As long as they can guarantee basic survival, they don't care even if the environment is difficult. For this reason, even though they lived in poverty when they first came to the United States, they preferred to go to the docks to do hard work instead of relying on their own strength to do evil. They are real martial cultivators, with their own principles and pursuits, and they do not violate their original intentions. Just like at this time, how many people's right status for years for something even in dreams turned out to be a hot potato, and no one wanted to take over. Fortunately, Chen Mo had planned for this. Seeing that no one took the initiative to stay, Chen Mo directly called Wang Kun. Wang Kun, who was called by his name, responded despite his reluctance. Hall Master, it is up to you to stay in charge of the Seven Rings Gang. You have wives and children. You must consider them. Staying here is more beneficial to them. Yes, Hall Master. Although I wanted to follow Chen Mo to Europe with other people, since Chen Mo gave the order, he had to obey it, and Hall Master also made sense. Staying in Brooklyn can take a better picture of Olgu mother-in-law and let them live and grow better. In this way, the future renowned leader of the Seven Rings Gang, Wang Kun, the king of the Brooklyn Underground power, reluctantly took over the entire Brooklyn Underground power as if abandoned. The arrangement has been determined. Chen Mo reached into his arms and took out a syringe filled with clear blue medicine. Handing the syringe to Wang Kun, Chen Mo directly asked him to inject the medicine into the body. Although he was a little puzzled, he didn't hesitate at all. As a result, the syringe plunged into his arm without the slightest hesitation. The blue medicine slowly entered within the body, and as the blood flowed throughout the body, a strong pain came from all over the body, as if the cells of the whole body were reorganized after being destroyed. Fortunately, although this pain is strong, it is still within a tolerable range. As a martial cultivator, Wang Kun has a very strong will, not at all yelling like Howard, but gritted his teeth and endured silently. Sweat is constantly overflowing from his body, and the muscles of his whole body are shaking uncontrollably, but he still tries his best to stand there. He believes that Chen Mo will not harm him. Huang Quan and old Albert also stood by and watched quietly. They were used to Chen Mo's mysteriousness, and they knew he would definitely not harm Wang Kun, so they were full of stomachs. Doubt. Guess what the cyan liquid is? Wait until the pain on his body gradually relieved and disappeared. Did Wang Kun's muscles relax, feeling that he was not at all, and he couldn't help but look towards Chen Mo with a look of confusion. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Chen Mo said to him, "Feel your body and brain well." Wang Kun hearing this first made a fist and felt his hand. The change of strength made his face changed, and he immediately punched him on the spot. He felt his whole body full of strength, and every move was more swift and powerful than before. As Wang Kun became familiar with power, Wang Kun fought faster and faster. His fists were heavy, and the wind broke. Huang Quan and the others gradually couldn't see his movements clearly. They just saw Wang Kun's strengthening process with their own eyes, and they naturally saw the changes in his body. His figure was a bit more burly, and the muscles on his body were more angular than before, although it was not particularly obvious. However, with their keen eyes, these changes were clearly seen. Coupled with the strength and speed that he showed now far beyond usual, the expressions on the faces of several people became more and more exciting. Soon, Wang Kun stopped, and after feeling the change in his body, He looked towards Chen Mo in shock. Tall Master, I feel my body's strength is several times stronger than before, my mind is very clear, and my reaction is quicker. Others also looked towards Chen Mo. They have heard of a stimulant that will increase the amount of inner strength in a short time after injection, but in such a short period of time, too much change has occurred in Wang Kun. I don't know how many people use the fortified serum as a stimulant, Chen Mo slowly explained. This is an improved super soldier serum, which can strengthen all aspects of human abilities, including strength, speed, endurance, cell activity, skeleton strength, memory, reaction speed, etc., which will be much higher than the original. After being strengthened, an ordinary person can achieve 3 times the physical fitness of an ordinary person. Your body is already very strong, and it should be able to achieve nearly 4 times the strength. Wang Kun was completely stunned. He was like everyone else, thinking that Chen Mo injected him with a powerful stimulant. Didn't expect it to be a magical strengthening serum that can permanently strengthen all physical fitness. Some not knowing what to do. Tall Master, such a precious thing. It can permanently improve a person's physical fitness several times. How high its value is, Wang Kun cannot imagine, and now, Tall Master actually used one for him. In order to be able to improve a little bit more strength, they don't know how much hard work they have to put in. Moreover, after reaching a certain level, it is very difficult to improve a little bit. But now they have suddenly increased several times. Feeling the surging power in his body, Wang Kun felt like he was in a dream. My Steel Suit 49. My Steel Suit 49. You have to stay here by yourself and take charge of the underground forces in Brooklyn. How can you do without sufficient strength? With your current strength, I believe that even if something goes wrong, you can easily suppress it too. This way, I can rest assured. Wang Kun's heart is extremely hot and his eyes are a little red. But he looked towards Chen Mo with great determination. Tall Master, don't worry, I will go all out to develop the Seven Rings Gang. Don't just think about growing, just follow the plan I set and develop steadily. Well, don't pull down your own strength. You must remember that the Seven Rings Gang is just a foreign object, and strength is the fundamental. Yes, Tall Master. Chen Mo nodded, and looked towards others. Don't worry, you will be strengthened later. Although Chen Mo is one of the founders of SHIELD and is eligible to distribute Super Soldier Serum, the serum has just been developed and SHIELD has not been used internally. Chen Mo has strengthened all of his confidants first. Even if the colonel doesn't say anything, Chen Mo himself feels that eating is too ugly. The reason why Wang Kun is strengthened first is because he is about to leave. If it is just a serum, Chen Mo will not have any pressure to use power for personal gain. This time in back to New York, all the things that should be done are done, and there are still many unexpected harvests. After arranging the dojo, Chen Mo's second day took Old Albert and Huang Quan, Han King, Luo Zhen and the 3 returned to Europe with Howard. After Chen Mo and the others left, Wang Kun, who took over the Seven Rings Gang, did not move into the more luxurious original Lucian family headquarters, which is now the Seven Rings Gang. The wife-child still lives in dojo. After Chen Mo left, some people who were forced to acknowledge allegiance due to Chen Mo's inhuman power, and those who were unwilling to become restless began to get restless. The powerful suppression eliminated these unstable factors and completely controlled the Seven Rings. Afterwards, he followed the route set by Chen Mo and developed steadily. After the development of the Seven Rings Gang was on the right track, Wang Kun spent most of his time in dojo, practicing martial arts every day. When it's okay, teach a few disciplines. Only when there are important things in the help will return to the headquarters on Green Street and take care of it personally. No one would have imagined that an ordinary person, the Hall Master, who is gentle and polite in dojo, and has a strong kung fu, will be the underworld godfather who controls the entire underground forces in Brooklyn. Years later, with dojo as the center, a new Chinatown gradually formed, and this ordinary-looking dojo became the whole of Brooklyn, and even the whole of New York, the Holy Land in the hearts of underground forces. There are powerful godfathers they admire, and there are many legends that sound like legendary, but the shield hanging in the family assembly hall reminds them that all that is not just a legend. London, England. Chen Mo and his party finally arrived at the underground base of the Strategic Science Reserve after many days of sea bumps. Just as soon as he came back, Chen Mo had to set off again, because he learned from the left-behind personnel that Colonel Phillips and Agent Carter had gone to the front lines of Italy, where Hydra was found again. More importantly, American Captain Steve Rogers is about to go to the front line of Italy for a sympathy performance, and Bucky's 107 Regiment was also defeated by the sudden dispatch of Hydra forces not long ago, and nearly 100 people were captured. This familiar situation surprised Chen Mo. He didn't expect that under such a large-scale intervention and change of his own, the plot returned to its original trajectory. If nothing else, after learning that Bucky might be captured, Steve will, with Carter's help, cross the war zone in an airplane piloted by Howard and sneak into Hydra base to rescue the captured Allied soldiers. It was this battle that allowed him to show his worth, gained the recognition of soldiers and colonels, and became a true American captain. Suddenly, Chen Mo turned his head and looked towards Howard, who was paralyzed on a chair and refused to get up. "Look at what I'm doing? I tell you, I'm going to go on your own. Don't rest here for a few days." "I won't go anywhere. I hate going by boat." Seeing Chen Mo's eyes look weird, Howard shouted with a face of dead pig not afraid of boiling water. Despite the strengthening of his body, Howard was suffering from seasickness after more than 10 days of bumps in the sea. He threw up heartily on the way, and his whole body was about to collapse. Now sitting on the chair, he feels the earth is shaking up and down, his mind is like a paste, and he is very dizzy. He seriously doubts whether the serum has the ability to make him seasick. Magnified. Chen Mo stepped forward and picked up Howard, who was pretending to be dead, and strode out. "Let's fly the plane." At this time, the Italian front line, the Allied station. "Are you ready to smash Hitler with me?" Steve is standing on the stage, wearing a red, white and blue suit that resembles a star-spangled banner, holding a shield with the same coating in his hand, shouted passionately to the soldiers below the stage. At this time, Steve was very popular in the United States. He made movies, published comics, and performed stage plays. He was a household name in China, with countless fans, and he was an out-and-out star. Usually touring around the United States, whenever he asks questions, the enthusiastic audience will respond to him very warmly. At this time, the American soldiers who were densely packed or sitting or standing in the audience, including the soldiers standing on tanks and trucks in the distance, did not respond with a voice. They all watched him quietly. The lines were prepared in advance, and the non-cooperation of the soldiers in the audience made Steve not knowing what to do for a while. Okay. Seeing no response for a long time, Steve had to brace oneself and continued to follow the original lines. "I need a volunteer." "We are already volunteers, otherwise what do you think we are doing here?" Steve's tone barely fell. One of the audience, the soldier, roared loudly. The other soldiers also laughed. "We are going to watch the girls perform." Someone yelled at him, and his words aroused the approval of the soldiers, and they all cheered and shouted. Compared to only showing on stage, but never going on, the American captain who have been on the battlefield are obviously more interested in beautiful girls. They only dance one dance, but I try to figure out a way. The unconventional soldiers in the audience completely disrupted Steve. He hadn't encountered this kind of situation before, and he had to prepare to step down, comply with the soldiers' request, and leave the stage to the dancing girls. "Go on, sweetheart. The boots are so beautiful, little fairy." The soldiers in the audience didn't appreciate it. They all spoke to say, with a smile, "My steel suit 50. My steel suit 50. Please, guys, we are in the same team." Steve said somewhat helplessly, "Hey, Captain, sign here." A soldier stood up suddenly, turned around and took off his pants, revealing his ass. Some people don't know where to take out a few tomatoes and throw them at Steve on the stage. Raising the shield to block the flying tomatoes, Steve looked at the cheering soldiers in the audience and walked off the stage in a complex mood. The group of beautiful girls in short skirts who came to the stage immediately won warm applause and cheers from the audience. These American soldiers on the frontline battlefield have not seen this for a long time. What a pretty girl! All of them stared at the stage with shining eyes. The congressman's assistant behind the stage saw Steve walking down with a look of disappointment, so he comforted him. "Don't worry. They will like you." I couldn't let Steve feel relieved. Although he didn't make it to the battlefield, Steve always remembered that he was a soldier, and was ridiculed and attacked by his comrades, which made Steve feel uncomfortable. And the weather seemed to be affected by Steve's mood, and it didn't take long for it to rain. Steve alone sits under a shed behind the makeshift stage, draws on the notebook with a pencil. Continuous raindrops hit the dirt floor in front of him with dull thunder. There was a pattering sound, but it could not affect him at all. "Hello, Steve." A gentle, magnetic female voice suddenly sounded behind him. Steve, who was throwing himself into the drawing book, turned his head to look. His face was taken aback, and it turned out to be the beautiful Agent Peggy Carter, who hadn't seen him for a long time. When Steve was reminiscing with the long-lost Agent Carter, 30 miles behind the Italian-German front at this time, one was located between the two mountain ranges in the huge factory-like base. They are busy nervously. Many prisoners in ragged clothes are working with all their strength under the supervision of fully armed Hydra soldiers. They are carrying all kinds of heavy mechanical parts and various materials, and everyone is exhausted and exhausted. But under the threat of the Hydra soldiers, he had to clench his teeth and insisted. Once he relaxes a little, he will inevitably be beaten. In a corner of this huge factory building, the finished products are piled up, which are unexpectedly huge bombs. Just look at its size. The formidable power will certainly not be weak, not to mention it is produced by Hydra technology. It is definitely not a problem to move a small town. At this moment, under these huge bombs, there is a tall and cold bald man wearing a trench coat, and beside him is a middle-aged person who looks like an engineer. He looked at the bald man with anxious expression. "Your Excellency Struck Baron, our speed is already fast. The number of giant bombs you need is too large." The middle-aged person looked at the bald man carefully. It was the expression of Struck Baron's face in his mouth, cautiously said, "The F__ can't wait too long." Damn Schmidt. The construction plan of the Valkyrie Goddess was suddenly transferred from the Alpine headquarters to my base. The construction speed was greatly affected. The F__ has urged several times. I ordered me to complete the Goddess on schedule and execute the plan to destroy the world. When Bald Struck Baron mentioned the Red Skull Schmidt, Hitler had a look of hatred. He gave Hydra to his management. Later Schmidt didn't know how to win Hitler's trust. He took over Hydra from him. After that, he continued to suppress him. In the end, he had to hide in the Polish base and completely lost the right Hydra's control. He obeyed Schmidt's leadership on the surface, but secretly he has been looking for opportunities to retake Hydra. But I should also thank him. If he hadn't transferred the plan to me and he had disappeared for so long, I would not have the opportunity to regain control of most of the Hydra base and continue to work for the F_. Schmidt could not have imagined that the plan of destroying the world he worked so hard to start would become a key help for the head of state to rule the world, who made him disappear suddenly and silently for so long. I really thought I completely control Hydra? How arrogant. Hydra will always be the strongest sword in the hands of the F_. It was only temporarily stolen by him before. Now he just let go. Hydra is back in the hands of the F_. again. From the perspective of the base Chenmo was about to give up. Schmidt had been mysteriously missing for more than half a year. They were originally loyal to Hitler or ambitious. Without Schmidt's suppression and threats, their rebellion would be inevitable in this case. Under the leadership of the original leader of Hydra, Struck Baron, these bases were once again thrown into Hitler's arms. As for whether it is out of loyalty to Hitler or ambition and Jews, no one can tell. Schmidt has disappeared for such a long time. Will there be any conspiracy? Chief in charge of this base asked a little nervously, his heart against Schmidt. There is still a deep fear that cannot be eliminated. Whatever. Now, Apart from the Alps headquarters and a few small bases that do not know which deep mountain jungle they are hidden in, the most powerful large bases are all under our control, although 2 bases close to the front line were wiped out by the horrendous Strategic Science Reserve before. But our strength is still much stronger than that in Schmidt's hands. The weapons factories are basically in our hands. The small ones in his ravines. What can the base do? Being suppressed by Schmidt for many years, Straker Baron has long lost control of Hydra. And he knows the specific strength of Hydra, especially the secret power controlled by Schmidt. Very rarely, they can only speculate from the strength and intelligence they possess. He didn't know that Hydra developed rapidly in Schmidt's hands over the years, far beyond his imagination. What he saw and mastered was nothing but the tip of the iceberg. Not to mention the top-secret bases and Alpine headquarters under construction in Norway, but the small bases hidden in the jungles of the deep mountains that he dismissively have far more power than their so-called large bases. How could Schmidt reveal his true power to these restless elements, let alone put it in their hands? Although the technological power in their hands is much stronger than that of the Allies, they are all used by Schmidt. The real core high-end technology and powerful weapons are firmly controlled Schmidt's hands. This not only allows him to completely control the entire Hydra, but also provides great convenience for Chen Mo's cleaning. Perhaps he had the plan to clean up himself by doing this, but he was killed by Chen Mo before he did it.